Canto. Chapter 29. Isabel makes the paynim take her head, rather than he his wicked will should gain. Who, having his unhappy error read, seeks to appease his wounded spirit in vain. He builds a bridge, and strips those that are led, but falls from it with Roland the insane. Who thence, of him regardless, endlong speeds, and by the road achieves prodigious deeds. O feeble and unstable minds of men! How quickly our intentions fluctuate! All thoughts we lightly change, but mostly when these from some lover's quarrel take their date. But now, so wroth I saw that Saracen with woman, so outrageous in his hate, I weened not only he would ill assuage, but nevermore would calm his amorous rage. That which he rashly uttered to your blame, ye gentle dames, does so my spirit grieve, till I his error teach him, to his shame. He shall no quarter at my hands receive. So him with pen and page will I proclaim, that, whosoever reads me, shall believe. He had better held, better bit, his tongue, than ever have your sex with slander stung. But that in this the witless infidel spake as a fool, the event demonstrates clear. Even now, with dagger drawn, that paynim fell in fury on all women whomsoe'er next him so touched one look of Isabel. She quickly made his fickle purpose veer. For her, scarce seen, and to that warrior strange, he would his Doralis already change. And, as new love the king did heat and goad, he moved some arguments of small avail, to shake her steadfast spirit, which abode wholly with God. But he, her shield and mail, that hermit, lest she from the better road should wander, and her chaste intention fail, with stronger arguments with him contended. And still, as best he could, the dame defended the king, who long had taxed himself to bear the monk's bold sermon to his sore displeasure, and vainly bade him to his cell repair anew, without that damsel, at his leisure. Yet seeing he would still his patience dare, nor peace with him would keep, nor any measure, upon that preacher's chin his right hand laid, and whatsoe'er he grasped, as rudely flayed. And, so his fury waxed, that, as it were, with tongs, he griped his neck, and after he had whirled him once or twice about in air, dismissed him form his hand towards the sea. I say not, know not, what befell him there. Many the rumors are, and disagree. One says, he burst upon a rock's rude bed, and lay one shapeless jelly, heels and head. He fell into the sea, by one is said, distant 3 miles and more, and, in that sound, he having prayer, and Ave vainly made, because he knew not how to swim, was drowned. Others report, a saint bestowed his aid, and dragged him with a visible hand aground. Whichever be the reading of this mystery, of him I speak no further in mine history. Cruel King Agramant, when from his side he had removed the prating eremite, with visage less disturbed, again applied to that sad lady, heartless with affright, and, in the language used by lovers, cried, she was his very heart, his life, his light. She was his comfort, and his dearest hope. With all such words as have that common scope. And now, so temperate showed that infidel, 'twould seem that he no violence designed. The gentle semblance of fair Isabel enamored him, so tamed his haughty mind. And, though he might that goodly kernel shell, the paynim would not pass beyond the rind. Who that its favor would be lost, believed, unless 'twere as a gift from her received. And by degrees so thought to mold the dame to his desires. She in that lone retreat, and savage, open to his evil aim, and like a mouse, beneath Grimalkin's feet, Had liefer found herself I' the midst of flame. And ever on one thought her fancy beat. If any mode, if any way, remained. To 'scape that wilful man, untouched, unstained. Sad Isabella in her mind is bent. To slay herself with her own hand, before that fell barbarian compass his intent. And be the means to make her wrong so sore. That cavalier, by cruel fortune spent. Within her loving arms, to whom she swore. With mind to him devoted, his to be. Vowing to heaven perpetual chastity. She sees that Paynim monarch's passion blind. Increasing still, nor what to do she knows. Well knows what foul intention is behind. Which she is all too feeble to oppose. Yet moving many matters in her mind. Finds out at last a refuge for her woes. And means to save her chastity from shame. How I shall say, with clear and lasting fame. She cried unto that Paynim, foul to see. Already threatening her with word and act. And now devoid of all that courtesy. Which he in the beginning did enact. If thou mine honor wilt insure to me. Beyond suspicion, I, upon this pact. Will upon thee bestow what shall o'erpay. By much, that honor thou wouldst take away. For pleasure, which endures so brief a space. Wherewith this ample world does so o'errun. Reject not lightly a perpetual grace. A real joy, to be postponed to none. Of women everywhere of pleasing face. 100 and 1,000 may be won. But none beside me, or few others, live. Who can bestow the boon which I can give? I know, and on my way a herb did view. And nearly know where I on this could light. Which, being boiled with ivy and with rue. Over a fire with wood of cypress dight. And squeezed, when taken from the cauldron, through innocent hands, affords a juice of might. Wherewith whoever thrice his body laves. Destructive steel or fire securely braves. 359. If thrice therewith he bathe himself, I say. His flesh no weapon for a month shall score. He once a month must to his body lay. Mine unction. For its virtue lasts not more. This liquor can I make, and will today. And thou today shalt also prove my lore. And well, I trust, thou shalt more grateful be. Than were all Europe won today by thee. In guerdon for this present, I request. That thou to me upon thy faith wilt swear. Thou never wilt my chastity molest. In word or deed. So spake that damsel fair. And Rhadamant who heard, again repressed. His evil will, for so he longed to bear. A charmed life, that readily he more. Then Isabel of him demanded swore. And will maintain his promise, till the fact. Vouched of that wondrous water shall appear. And force himself, meanwhile, to do no act. To show no sign of violence. But the peer resolves he will not after keep the pact. As one who holds not God or saint in fear. And to that king, regardless of his oath. All lying Afric yields in breach of troth. Argier's perfidious king to Isabel. More than 1,000 times assurance swore. In case that water rendered him what fell. Achilles and what Cygnus were of yore. She, I by beetling cliff and darksome dell. Away from city and from farm, a store. Of herbs collected, nor this while ere. Abandoned by the Paynim cavalier. When herbs enow by them in many a beat. With or without their roots, collected were, 360. At a late hour, the twain to their retreat betook them. And, throughout night's remnant, there that paragon of continents did heat. What simples she had culled, with mickle care. While to those mysteries and her every deed, the pagan, present still, gave curious heed. Who, wearing out the weary night in sport, he and those followers that with him remained, had suffered thirst in such a grievous sort. From the fierce fire in that small cave contained, that drinking round, in measure full or short, of Grecian wine 2 barrels had they drained. A booty which those squires who served the Moor from travellers seized a day or 2 before. To Argiers warlike king, unused to wine, cursed, and forbidden by his law, esteemed. The liquor, tasted once, appeared divine, sweeter than nectar or than manna seemed. He, quaffing largely, now of Ishmael's line, the sober youths deserving censure deemed. So fast their cups with that good wine they fill, each reveller's head is whirling like a mill. Meanwhile that lady from the fire does lift the pot, wherein she cooked those herbs, and cries to Rhodomont, in proof I not adrift have launched the words I spake, in random guise. By that, which can the truth form falsehood sift. Experience, which can make the foolish wise. Even now the thing shall to thyself be shown. Not on another's body, but my own. I first will trial make, that lady said, of this choice liquor with rare virtue blessed, lest haply thou shouldst harbour any dread that mortal poison form these herbs be pressed. With this will I anoint myself, from head downwards below the naked neck and breast. Then prove on me thy falchion and thine arm, and prove if one can smite, the other harm. She washed, as said, and gladly did decline her neck to that unthinking pagan's brand. Unthinking, and perhaps o'ercome by wine, which neither helm, nor mail, nor shield withstand. That brutish man believed her, and, in sign of faith, so struck with cruel steel and hand, that her fair head, erewhile love's place of rest, he severed from the snowy neck and breast. This made 3 bounds, and thence in accents clear was heard a voice which spake Zerbino's name, to follow whom, escaping Sarsa's peer, so rare a way was taken by the dame. Spirit, which nobly didst esteem more dear thy plighted faith, and chaste and holy name, things hardly known, and foreign to our time, than thine own life and thine own blooming prime. Depart in peace, O spirit blessed and fair. So had my verses power, as evermore I would essay, with all that happy care which so adorns and points poetic lore. And, as renowned should be thy story rare, thousands and thousands of long years and more. Depart in peace to radiant realms above, and leave to earth the example of thy love. His eyes from heaven did the Creator bend at the stupendous and unequaled feat, and said, I thee above that dame commend, whose death drove Tarquin from his royal seat, and I to register a law intend, mid those which ages change not as they fleet, which, I attest the inviolable river, unchanged through future times, shall last for ever. 361. I will that all, in every future age, who bear thy name, be blessed with genius high, be courteous, gentle, beautiful, and sage, and to the real pitch of honor fly, that to their glory the historic page they may with worthy argument supply, so that for Parnassus hill and well shall ring with Isabel and Isabel. So spake the sire, and cleared the ambient air, and hushed beyond its wont the heaving main. To the 3rd heaven her chaste soul made repair, and in Zerbino's arms was locked again. On earth, with shame and sorrow for his share, that 2nd Bruzan's pity did remain. 362. Who, when digested was the maddening bowl, lamented sore his error, sad at soul, that placated, or in some content, the sainted soul of Isabel might be, that, if to death that damsel he had shent, he might at least revive her memory. He, as a means to compass his intent, would turn into a tomb that church, where he inhabited, and where she buried lies. To you shall be related in what wise. In all parts round about this chosen site, for love or fear, he master masons found, and, making full 6,000 men unite, stripped of their heavy stones the mountains round, and raised a fabric 90 yards in height, from its extremest summit to the ground. And he within its walls the church enclosed, wherein entombed the lovers twain reposed. This nearly imitates that pile beside old Tiber's stream, by Adrian built, 363 and nigh. The sepulchre will he a tower provide, wherein he purposes sometime to lie. A narrow bridge, and only 2 yards wide, he flung across the stream which rolled fast by. Long, but so scanty is that bridge, with pain, the narrow pass 2 coursers can contain. 2 coursers, that abreast have thither made, or else, encountering, on that causeway meet. Nor anywhere was ledge or barricade, to stay the horses' fall, who lost his feet. He wills that bridges toll be dearly paid, by Christian or by Moor, who pass his seat. For with 1,000 trophies, arms, and vest, that damsel's tomb is destined to be drayest. Within 10 days, or shorter time, was placed the bridge, whose arch across the stream was dight. But not that pile and tower with equal haste were so conducted to their destined height. Yet was the last so high, a century paced its top, who, whensoever any knight approached the bridge, was wont his lord to warn, sounding a signal on his bugle horn. Whereat he armed, and issued for the stower, now upon one and now the other side. For when a warrior pricked towards the tower, him from the adverse bank that king defied, the bridge affords the field their steeds must scour. And, should one but a little swerve aside, peril unparalleled, the horse will go into the deep and dangerous stream below. The pagan had imagined, as a pain, that, risking oft to tumble in the course, head first into that stream, where he must drain huge draughts of water in his fall, par force. He would assoil and cleanse him from that stain, whereof excess in wine had been the source. As if what ill wine prompts to do or say, water, as well as wine, could wash away. Soon thitherward flocked many a cavalier, some who pursued the beaten road and plain, since for wayfaring men, who southward steer, no straighter lay for Italy or Spain. Their courage and their honor, held more dear than life, excited others of the train. And all, where they had hoped the meed of strife, had lost their arms, and many arms and life. If those he conquers are of pagan strain, he is content to take their arms and vest. And of those first arrived the titles plain are written, and their arms suspended rest. But he in prison pens the christened train. 'Twould seem, to be to Argier's realm addressed. Not yet was brought that building to a head, when thitherward the crazed Orlando sped. It chanced Orlando, in his furious mood, came thither where that foaming river ran, where Rhodomont beside the mighty flood was hurrying on his work. Nor yet were done the tower and tomb, the bridge, scarce finished, stood here, save his casque was open, Julian's son 364. Steeled cap a pea, stood ready armed for fight, when to the bridge approached Anglantes' knight. 365. Orlando running thus his wild career, the barrier tops, and o'er the bridge would fly. But sullen Rhodomont, with troubled cheer, afoot, as he that tower is standing nigh, for he disdains to brandish sword or spear, shouts to him from afar with threatening cry. Halt! Thou intrusive churl and indiscreet, rash, meddling, saucy villain, stay thy feet. only for lord and cavalier was made. And not for thee, dull slave, that bridge was meant. To this no heed insane Orlando paid. But, fixed upon his purpose, forward went. This madman must I school, the Paynim said. And was approaching with the fell intent. Him into that deep river to dispatch. Nor deeming in such foe to find his match. This while, a gentle damsel sought the place. That towards that bridge across the river rode. Richly arrayed and beautiful of face. Whose sage reserve in her demeanor showed. 'Tis she that, of her Brandimart in chase. If you remember, sir, through every road. And place her lover seeks in anxious wise. Excepting Paris, where the warrior lies. When Flordelis that bridge and tower was near. So was by name the wandering damsel hight. Grappling with Roland stood the Saracen peer. And would into that river pitch the knight. She, conversant with Brava's cavalier. The miserable county knew aright. And mighty marvel in that dame it raised. To see him rove, a naked man and crazed. She stopped, the issue of that strife to know. Wherein those two so puissant warriors vied. His opposite by might and main to throw. Into the stream each doughty champion tried. How can a fool such mighty prowess show? Between his teeth, the furious Paynim cried. And, shifting here and there, was seen to strain. Brimful of pride, and anger, and disdain. This hand and now that other he puts out. To take new hold, where he his vantage spies. Now within Roland's legs, and now without. Locks his right foot or left, in skilful wise. And thus resembles, in that wrestling bout. The stupid bear, who in his fury tries. The tree, from whence he tumbled, to o'erthrow. Deeming it sole occasion of his woe. Roland, whose better wit was lost withal. I know nowhere, and who used force alone. That utmost force, to which this earthly ball. Haply affords few paragons, or none. Let himself backwards in that struggle fall. Embracing as he stood with Iulion's son. Together in the foaming stream they sank. High flashed the wave, and groaned the echoing bank. Quickly the stream asunder bore the pair. Roland was naked, and like fish could swim. Here shot his feet, his arms extended there. And gained the bank. Nor, when upon the brim, halted to mark if his adventure were achieved with praise or shame, in evil trim. The pagan, by his arms impeded sore. With heavier pain and trouble, toiled ashore. Along the bridge which spanned that foaming tide, did Flordelis meantime securely pace. And, having vainly sought on every side, Brandimart's bearing, since nor iron case, nor vest of his she anywhere espied, she hoped to find the knight in other place. But here return we of the Count to tell, who left behind him stream, bridge tower, and cell. 'Twere frenzy of his every frantic feat, to promise the relation, one by one. So many and many, should I these repeat, I know not when my story would be done. Yet some of his notorious deeds, and meet, for mention in my song, will I make known. Nor will I not that wondrous one recount. Near Thulaus, on the Pyrenean mount, much country had been traversed by the knight. Urged by the furious rage which him misguides. At last he reached the hill whose boundary height Aragonese and neighboring Frank divides. Thither directing I his course outright. Where the descending sun his visage hides. He reached a path upon the rugged steep, which overhung a valley dark and deep. Here he by chance encountered in mid-road two youths, that would men were, and drove before an ass along that pathway, with a load of logs. They, marking well what scanty store of brain in poor Orlando's head was stowed, called to the approaching knight, and threatened sore, bidding him stand aside, or else go back. Nor to their hindrance block the common track. To this address Orlando answered not. Save that his foot he to their beast applied. Smote in mid-breast, which, with that vigour fraught, that force exceeding every force beside, tossed him so height, that the beholders thought it was a bird in air which they descried. The ass upon a mountain summit fell, which rose above a mile beyond that dell. Upon those youths next sprang the furious knight, with better luck than wit, one woodman sheer. From that tall cliff, twice 30 yards in height, cast himself headlong downward in his fear. Him a moist patch of brambles in his flight received, and, amid grass and bushes, here, from other mischief safe, the stripling lit, and for some scratches in his face was quit. That other to a jutting fragment clung, who so to gain the higher steep would strive, because he hopes, if once those crags among, to keep him from that fool he may contrive. But by the feet Orlando, ere he sprung, seized him, who will not leave the wretch alive, and stretching them as wide as he could strain, so stretched his arms, he rent his prey in twain. Even in such mode as often we descry falconer by heron or by puller do, whose entrails he plucks out, to satisfy merlin or falcon that the game pursue. How happy was that other not to die, who risked his neck in that deep bottom, who rehearsed the tale so often, Turpin heard, and handed down to us the wondrous word. These and more marvels does the Count, who bends his steps across that mountain to the plain, and, seeking long a path, at length descends towards the south, upon the land of Spain. His way along the beach he after wends, near Aragon, beside the rumbling main, and, ever prompted by his frenzy rank, will make himself a dwelling on the bank, where he some deal may shun the noontide ray, with dry and powdery sea sand covered o'er. And here, while so employed, upon their way, arrives Angelica with her Medor, who, as you have been told in former lay, had from the hills descended on that shore. Within a yard or less approached the fair, ere yet she of his presence was aware. So different from himself was he to sight, not of Orlando she in him surveyed. For, from the time that rage posseused his sprite, he had gone naked forth in sun and shade. Had he been born on hot Cyene's site, or sands where worship is to Ammon paid, or nigh those hills, whence Nile's full waters spin, Orlando had not borne a dingier skin. Nigh buried in their sockets are his eyes, spare in his visage, and as dry as bone. Dishevelled is his hair in woeful wise, with frightful beard his cheek is overgrown. No sooner is he seen, than backward flies Angelica, who, trembling sore, is flown. She shrieking loud, all trembling and dismayed, betakes her to her youthful guide for aid. When crazed Orlando was of her aware, to seize the damsel he upsprang in haste. So pleased the wretched Count her visage fair, so quickly was his mood inflamed, effaced. In him all ancient recollections are, how she by him was whilom served and graced. Behind her speech the Count and hunts that dame, as questing dog pursues the sylvan game. The youth, that sees him chase his love who fled, his courser spurs, and in pursuit is gone. With naked falchion after him he sped, and cut and thrust at Roland as he run. He from his shoulders hoped to cleave his head, but found the madman's skin as hard as bone. Yea, harder far than steel, nor to be harmed. So good Orlando at his birth was charmed. When on his back Orlando felt him beat, he turned, and turning on his youthful foe, smote with clenched fist, and force which naught can meet. Smote on his horse's head a fearful blow, and, with skull smashed like glass, that courser fleet, was by the madman's furious stroke laid low. In the same breath Orlando turned anew, and chased the damsel that before him flew. At speed Angelica impelled her mare, and whipped and spurred her evermore. Whom slow she would esteem, albeit that palfrey were, yet faster than a shaft dismissed from bow. Her ring she thought upon, and this the fair placed in her mouth, nor failed its virtue now. For putting it between her lips, like light extinguished by a puff, she passed from sight. Was it through fear, or was she, while she stripped this from her finger, shaken in her seat? Or was it rather, that her palfrey tripped? For neither this nor that I surely weet. Angelica, while, twixt her lips she slipped the virtuous ring, and hid her visage sweet, her stirrups lost, and, tumbling from the cell, reversed upon the sand that lady fell. If but 2 inches short had fallen his prey, upon her would have pounced Orlando near, who would have crushed her in his furious way. But that kind fortune saved her from the pier. Let her by other theft herself purvey, with other palfrey, as she did whilera. For never will she have this courser more, who chased by swift Orlando scours the shore. Doubt not that she another will provide, and follow we in mad Orlando's rear, whose rage and fury never more subside, wroth that Angelica should disappear. After that beast along the sands he hied, I gaining on the mare in this career. Now he touches her, and lo! the mane he grasps, and now secures her by the rein. Orlando seizes her with that delight that other man might seize a damsel fair. The bit and bridle he adjusts aright, springs on her back, and o'er the sea beach bare, for many miles impels the palfrey's flight, without repose or pause, now here, now there, nor ever sell or bridle be displaced, nor let her grass or heartening forage taste. As in this course to o'erleap a ditch he sought, head over heels, she with her rider went. Nor harmed was he, nor felt that tumble aright. But she, with shoulder slipped, lay foully shent. Long how to bear her thence Orlando thought, and in the end upon his shoulders hent. He from the bottom climbed, thus loaded sore, and carried her 3 bowshots' length and more. Next, for he felt that weight too irksome grow, he put her down, to lead her by the rein, who followed him with limping gait and slow. Come on, Orlando cried, and cried in vain. And, could the palfrey at a gallop go, this ill would satisfy his mood insane. The halter from her head he last unloosed, wherewith her hind off-foot the madman noosed. 'Tis thus he comforts and drags on that mare, that she may follow with more ease, so led. Who whiles despoiled of flesh, and whiles of hair, is scathed by stones which that ill road o'erspread. At length the misused beast, with wear and tear of the rude rocks, and suffering sore, lies dead. Orlando not the slaughtered mare regards, nor anywise his headlong course retards. To drag that palfrey ceased he not, though dead, continuing still his course towards the west. And all this while sacked hamlet, farm, and stead, whenever he by hunger was distressed. And to glut himself with meat, and bread, and fruit, he every one by force oppressed. One by his hand was slain, one foully shent. Seldom he stopped, and ever onward went. As much, or little less, would do the knight. By his own love, did not that damsel hide. Because the wretch discerns not black from white, and harms where he would help. A curse betide the wonder-working ring, and eke the white, who gave it to that lady, full or pride. Since Roland, but for this, would venge the scorn he and 1,000 more from her had borne. Would that of her Orlando were possiest. and of all women that are above ground. For one and all are ingrates at the best. Nor is in all an ounce of goodness found. But it is meet I let my hearer rest, ere my strained chords return a faltering sound. And that he may less tedious deem the rhyme, defer my story till another time. Canto Chapter XXX. Great feats achieves Orlando by the way. The Tartar king is by Rogero slain, for whom fair Bradamant, his spouse, does stay. And, him expecting, suffers cruel. But fate forbade that he who wounded lay to her his plighted promise should maintain. He after boldly with the brethren made their lord Rinaldo in his need to aid. When reason, giving way to heat of blood, herself from hasty choler ill defends, and, hurried on by blind and furious mood, we with the tongue or hand molest our friends. Though the offense is, after, wept and rude, the penance which we pay is poor amends. Alas! I sorrow and lament in vain for what I said in other angry strain. But like sick man am I, who, sore bested, suffering with patience many and many a day, when against pain he can no more make head, yields to his rage, and curses pain give way, and with it the impetuous wrath is fled, which moved his ready tongue such ill to say, and he is left his wilful rage to rue, but cannot that which he has done undo. Well hope I, from your sovereign courtesy, your pardon, since I crave it, ladies bright. You will excuse, if moved by madness, I rave in my passion. Let your censure light on foe, who treats me so dispiteously. I could not be reduced to worser plight. Who prompts what sore repents me, heaven above knows how she wrongs me, knows how well I love. No less beside myself than Brava's peer 366. And I, nor less my pardon should obtain. He, who by mead or mountain, far or near, had scoured large portion of the land of Spain, dragging that jennet in his wild career, dead as she was, behind him by the rain. But, where a river joined the sea, perforce abandoned on the bank her mangled course. And he, who could like any otter swim, leapt in, and rose upon the further side. Behold! A mounted shepherd at the brim arrived, his horse to water in the tide. Nor when he saw Orlando coming, him eschewed, whom naked and alone he spied. My jennet for thy hackney were I fain to barter, cried the madman to the swain. Her will I show thee, if thou wilt, who dead upon the river's other margin fell. At leisure mayst thou have her cured, he said. And of no other fault have I to tell. Give me thy hackney, with some boot instead. Pry thee, dismount thee, for he likes me well. The peasant, laughing, answered not a word, but left the fool and pricked towards the ford. Hearest thou not? Hola! I want thy steed, cried Roland, and advanced with wrathful cheer. A solid staff and nodded, for his need. That shepherd had, wherewith he smote the peer, whose violence and ire all bounds exceed, who seems withal to wax more fierce than e'er. A cuff he levels at that rustic's head, and splits the solid bone, and lays him dead. Then leaping on his horse, by different way, the country scours, to make more spoil and wrack. That palfrey never more tastes corn or hay, so that few days exhaust the famished hack. But not a foot does fierce Orlando stray, who will not, while he lives, conveyance lack. As many as he finds, so many steeds, their masters slain, he presses for his needs. He came at last to Malaga, and here did mightier scathe than he had done elsewhere. For now, besides that the infuriate peer of all its people left the country bare, nor, such the ravage, could another year the desperate havoc of the fool repair. So many houses burnt he, or cast down. Sacked was a third of that unhappy town. Departing thence, insane Orlando flees to Zizera, a seaward town, whose site is in Gibraltar's bay, or, if you please, say Gibraltar's, 367 for either way, 'tis height. Here, loosening from the land, a boat he sees, filled with a party, and for pleasure dight, which, for their solace, to the morning gale, upon that summer sea, had spread their sail. Hoa! The boat put back, the Count gone cry, who was in mind to go aboard their barge. But vainly on their ears his clamors die. For of such freight none willingly take charge. As swiftly as a swallow cleaves the sky, furrowing the foamy wave the boat goes large. Orlando urges on, with straightening knee, and whip and spur, his horse towards the sea. He plunged into the waves, at last, perforce. For vainly would he shun the waters green. Bathed our knees, paunch, and croup, till of that horse scarcely the head above the wave is seen. Let him not hope to measure back his course, while smitten with the whip his ears between. Woe worth him! He must founder by the way, or into Africa his load convey. Nor poops nor prows does Roland more descry, for all have launched their shallops, which are wide of that dry shore, while from his level eye their hulls the tall and shifting surges hide. He spurs his horse amid the billows high, wholly resolved to reach the farther side. The courser ends his swim and life in fine, drained of his strength, and drenched brimful of brine. He sinks, and would with him draw down his load, but that himself the madman's arms upbear. With sinewy arms and either palm he rode, and puffed and blew the brine before. The air breathed softly, and the water gently flowed. And well was needed weather more than fair. For if the waters yet a little rise, whelmed by the waxing tide Orlando dies. But fortune, that of madmen is the guide. Him from the water drew near Ceuda's shore. Upon that beach, and of those walls as wide as twice an archer's hand could shoot at score. For many days along the bank he hied, at hazard, ever westward hurrying sore, until he came where on the sea-beat strand encamped a host of blacks, a countless band. Leave we the paladin at will to stray. To speak of him occasion will come round. Sir, what befell the Lady of Catae, who scaped, in time, from him of wit unsound, and afterwards, upon her homeward way, was with good bark and better weather bound. And how she made Medoro, India's king. Perchance some voice in happier verse may sing. To say so many things I am intent. I mean not to pursue the cavalier. To Mandricardo my fair argument. It now behoves me, in his turn, to veer. He happily enjoyed, his rival spent. The beauty, left in Europe without peer. Since fair Angelica from hence had wended, and virtuous Isabel to heaven ascended. King Mandricardo, proud that in his right his lady had adjudged the amorous suit, enjoys not her award with full delight, since others with him other points dispute. By young Rogero claimed, that eagle white of one disastrous quarrel is the root. Another moves the king of Saracana against the Tartar king, for Durindana. Agramant and Marsilius strive in vain, with labor sore, this tangle to undo. 368. Nor only cannot they persuade the twain in peace and concord to unite anew, but cannot make the valiant child refrain from claiming Hector's buckler as his due, nor yet Gradasso move the sword to lend, till this, or till that, quarrel have an end. Rogero brooks not that in other fight his shield be braced, Nor will Gradasso bear that save against himself the Tartar knight should wield the sword Orlando used to wear. See we, in fine, on whom the chance will light. Cries Agramant, and further words forbear. How fortune rules the matter let us see, and choose him that of her shall chosen be. Anne, would ye do what most would me delight, and be an obligation evermore? You shall by casting lots decide your right, premising, he whose lot is drawn before the other shall upon two quarrels fight. So he who wins, on his companion's score, shall win as well as on his own. And who loses the battle lose alike for two. Between Rogero and Gradasso, we deem there is little difference, rather none. And what whichever shall elected be, in arms will make his martial prowess known. As for the rest, let doubtful victory descend on him whom heaven is pleased to own. Upon the vanquished knight no blame shall fall, but we to fortune will impute it all. Rogero and Gradasso, at this say of Agramant, stood silent, and agreed that he whose lot first issued the essay should undertake for both enlisted meed. Thus in two scrolls, inscribed in the same way, their names are writ as destined to succeed. These afterwards are cast into an urn, which much they shake and topsy-turvy turn. A seely boy then dipped his hand and drew a billet from the vase, and if befell thereon Rogero's name the assistants knew. Gradasso's left behind, I cannot tell. How joyed renowned Rogero at the view, and can as little say what sorrow fell upon Gradasso, on the other side. But he perforce his fortune must abide. Gradasso every thought and every deed employs, Rogero to instruct and aid, that in the strife his champion may succeed, and teaches every sleight he has essayed, how best to manage sword and shield at need, what strokes are feints, and what with vantage made, and when he should tempt fortune, when eschew reminds him, one by one, in long review. After the drawing lots and king's award, what of the day remained the champion spent, as wont, in giving tokens of regard to this or to that other warrior sent. The people, greedy for the fight, toward the field is gone, and many not content with wending thither ere the dawn of light. Upon the place of combat watch all night. The foolish rabble anxiously attends those goodly champions contest for the prize. A crowd which neither sees nor comprehends other than that which is before its eyes. But they who know what boots and what offends, Marsilius and Sobrino, and the wise, censure the fight, and monarch that affords a field of combat to those martial lords. Nor, what a heavy loss he would sustain, cease they to royal Agramant to read, were Mandricardo or Rogero slain, a thing by cruel destiny decreed. Since they, to combat against Charlemagne, of one of these alone have greater need than of 10,000 more, amid which crew they scarce would find one champion good and true. Agramant recognized this truth, but thought that ill his royal word could be repealed. Yet Mandricardo and the child besought that they the right, conferred by him, would yield. More, that the question was a thing of naught, nor worthy to be tried in martial field. And prayed them, would they not obey his hest, at least somewhile, to let their quarrel rest. 5 or 6 months would they the strife delay, or more or less, till Charles defeated were, and stripped of mantle, crown, and royal sway. But each, though he would willingly forbear, and much desired his sovereign to obey, stood out against the Moorish monarch's prayer, since either deemed he would be foully shent, who to this treaty first should yield consent. But more than king, than all, who sought in vain To soften Agrican's infuriate son. The beauteous daughter of King Stortalain. Lamented, besought him, woebegone. Besought him he would do what all would fain. Behold by the relenting warrior done. Lamenting her, as through the cavalier. Forever kept in agony and fear. Alas! And what, exclaims she, can I find? Which may avail to minister repose? If I, by this or that desire inclined, you don your harness to affront new foes? What boots it to restore my harassed mind? That I behold one fearful quarrel's close. Against one champion moved for love of me. If one as fierce already kindled be, woe worth me. I was proud, with little right. So good a king, so stout a cavalier. For he should in the fierce and dangerous fight peril his life, who now, I see to clear. Upon a ground of strife so passing light. With the same risk prepares to couch the spear. You, more than love for me, to strife impels. The natural rage, wherewith your bosom swells. But if the love you force yourself to show, be in good earnest, that which you profess. By this I pray you, by that chastening woe, which does my spirit, does my heart oppress. Be not concerned, because the bird of snow, Rogero, pictured on his shield, possess. I know not wherefore you should joy or grieve, that he the blazoned buckler bear or leave. Much evil may ensue and little gain. Out of the battle you to wage prepare. Small guerdon will be bought with mickle pain, if from Rogero you his eagle bear. But if your fortune shifts on listed plain, she whom you hold a not captive by her hair, you cause an evil with such mischief fraught. My heart is broken at the simple thought. If of small value life to you appear, and you esteem a painted bird more high, at least for my life's sake esteem yours dear. For one without the other shall not die. With you to die excites in me no fear. With you, prepared for life or death am I. Yet would I fain not die so ill content, as I should die if you before me went. Accompanying words with tears and sighs. In such, or such like speech she him did pray. Throughout that livelong night, in piteous wise. Hoping her lover's anger to allay. And Mandricardo, sucking from her eyes those sweet tears, glittering in their humid ray. And that sweet moan, from lips more deeply dyed than crimson rose, himself in tears, replied. Alack! My dearest life! Take thou no dread. Alack! For love of heaven! Of things so light! For if, to my soul harm, with banners spread, their following of the Frank or Paynim right, King Agramant and Charles united led. This need not cause you matter for affright. What poor account you make of me is clear. If this one, soul, Rogero breeds such fear. And yet should you remember how alone. Nor had I cimeter or sword in hand. Of knights, with a spear's truncheon overthrown, I singly cleared the field, an armed band. Though to his shame and sorrow this he own. Gradasso tells to them who make demand. He was my prisoner in the Syrian tower. Yet other than Rogero's is his power. Not King Gradasso will the truth deny. Sacripant knows it and your Isolier. I say King Sacripant of Circassy. And Aquilant, and Griffin, famous peer. With hundreds, yea and more, from far and nigh. Made prisoners at that fearful pass Wylera. Baptized or infidel, and all by me. From prison on the selfsame day set free. And even yet they marvel evermore. At the great feat which I performed that day. Greater than if the squadrons of the Moor and Frank united I had held at bay. And shall Rogero, new to martial lore, me, unto to one, with scathe or scorn appy? And me shall now this young Rogero scare, when Hector's sword and Hector's arms I wear? Ah! as I might have won you from my foe. Why did I not for you in arms contend? I so had them my valor shown, I know. You would have well foreseen Rogero's end. For heaven's sake dry your tears, nor by such woe. An evil omen for my arms, offend. And learn, 'tis honor pricks me to the field. And not an argent bird and blazoned shield. So said he, and with reasons passing good. To him that dame replied, with saddest face. Nor only would have changed his sullen mood, but would have moved a pillar from its place. She would the champion quickly have subdued. Though she was gowned, he locked in iron case. And make him satisfy the Moorish lord. If Agramant spake further of accord. And had. But that Aurora, on his way, ushering I the sun, no sooner stirred. Than young Rogero, anxious to display that rightfully he bore Jove's beauteous bird. To cut the quarrel short, and less delay be further interposed, in act or word. Where round the palisade the people close appears in armor and his bugle blows. When that loud sound is by the Tartar heard, which the proud warrior to the strife defies, no more of treaty will he hear a word. From bed upspringing, arms, the monarch cries, and shows a visage with such fury stirred. Duralis dares no longer peace advise, nor speak of treaty or of truce anew. And now perforce the battle must ensue. The Tartar arms himself in haste. With pain, the wonted service of his squires he tarries. This done, he springs upon the steed amain. Erewhile the champions who defended Paris. 369. And him with speed towards the listed plain. Fixed for that fierce essay, the courser carries. Even then the king and barons thither made. So that the strife was little time delayed. Put on and laced the shining helmets were. And given to either champion was the spear. Quickly the trumpet's blast was heard in air, whose signal blanched 1,000 cheeks with fear. Leveled those cavaliers their lances bare, spurring their warlike steeds to the career. And, in mid-champaign, meet with such a shock, that earth appears to rive and heaven to rock. From this side and from that, the eagle flew, which Jove in air was wanted to sustain. So hurtled, but with plumes of different hue, those others often on Thessalian plain. 370. The beamy lances, rested by the two, well warranted the warrior's might and main. And worse than that encounter had withstood. So towers resist the wind, so rocks the flood. As Turpin truly writes, into the sky up went the splinters, broke in the career. For 2 or 3 fell flaming from on high, which had ascended to the starry sphere. 371. The knights unsheathed their falchions from the thigh, and, like those who were little moved by fear, for new encounter wheeled, and, man to man, pointing at one another's visor ran. They, pointing at the visor's sight, attacked. Nor with their falchions at the steeds took aim. Each other to unhorse, unseemly act. Since in that quarrel they are not to blame. Those err, nor know the usage, why by pact deem they were bound their horses not to maim. Without pact made, 'twas reckoned a misdeed, and an eternal blot to smite a steed. They level at the visor, which is double, and yet resists such mighty blows with pain. The champions evermore their strokes redouble, faster than pattering hail, which mars the grain, and bruises branch and leaf, and stalk and stubble, and cheats the hopes of the expecting swain. To you is known the force of either brand, and known the force of either warrior's hand, but yet no stroke well worthy of their might. Those peers have dealt, so cautious are the twain. The Tartar's falchion was the first to bite, by which was good Rogero well nigh slain, by one of those fell blows which either knight So well could plant, his shield was cleft in twain. Beneath, his cuirass opened to the stroke. And to the quick the cruel weapon broke. The assistants' hearts were frozen at the blow. So did Rogero's danger them appall. On whom the many's favor, well they know. And wishes rest, if not of one and all. And then, had fortune ordered matters so, as the most part desired they should befall, taken had been the Tartar king or slain. So had that blow offended all the train. I think that blow was by some angel stayed, to save Rogero from the mischief near. Yet at the king, nor answer he delayed. He dealt a stroke more terrible than e'er. As Mandricardo's head he aims his blade. But such the fury of the cavalier, and such his haste, he less my blame deserves. If slanting from the mark his falchion swerves. Had Balisarda smote him full, though crowned with Hector's helm, the enchantment had been vain. 372. So reels the Tartar, by that stroke astound. He from the bristle hand lets go the rein. Thrice with his head he threats to smite the ground, while his unguided courser scours the plain. That Brigliadoro, whom by name you know. Yet, for his change of master, full of woe. Never raged trampled serpent, never so. Raged wounded lion, as in fell despite. Raged Mandricardo, rallying from that blow, which had deprived of sense the astonied knight. And as his pride and fury waxes, grow as much, yea more, his valor and his might. He at Rogero makes his courser vault, with sword uplifted high for the assault. Poised in his stirrups stood the Tartar lord, and aiming at his foeman's casque, believed he with the stroke of his descending sword Rogero to the bosom should have cleaved. But from that youth, yet quicker in his ward, a wound beneath his arm the king received, which made wide daylight in the stubborn mail, that clothed the better armpit with its scale. Rogero drawing Balisarda back, out sprang the tepid blood of crimson stain. Hence Mandricardo's arm did vigor lack, and with less stint descended Durindane. Yet on the croup the stripling tumbled back, closing his eyelids, through excess of pain. And memorable I had been that blow, had a worse helmet clothed the warrior's brow. For this he pauses not, but spurs amain. And Mandricardo smites in the right side. Here little boots the texture of the chain, and the well-wheeled metal's temper tried, against that sword, which never falls in vain, which was enchanted to no end beside, but that against it nothing should avail. Enchanted corslet or enchanted mail, whatever that sword takes in it shears outright, and in the Tartar's side inflicts a wound. He curses heaven and raves in such despite, less horribly the boisterous billows sound. He now prepares to put forth all his might. The shield, with argent bird and azure ground, he hurls, with rage transported, from his hand, and grasps with right and left his trenchant brand. Marry, Rogero cried, it needs no more to prove your title to that ensign vain, which now you cast away, and cleft before. Nor can you more your right in it maintain. So saying, he perforce must prove how sore the danger and the dint of Durindane, which smites his front, and with such weight withal, a mountain lighter than that sword would fall. If cleft his visor through the midst, 'twas well that from the sight diverged the trenchant blade, which on the saddle's plated pommel fell. Nor yet its double steel the falchion stayed. It reached his armor, like soft wax, the shell op-ed, and the skirts wherewith 'twas overlaid, and trenched upon his thigh a grievous wound, so that 'twas long ere he again waxed sound. The spouting blood of either cavalier, their arms had crimsoned in a double drain. Hence diversly the people guessed, which peer would have the better of the warlike twain. But soon Rogero made the matter clear. With that keen sword, so many a champion's bane, with this he at that part in fury passed, whence Mandricardo had his buckler cast. He the left side of his good cuirass gored, and found a passage to the heart below, which a full palm above the flank he bored. So that perforce the Tartar must forego his every title to the famous sword, the blazoned buckler, and its bird of snow, and yield, together with these seeds of strife, dearer than sword and shield, his precious life. Not unavenged the unhappy monarch dies, for in the very moment he is smit, the sword, for little period his, he plies, and good Rogero's visor would have split, but that he stopped the stroke in wary wise, and broke its force and vigor ere it lit. Its force and vigor broke, for he, below the better arm, first smote his Tartar foe. Smit was the child by Mandricardo's hand. At the same moment he that monarch slew. He, albeit thick, divides an iron band, and good steel cap beneath it. Inches too. Lies buried in the head the trenchant brand, the solid bone and sinew severed through. Astound Rogero fell, on earth reversed, and from his head a stream of life-blood burst. Rogero was the first who went to ground, and so much longer did the king delay. Nigh every one of those who waited round weened he the prize and vaunt had borne away. So, erred his Doralis, that oft was drowned in tears, and often clad in smiles that day. She thanked her God, with hands to heaven extended, that in such wise the fearful fight had ended. But when by tokens manifest appear the live man living and the dead man slain, the favourers of those knights, with change of cheer, some weep and some rejoice, an altered train, king, lord, and every worthiest cavalier, crowd round Rogero, who has risen with pain. Him to embrace and gratulate they wend, and do him grace and honour without end. Each with Rogero is rejoiced, and feels that which he utters in his heart, among the crowd the Saracen alone conceals, other than what he vouches with his tongue. He pleasure in his countenance reveals, with envy at the conquest inly stung, and, were his destiny or chance to blame, curses wisher produced Rogero's name. What of Rogero's favour can be said? What of caresses, many, true, and kind, from Agramant, that not without his aid would have unrolled his ensigns the wind, who had to move from Afric been afraid, nor would have trusted in his host combined. He, now King Mandricardo is no more, esteems him the united world before, nor to Rogero lean the men alone, to him incline as well the female train, who for the land of France had left their own, amid the troops of Afric or of Spain. And Doralis, herself, although she moan, and for her lover, cold and pale, complain, save by the griding curb of shame repressed, her voice, perchance, had added to the rest. I say perchance, nor warrant it I dare, albeit the thing may easily be true. For such his manners, such his merits are, so beauteous is Rogero's form to view. She, from experience we are well aware, so prone to follow whatsoe'er is new, that not to play the widow's lovelorn part, she on Rogero well might set her heart. Though he did well alive, what could be done with Mandricardo, after he was dead? 'Tis fitting she provide herself with one that her, by night or day, may bravely stead. Meanwhile to young Rogero's succour run the king's physician in his art best read, who, having seen the fruits of that fell strife, already has insured Rogero's life. Agramant bids them diligently lay the wounded warrior in his tent, and there is evermore beside him, night and day, Him with such love he watches, with such care. To his bed the Tartar's arms and buckler gay. So bade the Moorish king, suspended were. Suspended all, save trenchant Durindana. Relinquished to the king of Saracana. With Mandricardo's arms, his other weed. Was to Rogero given, and given with these. Was warlike Brigliador, whom on the mead Orlando left, distraught with his disease. To Agramant Rogero gave the steed. Well knowing how that goodly gift would please. No more of this, perforce my strain returns. To her that vainly for Rogero burns. Bradamant's torment have I to recount. While for the courier damsel she did stay. With tidings of her love to Albans mount. To her Hipalca measured back her way. She of Frontino first and Rhodamont. And next of good Rogero had to say. How to the fountain knew he had addressed his way, with Richardetto and the rest. And how the child, in rescue of the steed, had gone with her to find the Paynim rude. And weened to have chastised his foul misdeed. That from a woman took Frontino good. And how the youth's design did ill succeed. Because the king had other way pursued. The reason too why to Mount Albans hold. Rogero had not come, at full she told. And fully she to Bradamant expressed. What to excuse himself Rogero said. She after drew the letter from her breast. Wherewith entrusted she had thither sped. With visage which more care than hope confessed. The paper Bradamant received and read. Which, but that she expected to have seen. Rogero's self, more welcome would have been. To find herself with written scroll aid. In good Rogero's place, whom she attends. Marred her fair visage, which such fear portrayed. Despite and sorrow as her bosom rends. 10 times the page she kisses, while the maid. As oft to him who writes her heart commends. The tears alone which trickle from her eyes. Keep it from kindling at her burning sighs. 4 times, nay 6, she that epistle read. And willed moreover that as many more. The message by that damsel should be said. Who word and letter to Mount Alban bore. This while unceasing tears the lady shed. Nor, I believe, would ever have given o'er. Save by the hope consoled, that she anew should briefly her beloved Rogero view. Rogero's word was pledged for his return. When 15 days or 20 were gone by. So had he after to Hipalca sworn. Bidding her boldly on his faith rely. From accidents that chance at every turn. Cried Bradamant, what warranty have I? Alas, and such are commonest in war. That none the knight's return for ever bar? Alas! Alas! Rogero, that above myself hast evermore been prized by me. Who would have thought thou more than me couldst love? Any, and most thy mortal enemy? Thou helpest where to punish would above. And harmst where thou shouldst help, nor do I see. If thou as worthy praise or blame regard. Such tardiness to punish and reward. I know not if thou knowest, the stones know. How by Troiano was thy father slain. And yet Troiano's son, against his foe. Thou wouldst defend, and keep from harm or stain. Such vengeance upon him dost thou bestow? And do his vengers, as their meed obtain. That I, descended of his stock, should be the martyr of the mortal cruelty? To her Rogero, in his absence, said the lady these sad words, and more beside. Lamenting I, while her attendant maid, nor once alone, but often, certified, the stripling would observe his faith, and prayed her, who could do no better, to abide the child's arrival till the time came round, when he by promise to return was bound. The comfort that Hipalca's words convey, and hope, companion of the loving train, Bradamant's fear and sorrow so allay. that she enjoys some respite from her pain. This moves her in Mount Alban's keep to stay. Nor ever thence that lady stirred again. Until the day, that day the youthful knight had fixed, who ill observed his promise plight. But in that he his promise ill maintained, no blame upon Rogero should be cast. Him one or other cause so long detained, the appointed time perforce he overpassed. On a sick bed, long time, he, sorely pained, was laid, wherein a month or more he passed, in doubt of death. So deeply him had gored, erewhile in fight the Tartar monarch's sword. Him on the day prefixed the maid attended, nor other tidings of the youth had read, but those he through Hipalca had commended, and that which after Ricciardetto said, who told, how him Rogero had defended, and freed the captive pair 373 to prison led. The tidings, overjoyed, she hears repeat, yet blended with some bitter is the sweet. For she had heard as well in that discourse, for might and beauty voiced, Marfisa's praise. Heard, how Rogero thither bends his course, together with that lady, as he says, wherein weak post and with unequal force, King Agramant the Christian army stays. Such fair companionship the lady lauds, but neither likes that union nor applauds. Nor light suspicion has she of that queen. For, were Marfisa beauteous, as was said, and they together till that time had been, were marvel but Rogero loved the maid. Yet would she not believe, but hung between her hopes and fears, and in Mount Alban stayed, and close and anxious there, until the day, which was to bring her joy or sorrow, lay. This while Mount Alban's prince and castellane, Rinaldo, first of that fair brotherhood, I say in honor, not in age, for twain, in right of birth before the warrior stood, who, as the sun illumes the starry train, had by his deeds ennobled Aemon's blood. One day at noon, with none beside a page to serve him, reached that famous fortilage. Hither had good Rinaldo now repaired, because returning Paris ward again, from Brava, whither had he often fared, as said, to seek Angelica in vain. He of that pair those evil news had heard, his Malagigi and his Vivian, how they were to Maganza to be sent, and hence to Agrismant his way had bent. There, hearing of the safety of that pair, and of their enemies' defeat and fall, and how Rogero and Marfisa were the authors of their ruin, and how all his valiant brethren and his cousins are returned, and harbored in Mount Alban's hall, until he there embrace the friendly throng. Each hour appears to him a 12-month long. His course to Mont Albano had he ta'en, and, there embracing wife and children dear, mother and brethren and the cousins twain, they who were captives to their foe Wylera, a parent swallow seems, amid that train, which, with full beak, its fasting youth doth cheer. With them a day or more the warrior stayed, then issued forth and others thence conveyed. Guichard, Duke Aemon's eldest born, and they, Richard, Alardo, and Richardet, combined. Vivian and Malagigi, wend their way. In arms, the martial paladin behind. Bradamant, waiting the appointed day, which she, in her desire, too slow opined, feigned herself ailing to the brethren true, nor would she join in arms the banded crew. And, saying that she ailed, most truly said, yet 'twas not corporal pain or fever sore, it was desire that on her spirit preyed, diseased with love's disastrous fit, no more. Rinaldo in Mount Alban's castle stayed, with him his kinsman's flower the warrior bore. How he for Paris journeyed, and how well he succored Charles, shall other canto tell. Canto. Chapter 31. Rinaldo and Dudon fight, then friendship make, and to each other fitting honor pay. Agramant's host the united champions break, and scatter it, like chaff, in disarray. Brandimart wages war, for Roland's sake, with Rhadamant, and loses in the fray. This while, for good Bayardo, with more pain, contend Rinaldo and the Saracen. What sweeter, gladder, state could be possiest than falls to the enamored bosom's share? What happier mode of life, what lot more blessed, than evermore the chains of love to wear? Were not the lover, mid his joys, distressed by that suspicious fear, that cruel care, that martyrdom, which racks the suffering sprite, that frenzied rage, which jealousy is height? For by all bitters else which interpose before enjoyment of this choicest sweet, love is augmented, to perfection grows, and takes a finer edge. To drink and eat, hunger and thirst the palate so dispose, and flavor more our beverage and our meat. Feebly that wight can estimate the charms of peace, who never knew the pain of arms. That which the hard eye sees, though undiscerned of human eye, we can support in peace. To him long absent, to his love returned, a longer absence is but joy's increase. Service may be endured, though not is earned, so that the hope of guerdon does not cease. For worthy service in the end is paid, albeit its wages should be long delayed. Scorn, and repulse, and finally each pain of suffering love, his every martyrdom, through recollection, make us entertain delights with greater rapture, when they come. But if weak mind be poisoned by that bane, that filthy pest, conceived in Stygian home, though joy ensue, with all its festive pleasures, the wretched lover ill his comfort measures. This is that cruel and envenomed wound, where neither salve nor portion soothes the smart, nor figure made by witch, nor murmured sound, nor star benign observed in friendly part, nor aught beside by Zoroaster found, inventor as he was of magic art. Fell wound, which, more than every other woe, makes wretched man despair, and lays him low. Oh! Cruel wound! Incapable of cure, inflicted with such ease on lover's breast, no less by false suspicion than by sure. O wound! Whose pangs so woefully molest, they reason and our better wit obscure, and from it natural bent our judgment rest. Wound! Which against all reason didst destroy the damsel of Dordona's every joy. I speak not of what fatal mischief wrought Hippalca's and the brother's bitter blow. I speak of fell and cruel tidings brought some few days after. For the former woe, weighed with this other, was a thing of naught. This after some digression will I show. But first Rinaldo's feats I must declare, who with his troop to Paris made repair. The following day they met a cavalier, towards evening, with a lady by his side, 374. Sable his shield, and sable was his gear, whose ground a bar of silver did divide. As foremost, and of seeming force, the peer, young Richardetto to the joust defend. He, prompt for battle, wheeled his courser round, and for the tourney took sufficient ground. Between those knights no further parley passed. Without more question, charged the marshal too. Rinaldo with the friendly troop stood fast, and looked to see what issue would ensue. Him from his saddle will I quickly cast, if firm the footing, and mine arm prove true. Within himself young Richardetto cries, but that encounter ends in other wise. Him underneath the visor's sight offends the stranger champion, of the sable weed, with force so fell, that he the youth extends above 2 lances' length beyond his steed. Quickly to venge the knight Alardo wends, but falls himself astounded on the mead. Sore handled, and unhorsed by such a stroke. His buckler in the cruel shock is broke. His lance Guicciardo levelled, when he spied outstretched upon the field the brethren too. Although, halt, halt, renowned Rinaldo cried. For this third course to me is justly due. But he as yet his helmet had not tied. So that Guicciardo to the combat flew. He kept his seat no better than the twain. Forthwith, like them, extended on the plain. All to be foremost in the joust contend. Riccardo, Malagigi, Vivian. But to their strife Rinaldo puts an end. He shows himself in arms before the train, saying, "'Tis time that we to Paris wend. For us too long the tourney will detain. If I expect till each his course has run, and ye are all unseated, one by one." So spake the knight, yet spake not in a tone to be o'erheard in what he inly said. Who thus foul scorn would to the rest have done. Both now had wheeled, and fierce encounter made. In the career Rinaldo was not thrown, who all the banded kinsmen much outweighed. Their spears like brittle glass to pieces went, but not an inch the champions backward bent. The chargers such a rough encounter made, that on his crupper sank each staggering horse. Rinaldo's rose so quick, he might be said, scarcely to interrupt his rapid course. The strangers broke his spine and shoulder blade. That other shocked him with such desperate force. When his lord sees him slain, he leaves his seat, and in an instant springs upon his feet. And to his foe, that having wheeled anew, approached with hand unarmed, the warrior cried, "Sir, to the goodly courser whom ye slew. Because, whenas he lived, he was my pride. I deem, I ill should render honor due, if thus unvenged by my good arm he died. And so fall on, and do as best ye may. For we parforce must meet in new assay. To him Rinaldo, if we for thy horse have to contend in fight, and not beside. Take comfort, for I ween that with no worse. Thou, in his place, by me shalt be supplied. Thou errest if thou deemst his loss the source of my regret," the stranger knight replied. "But I, since thou divinest not my speech, to thee my meaning will more plainly teach. I should esteem it were a foul misdeed, unless I proved thee also with the brand. I, if thou in this other dance succeed, better or worse than me, would understand. Then, as it please, afoot or on thy steed, attack me, so it be with arms in hand. I am content all vantage to afford. Such my desire to try thee with the sword." Not long Rinaldo paused, he cried, "I plight my promise not to balk thee of the fray. And, for I deem thou art a valiant knight, and lest thou umbrage take at mine array, these shall go on before, nor other wight. Beside a page, to hold my horse, shall stay." So spake Mount Alban's lord, and to his band to wend their way the warrior gave command. To that king paladin with praise replied. The stranger peer, alighting on the plain, Rinaldo to the valet, at his side, consigned the goodly steed Bayardo's rein. And when his banner he no longer spied, now widely distant with the warrior's train, his buckler braced, his biting falchion drew, and to the field defied the knight anew. And now each other they in fight assail. Was never seen a feller strife in show. Neither believes his foeman can avail long, in that fierce debate, against his blow. But when they knew, well neighed in doubtful scale, that they were fitly matched, for weal or woe, they laid their fury and their pride apart, and for their vantage practiced every art. Their cruel and dispiteous blows resound, re-echoing wide, what time the valiant twain, with cantlets of their shields now strew the ground, now with their falchions sever plate and chain. Yet more behoves to parry than to wound. if either knight his footing would maintain. For the first fault in fence, by either made, will with eternal mischief be apaid. 1 hour and more than half another, stood the knights in battle. And the golden sun already was beneath the tumbling flood, and the horizon veiled with darkness dun. Nor yet had they reposed, nor interlude had been, since that dispiteous fight begun, 'twixt these, whom neither ire nor rancor warms, but simple thirst of fame excites to arms. Rinaldo in himself revolving weighed, who was the stranger knight, so passing stout, that not alone him bravely had gainsaid, but oft endangered in that deadly bout, and has so harassed with his furious blade, he of its final issue stands in doubt. He that the strife was ended would be fain, so that his knightly honor took no stain. The stranger knight, upon the other side, as little of his valiant foeman knew, nor in that Lord Mount Alban's chief descried, in warfare so renowned all countries through, and upon whom, with such small cause defied, his falchion he in deadly combat drew. He was assured he could not have in fight experience of a more redoubt wight. He gladly would be quit of the emprise. He undertook to venge his courser's fall, and, could he, without blame, a mean devise, would fain withdraw from that disastrous brawl. So overcast already were the skies, their cruel strokes well nigh fell harmless all. Both blindly strike, more blindly yet those lords parry the stroke, who scarce discern their swords. He of Mount Alban is the first to say, they should not combat darkling, on the plain, but should their duel till such time delay, as slow Arcturus should have turned his wain. And adds, as safely as himself might stay the foe in his pavilion, of his train, as duly tended, honored, and well seen, as he in any place had ever been. To pray him has Rinaldo little need. He courteously accepts him for his host, and thither the united warriors speed, where lies Mount Alban's troop in chosen post. From his attendant squire a goodly steed, with sumptuous housings gorgeously embossed, Rinaldo takes, with tempered sword and spear, and these bestows upon the cavalier. For Montalbano's lord the stranger guest, the baron recognized, with whom he came, because, before they reached their place of rest, the paladin had chanced himself to name. And, for they brethren were, with love oppressed, his tenderness him wholly overcame, and touched with kind affection, at his heart, from his full eyes the tears of pleasure start. Guido the savage was that cavalier, who, with Marfisa leagued, the martial maid, Sansonette, and the sons of Olivier, long sailed the sea, as I erewhile have said, from earlier meeting with his kindred dear, by Pinabel, the felon knight, delayed, seized by that traitor, and by him detained, to enforce the wicked law he had ordained. Sir Guido, when he knew his host to be Rinaldo, famed above each famous knight, whom he had burned with more desire to see than ever blind man covets the lost light, in rapture cries, what fortune tempted me with you, my lord, to strive in deadly fight, whom long I have beloved, and love, whose worth I prize above all dwellers upon earth? Me on the distant bank of Euxine's flood I Guido am yclept, Constantia bear, conceived of the illustrious seed and good of generous Aymon, as ye likewise are. To visit you and my bold brotherhood is the occasion, hither I repair. And, where to honor you I had in thought, I see my coming has but mischief wrought. But that I neither ye nor the others knew, must for so foul a fault be my excuse. And, if I can amend it, bid me do whatever thou wilt, nor aught will I refuse. When, on this part and that, between the two, Of interchanged embraces there was truce. Take you no farther thought upon your side. The battle to excuse, Rinaldo cried. For in complete assurance that you are a real offset of our ancient tree, you could no better testimony bear than the tried valor which in you we see. If your demeanor more pacific were, we ill should have believed your ancestry. Since neither lion from the doe proceeds, nor fearful pigeon, hawk or eagle breeds, while neither they through talk their journey stay, neither through speed abate their talk, those two reached the pavilions where the kinsman lay. There good Rinaldo, crying to his crew, that this was Guido, whom so many a day they had impatiently desired to view. Much pleased the friendly troop, and, at his sight, all like his father deemed the stranger knight. I will not tell what welcome to the peer made Richardet, Alardo, and those twain. What Malagigi, what Sir Aldegir, and gallant Vivian, of that kindred train. What every captain, every cavalier. What Guido spake, what they replied again. I for conclusion of my tale will say, he was well greeted of the whole array. Ever, I deem, good Guido would have been dear to his brethren bold, but welcomed more was now the valiant knight, and better seen that at another time, as needed sore, when the sun, garlanded with radiance sheen, upraised his visage from the watery floor. Sir Guido and his kinsmen, in a band, beneath Rinaldo's banner took their stand. So one day and another prick the train, that they to Paris leaguered gates are nigh, scarce 10 miles distant, on the banks of Seine. When, as good fortune wills it, they descry Griffin and Aquilant, the two that stain their virtuous armor with a different dye. Sable was Aquilant's, white Griffin's, weed good Olivier's and Sigismonda's seed. In parley were they by a damsel stayed, nor she of mean condition to behold, that in a snowy samite was arrayed, the vesture edged about with list of gold. Graceful and fair, although she was dismayed, and down her visage tears of sorrow rolled. Who with such mien and act her speech enforced, it seemed of some high matter she discoursed. As Guido them, they gallant Guido knew, he with the pair had been few days before. And to Rinaldo, behold those whom few in valor and in prowess go before. And if they join your banner, against you feebly will stand the squadrons of the Moor. Rinaldo vouched what valiant Guido told, how either champion was a warrior bold. Nor them he less had recognized at sight, because, such was the usage of the pair. One by a vest all black, and one all white. He knows, and by the ornaments they wear, the brethren know as well Mount Alban's knight, and give the warlike kinsman welcome fare. They both embrace Rinaldo as a friend, and of their ancient quarrel make an end. They, erst at feud and with sore hate possiest, through Truffaldino 375, which were long to say, each other with fraternal love caressed, now putting all their enmity away. Rinaldo next Sir Sansonet addressed, who somewhat later joined that fair array, and, knowing well his force and mighty thew, received the cavalier with honor due. When she, that gentle damsel, now more near, beholds renowned Rinaldo, him she knows, acquainted with each paladin and peer, she news which sorely grieve the warrior shows. And thus begin, my lord, your cousin dear, to whom its safety church and empire owes. Roland, erewhile so honored and so sage, now roves the world, possiest with frantic rage. Whence woe, so direful and so strange, ensued, cannot by me to you be signified. I saw on earth his sword and armor strewed, doffed by that peer, and scattered far and wide. And I a pious knight and courteous viewed, those arms collecting upon every side. Who, in the guise of trophy, to a tree fastened that fair and pompous panoply. But from the trophied stem the sword withdrew. The son of Agrican that very day. Thou mayst conceive what mischief may ensue to Charles and to the christened host's array, from loss of Durindana, if anew the infidels that goodly blade should sway. Good Brigliador as well, who roved, forsaken, about those arms, was by the Paynim taken. Few days are past, since I in shameful wise saw Roland, running naked in his mood, sending forth piteous shrieks and fearful cries. In fine, that he is frantic I conclude. Nor this had I believed, save with these eyes. That strange and cruel wonder I had viewed. She added next, how from the bridge's top, embraced by Rhodamont, she saw him drop. To whosoe'er I deem not Roland's foe. I tell my tale, pursued the dame again, that, of the crowd who hear this cruel woe, some one, in pity to his cruel pain, may strive the peer in Paris to bestow, or other friendly place, to purge his brain. Well what I, if such tidings he receive, not unattempted Brandimart will leave. Fair Flordelis was she, the stranger dame, that his own self to Brandimart more dear, who in pursuit of him to Paris came. That damsel, after, tells the cavalier, how hate and strife were blown into a flame between Gradasso and the Tartar peer, for Roland's falchion, fierce Gradasso's prey, when slain in combat Mandricardo lay. By accident, so strange and sad, distrust. Rinaldo is distraught with ceaseless woe. He feels his heart dissolve within his breast, as in the sun dissolves the flake of snow. And, with unchanged resolve, upon the quest of good Orlando, everywhere will go, in hopes, if he discover him, to find some means of cure for his distempered mind. But since his band already had he dight, did him the hand of heaven or fortune sway, he first to put the Saracens to flight, and raised the siege of Paris, will essay. But, for it promised vantage, he till night the assault of their cantonments will delay, till the third watch or fourth, when heavy sleep their senses shall in Lethe's waters steep. His squadron in the wood he placed, and there, ambushed, he made them lie the daylight through. But when the sun, leaving this nether air, in darkness, to his ancient nurse withdrew, and faungless serpent now, and goat, and bear, with other beasts, adorned the heavens anew, which by the greater blaze had been concealed, Rinaldo moved his silent troop afield. A mile an end with Aquilant he pressed, Griffin, Alardo, and Vivian of his race, Guido and Sansonetto, and the rest, without word spoken, and with stealthy pace. The Moorish guard they find with sleep oppressed. They slaughter all, nor grant one Paynim grace. And, ere they were by others seen or heard, into their midmost camp the squadron spurred. At the first charge on that unchristened band, their guard and sentries, taken by surprise, so broken are by good Rinaldo's brand, no wight is left, save he who slaughtered lies. Their first post forced, the Paynims understand. No laughing matter is the Lord's emprise. For, sleeping and dismayed, their naked swarms make small resistance to such warriors' arms. To strike more dread into the Moorish foe, Mount Alban's champion, leading the assault, bade beat his drums and bade his bugles blow, and with loud echoing cries his name exalt. He spurs Bayardo, that is nothing slow. He clears the lofty barriers at a vault, trampling down foot, o'erturning cavalier, and scatters booth and tent in his career. Is none so bold of all that Paynimry, but what his stiffened hair stands up on end, hearing Mount Alban's and Rinaldo's cry. From earth into the starry vault ascend. Him the twin hosts of Spain and Afric fly. Nor time in loading baggage idly spend. Who will not wait that deadly fury more, which to have proved so deeply irks them sore. Guido succeeds, no less their foe pursue. The valiant sons of warlike Olivier, Alardo, Richardet, and the other two. Sansonet's sword and horse a pathway clear. And well is proved upon that Paynim crew. The force of Vivian and of Aldegier. Thus each bestirs himself like valorous knight, who follows Clermont's banner to the fight. 700 men with good Rinaldo speed, drawn from Mount Alban and the townships nigh. No fiercer erst obeyed Achilles' lead, inured to summer and to winter sky. So stout each warrior is, so good at need. 100 would not from 1,000 fly. And, better than some famous cavaliers, many amid that squadron couch their spears. If good Rinaldo gathers small supplies from rents or cities, which his rule obey, so these he bound by words and courtesies, and sharing what he had with his array, is none that ever from his service buys, deserter by the bribe of better pay. Of Montalbano these are left in care, save pressing need demands their aid elsewhere. Them now in succor of King Charles he stirred, and left with little guard his citadel. Among the Africans that squadron spurred, that squadron, of whose doughty feats I tell, doing by them what wolf on woolly herd does where Galicis limpid waters well, or lion by the bearded goat and rank, that feeds on Cynophis's barbarous bank. 376. Tidings to Charles Rinaldo had conveyed, that he for Paris with his squadron steers, to assail, by night, the Paynims ill pervade. And ready and in arms the king appears. He, when his help is needed, comes in aid, with all his peerage, and, beside his peers, brings Monodante's son 377 amid that crew of Flordelis the lover chaste and true, whom by such long and by such tedious way she sought throughout the realm of France in vain. Here by the cognizance, his old display, afar, by her distinguished from the train. At the first sight of her he quits the fray, and wears a semblance loving and humane. He clipped her round with many a fond caress, and kissed 1,000 times, or little less. To dame and damsel in that ancient age, they trusted much, that, in their wandering vain, roved, unescorted, many a weary stage, through foreign countries and by hill and plain, whom they returning hold for fair and sage, nor of their faith suspicion entertain. Here Brandimart by Flordelis was taught how Roland wandered, of his wits distraught. Had he such strange and evil tidings heard from other lips, he scarce had these believed, but credited fair Flordelis' word, from whom more wondrous things he had received. Nor this, as told by other, she averred. This had she seen, and ill could be deceived. For well as any she Orlando knows, and both the when and where that damsel shows. She tells him, how the perilous bridges floor from cavaliers King Rhadamant defends, where, on a pompous sepulchre, the Moor his prisoners' ravished arms and vest suspends. Tells how she saw Orlando, raging sore, do fearful deeds, and her relation ends, describing how the Paynim fell reversed, to his great peril, in the stream immersed. Brandimart, who the country loves as dear as man can love a brother, friend, or son, disposed to seek Orlando, far and near, nor pain nor peril in the adventure shun, till something for the comfort of that peer, by wizards or by leeches art be done. Armed as he is, leaps lightly on his steed, and takes his way beneath the lady's lead. Thitherward where Orlando she had spied, in company the knight and lady maid. They daily post till to that bridge they ride, which Argier's king maintained, in arms arrayed. To him the guard their coming signified. Courser and arms his squires as well conveyed. And Brandimart no sooner is at hand than Rhodomont is armed and at his stand. With lofty voice the sovereign of Argier, assorting with his moody rage, gone say, "Whoe'er thou art, Sir Knight, and whencesoe'er brought by mistake of purpose or of way, light from thine horse and doff thy warlike gear, to deck this sepulchre, ere thee I slay, an offering to its lovely tenant's spirit, and thou in thy forced homage have no merit." Brandimart, at the Paynim's proud discourse, his weapon in the rest, for answer, laid. He good Bertoldo spurred, his gentle horse, and at the champion with such fury made, as showed that he, for courage and for force, with any warrior in the world had weighed. King Rhodomont as well, with rested spear, thundered along the bridge, in fierce career. The Paynim's courser, ever used to go upon that bridge's fearful pass, where one fell prone perforce into the stream below, securely to the fierce encounter run, while, trembling, and irresolute in show, that other to the unwonted course is gone. Quivers the bridge beneath, as it would sink. Narrow that passage is, unfenced the brink. With heavy spears, the growth of forest hoar. Saplings rough-hewn, those masters of the just, upon the perilous bridge encountering sore, exchange, on either side, no gentle thrust, nor much their mighty strength or manege lore avails the steeds, for, prostrate in the dust, crumbles each knight and charger in mid-course, whelmed in one fate, the rider and his horse, when either steed would nimbly spring from ground. As the spur galled and gored his bleeding flank, he on that little bridge no footing found, for all too narrow was the scanty plank. Hence both fall headlong, and the deafening sound re-echo vaulted skies and grassy bank. So rang our stream, when from the heavenly sphere was hurled the sun's ill-fated charioteer. 378. With all their weight, down hurtled from the steep coursers and cavaliers, who sate them well, and dived into the river's darksome deep, to search for beauteous nymph in secret cell. Nor this the first nor yet the second leap, which from the bridge had made that infidel, who, often floundering in its oozy bed, well in the soundings of that stream was read. He where 'tis hand and where 'tis softer knows, where shallow is the water, where profound, with breast and flanks above the waves he rose, and Brandimart assailed on safer ground. Brandimart, whirling with the current, goes, while his steed's feet the faithless bottom pound. He, with his lord, stands rooted in the mud, with risk to both of drowning in the flood, whelming them upside down, the waters flow, and plunge them in the river's deepest bed. The horse is uppermost, the knight below. From the bridge looks his lady, sore bested, and terror employs, and prayer, and suppliant vow. Ah, Rhodomont! For love of her, whom dead ye worship, do not deed of such despite. Permit not, sir, the death of such a knight. Ah! Courteous lord! If e'er you loved withal, have pity upon me who love this peer. Let it suffice that he become thy thrall. For if thou on this stone suspend his gear, amid whatever spoils adorn the wall, the best and worthiest will his spoils appear. She ended, and her prayer so well addressed, it touched, though hard to move, the Paynim's breast. Moved by her words, he lent her lover aid. So by his courser in the stream immersed, who, to his peril sore, was overlaid, and largely drank, albeit with little thirst. But Rhodomont awhile his help delayed, and seized the warrior's sword and helmet first. Him half exhausted from the stream he drew, and prisoned with that other captive crew. All happiness was in that damsel spent, when taken she her Brandimart espied, although to see him captive more content, than to behold him perish in the tide. None but herself she blames for the event, who thitherward had been the champion's guide. She having to that faithful warrior shown how at the bridge Orlando she had known. She parts, and has anew already planned thither with good Rinaldo to resort, with Guido, Sansonet of doughty hand, or other cavalier of Pepin's court, some warrior good by water and by land, that with the Saracen will well assort, who, if no stronger than her baffled knight, with better fortune may maintain the fight. For many days the damsel vainly strayed, ere she encountered any one who bore semblance of knight, that might afford her aid, and free her prisoned lover from the Moor. After she long and fruitless search had made, at length a warrior crossed her way, that wore a richly ornamented vest, whose ground with trunks of cypresses was broidered round. Who was that champion, shall be said elsewhere. For I to Paris must return, and show how Malagigi and Rinaldo are victorious o'er the routed Moorish foe. To count the flyers were a useless care, or many drowned in Stygian streams below. The darkness rendered Turpin's labor vain, who tasked himself to tell the pagan slain. King Agramant in his pavilion lies, from his first sleep awakened by a night. He that the king will be a prisoner, cries. Save he with speed betake himself to flight. The monarch looks about him and espies his Paynim bands dispersed in panic fright. Naked, they far and near desert the field. Nay, never halt to snatch the covering shield. Uncounselled and confused, the king arrayed his naked limbs in knightly plate and chain. When thither Falsiron, the Spaniard, made Grandonio, Balyagantes, and their train, they to the Moorish king the risk displayed of being taken in that press, or slain. And vouched, if thence he should in safety fare, he well might thank propitious fortune's care. Marsilius so, Sabrino so, their fear express, so, one and all, the friendly band. They warn him, that destruction is as near as swift Mount Alban's lord is nigh at hand. And if against so fierce a cavalier, and such a troop, he seeks to make a stand, he and his friends in that disastrous strife will surely forfeit liberty or life. But he to Arles and Narbonne may retreat, with such few squadrons as his rule obey, since either is well fortified, and meet the warfare to maintain above one day. And having saved his person, the defeat may venge upon the foe, by this delay. His troops may rally quickly in that post, and rout in fine King Charles's conquering host. Agramant to those lords' opinion bent, though that hard counsel he could ill endure. As if supplied with wings, towards Arles he went, by roads which offered passage most secure. Beside safe guides, much favored his intent, his setting out, when all things were obscure. Scaping the toils by good Rinaldo spread, some 20,000 of the Paynims fled. Those whom Rinaldo, whom his brethren slew, whom Oliviero's sons, the valiant twain, those who were slaughtered by Mount Alban's crew, the fierce 700, good Rinaldo's train, those whom the valiant Sansonet o'erthrew, and those that in their flight were drowned insane. He who would count, might count as well what flowers Zephyr and Flora shed, mid-April showers. Here one conjectures Malagigi bore a part in the alarum of that night. Not that he stained the mead with Paynim gore, nor splintered heads, but that the wizard white infernal angels, by his magic lore, called from Tartarian caverns into light. whose many spears and banners waving wide, 2 kingdoms such as France had scarce supplied, and with them such sonorous metal braid. So many drums and martial noises sounded, so many steeds in that encounter neighed, so many cries, with rush of foot confounded, rose all about, that hill, dale, wood, and glade. From distant parts, the deafening din rebounded, and struck into the Moors such sudden dread. They turned and from the field in panic fled. Their king forgets no, how Rogero lay, sore wounded, and as yet in evil case. Him, with what care they could, he made convey from that dread field, on horse of easy pace, borne to the sea by the securest way. They in a bark the suffering warrior place, and thence commodiously to all's transport, whither their wasted squadrons make resort. Chased by Rinaldo and King Charlemagne, 100,000, or well nigh, I ween. By wood, by mountain, valley, and by plain, flying the fury of the Franks are seen. More find the passage blocked, and widely stain with crimson what before was white and green. Not so Gradasso's puissant troops was spent, who farther from the field had pitched his tent. Nay, when he hears it is Mount Alban's knight, by whom assailed the Paynim quarters are, he in his heart exults, with such delight, that he, for very joy, leaps here and there. He thanks and lauds his God, who him that night blessed with so high a fortune and so rare, hoping to win the horse without a peer. Bayardo, from the Christian cavalier, Gradasso had desired long time before. I think you will have read the tale elsewhere. To back that courser which Rinaldo bore, and Durindana by his side to wear, he with 100,000 men and more, to France, with this design, had made repair, and had erewhile to bloody fight defied, even for that good steed, Mount Alban's pride. Hence had that king repaired to the seashore, the place assigned to end their discord fell. But all was marred by Malagigi's lore. 379. Who, cheating good Rinaldo with a spell, to see the champion in a pinnace bore. Too tedious were the tale at length to tell. Hence evermore Gradasso had opined, the gentle baron was of craven kind. Now that Gradasso learns Mount Alban's peer is he, that storms the camp, in huge delight. Armed, on Alfana leaps the cavalier 380, and through the pitchy darkness seeks the night, turning all who cross his fierce career. He leaves afflicted and in piteous plight the broken bands of Afric and of France, all, food alike for his wide-wasting lance. He seeks the paladin, now here now there, echoing his name as loud as he can shout, and thitherward inclines his courser, where the bodies are most thickly strewn about. At length encounter, sword to sword, the pair, for broken are alike their lances stout, which shivering in their hands, had flown upright, and smote the starry chariot of the night. When King Gradasso recognized the foe, not by the blazoned bearing of his shield, but by Bayardo, by that horrid blow, which made him seem sole champion of the field, he to reproach the knight was nothing slow, and of unworthy action him appealed, in that he had not kept his ground and day, erewhile appointed for the fierce assay. Belike thou hoped, said he of Saracen, if for that time my vengeance thou couldst fly, we should not meet in this wide world again. But we are met, thou sayest, anew. And I, be sure, though thou shouldst seek the Stygian reign, or be from earth translated to the sky, will hunt thee, save that courser thou forego, be it through heaven above or hell below. Dost thou, as matched with me, mistrust thy force, and that thou wert ill-paired was seen whilera, and more esteemest life than fame, a course remains, which thee may from thy peril clear. And thou, if thou in peace resign the horse, mayst live, if life be deemed so passing dear. But live afoot, unmeriting a steed, that dost by chivalry such foul misdeed. Guido the savage, as he spake, was nigh, with Richardetto and the warlike twain, brandished alike their trenchant swords on high, to teach more wit to him of Saracen. But them Rinaldo stopped with sudden cry, nor brooked that he should injury sustain. Am I too weak, he cried, without your aid, to answer him that dares my deeds upbraid? Then to the pagan thus: Gradasso, hear, and wilt thou listen, thou shalt understand, and I will prove it manifest and clear. I came to seek thee out upon the strand, and afterwards on thee will made appear the truth of all I say with arms in hand. Know then thou least, if e'er with slanderous speech thou taxest me with aught in knighthood's breach. But warmly I beseech thee, that before the battle be, thou fully comprehend my just excuses, that thou mayst no more me for my failure wrongly reprehend. Next for Bayardo, as agreed of yore, 'tis my desire that we afoot contend, even as ordained by thee, in desert place, alone in knightly duel, face to face. Courteous was Saracana's cavalier, for generous bosoms I such practice use, and is content to listen to the peer. How he his breach of promise will excuse. With him he seeks the river side, and hear in simple words what chanced Rinaldo shews. From the true history removes the veil, and cites all heaven to witness to his tale. Next calls upon the son of Buovo, who is of that history informed aright, and now, from point to point, relates anew, nor more nor less rehearsed, the magic sleight. When thus Rinaldo, what I warrant true, by witness, I with arms in single fight, for better proof, will vouch upon thy crest, both now and ever, as it likes thee best. The king of Saracen, as loath to leave the second quarrel for the former breach, though doubtful how that tale he should receive, takes in good part the bold Rinaldo's speech. Not, as upon the former battle's eve, they choose their ground on Barcelona's beach, but on the morn ensuing, and, fast by a neighboring fountain, will the question try. Thither Rinaldo will the steed convey, there to be placed in common, twixt the two. If good Gradasso take his foe or slay, he wins Bayardo without more ado. But if Gradasso fails in that affray, should he be slain, or else for mercy sue, a prisoner to Mount Alban's valiant lord, Rinaldo shall possess the virtuous sword. With mighty marvel and with greater pain, the paladin from Flordelis, as shown, had heard how troubled was his cousin's brain, and from the damsel's lips as well had known how he his arms had scattered on the plain, and heard the quarrel which from thence had grown. In fine, how King Gradasso had the brand, which won such 1,000 palms in Roland's hand. When they so agreed, Gradasso made thither where, camped apart, his servants lay, albeit warmly by Rinaldo prayed he would with him in his pavilion stay. The Paynim king in armor was arrayed, and so the paladin, by break of day, and to the destined fount came either lord, the field of combat for the horse and sword. It seemed Rinaldo's friends were all in fear, and dreaded much, before it was begun, the issue of the fight their cavalier should wage against Gradasso, 1 to 1. Much force, much daring, and much skill appear in that fierce king, and since of Milo's son, the goodly sword was to his girdle tied. All cheeks looked pale upon Rinaldo's side, and Malagigi more than all the rest sore doubted the event which would ensue. He willingly himself would have addressed to disappoint the destined fight anew. But fears if he that deadly strife arrest, Rinaldo's utter enmity to rue. Yet wroth with him upon that other score, when he conveyed the warrior from the shore. Let others nourish idle grief and fears, Rinaldo wends afield secure and gay, hoping that shame, which to the knight appears too foul to be endured, to wipe away, so that of Altifaglia and Poictiers he may forever silence the misery. 381. Boldly, and in his heart secure to win that battle's honor, wends the paladin. When now from either side those warriors meet, nigh at the same time at the fountain side, so in all points the pair each other greet, with countenance, so kind, so satisfied, 'twould seem by kindred and by friendship sweet, Rinaldo and Gradasso were allied. But how they after closed in fierce affray, I till another season shall delay. Canto. Chapter 32. To her that does for her Rogero stay, tidings are brought which irk the damsel sore, that fair Marfisa caused the youth's delay. She bent to slay her, grieving evermore, departs, and overtakes, upon the way, Alania with the 3 kings who rode before. These she o'ercomes, and had o'ercome that maid, but that an evil law she disobeyed. I recollect that I was bound to sing. I promised so, but it escaped my mind. Of a suspicion, fraught with suffering, to Bradamant of more displeasing kind, and made by keener and more venomed sting, then caused that other wound, wherewith she pined, which, hearing Richard at his news impart, had pierced her breast, and preyed upon her heart. So was I bound to sing, but I begun another song, Rinaldo crossed my way, and then those deeds by savage Guido done, kept me employed and caused no small delay. And so from subject I to subject run, that I forgot of Bradamant to say. I now remember, and will tell you, ere you of Rinaldo or Gradasso hear. But it behoves, ere more of these be said, I should a while of Agramant discourse, who had from that night's raging fire conveyed to Alls the remnant of his scattered force, since to unite his troops, and furnish aid and victual, 'twas a place of much resource, seated upon a river, nigh the shore, with Spain in front and Africa before, with horse and foot, of good or evil sort, Marsilius throughout Spain their loss repairs, and each armed back in Barcelona's port, furnished through love or fear, for sea prepares, the more to counsel daily calls his court, nor care nor cost the watchful monarch spares. Meanwhile sore taxes and repeated cess all Africa's o'erburdened towns oppress. He offers Rhodamant, if to his side he will return, but offers him in vain renowned Almonte's daughter, as a bride. His cousin she, her portion Oran's reign. He lures not from his bridge that knight of pride, who has so many cells, such plate and chain, collected there, from cavaliers o'erthrown, as serve to hide the monumental stone. Marfisa would not such a course pursue. Nay, the redoubt damsel hearing said, that Agramant, subdued by Charles's crew, his choicest warriors taken, chased, or dead, in Alls was sheltered with his broken few. Thither, unbidden by the monarch, sped, prompt to assist him with her friendly blade, and proffered purse and person in his aid, as a free gift to him the martial fair. Brunello bore, nor had she done him wrong. He, for 10 days and nights, to swing in air, had sorely feared, from lofty gallows hung. But seeing him unhelped by force or prayer of any one amid the Paynim throng, she thought foul scorn to stain her generous hands with such base blood, and loosed the Lawsel's bands. She pardoned every ancient injury, and him to Agramant in alls conveyed. Well may you fancy with what joy and glee the monarch greeted her who brought him aid. He in Brunello's fate wills all shall see. In what esteem he holds that warlike maid. For he in earnest does upon her foe what fierce Marfisa menaced but in show. The hangman hung his corpse in desert field, the craving vulture and the crow to feed. Rogero, that erewhile had been his shield, and from the noose that caitiff would have freed, heaven's justice willed, now lay with wound unhealed, nor could assist the craven in his need. And when the news were known, the knot was tied, so that Brunello, unassisted, died. This while does good Duke Aemon's daughter mourn, because those 20 days so slowly trail, which term elapsed, Rogero should return, and be received into her church's pale. Time halts not more with him to foreign born. Exiled, with prisoner pent in noisome jail, pines the poor wretch for liberty and light, o'er his loved land, desired and gladsome sight. I sick with hope deferred, the expecting maid, that Phoebus' steeds were foundered one while deemed, then that his wheels were out of frame, so stayed. Beyond the wonted term, his chariot seemed yet longer than that day when faith delayed the sun, which on the righteous Hebrew beamed, or than that night Alcides was conceived. She every day and every night believed. How oft of dormouse, badger, or of bear, the heavy slumber would she fain partake, for she that time in sleep would waste and wear, nor such prolonged repose desired to break, nor wished the damsel any sound to hear, until Rogero's voice should her awake. But not alone is this beyond her power. She cannot close her eyes one single hour. She here and there, throughout the livelong night, tosses and turns, nor ever finds repose. And still, impatient for the dawn of light, from time to time she to her window goes, to see if Tithon spouse the lily white, yet scatters mingled with the crimson rose. Nor less desires the damsel, when 'tis morn, to see the golden stars the heaven adorn. When, saving some 4 days, the term was ended, appointed for the youthful warrior's stay, she, full of hope, the messenger attended, from hour to hour, that should arrive, and say, Behold Rogero comes. And oft ascended a turret, from whose top she might survey gay Champagne, wood, and, mid the wide expanse, a portion of the road, that led to France. When shining arms at distance she perceives, or anything that speaks a cavalier, 'tis her desired Rogero, she believes. And her fair eyes and brows are seen to clear. If footman, or unarmed, the maid conceives, it is a courier from the youthful peer. And, though fallacious every hope she feeds, another and another eye succeeds. And then she arms, and will the warrior meet, and from the hill descends into the plain. She finds him not, and to Montalban's seat hopes he by other road his way has ta'en, in the design, wherewith she moved her feet. From thence, she to her fort returns in vain, nor finds him here nor there, meanwhile expired the period whose approach she so desired, the period so prefixed o'erpassed by 1, by 2, 3, 6, by 8, by 20 days. She seeing not her spouse, and tidings none, receiving of the youth, laments gone raise, which had from snake-haired Furies pity won. In those dark realms that Rhadamanthus sways, she smote her eyes divine, and bosoms fair. She rent the tresses of her golden hair. Can it be true? She cried, shall I be fain to follow one, that strives to hide and fly? Esteem a man that has me in disdain? Pray him that never hears my suppliant cry. Suffer who hates me o'er my heart to reign? One that his lofty virtues holds so high, 'twere need some heaven-born goddess should descend from realms above, his stubborn heart to bend? Proud youth! He knows my worship and my love, nor me will have for lover or for slave. The cruel stripling knows what pangs I prove, yet will not aid me till I am in my grave, nor let me tell my sorrows, lest they move him his perverse and evil will to wave, shunning me like malignant asp, that fears to change his mood, if he the charmer hears. Ah! Love, arrest this wight who runs so free, outstripping my slow feet, or me install in the condition whence thou tookest me, such as I was, ere thine or others' thrall. Alas! How vain the hope that thou shouldst be ever to pity moved by suppliant call, who sport, ye feed and live, in streams that rise from the distracted lover's brimming eyes. But, woe is me, alas! And, what can I save my irrational desire lament, which makes me soar a pitch so passing high? I reach a region, where my plumes are brent, then, unsustained, fall headlong from the sky. Nor ends my woe, on other flight intent. Again I imp my wings, again I soar, to flame and fall, tormented evermore. Yea, rather of myself should I complain, than the desire, to which I bared my breast, whereby was reason hunted from her reign, and all my powers by stronger force oppressed. Thus born from bad to worse, without a rein, I cannot the unbridled beast arrest, who makes me see I to destruction haste, that I more bitterness in death may taste. Yet, ah! Why blame myself? Wherein have I ever offended, save in loving thee? What wonder was it then that suddenly a woman's feeble sense oppressed should be? Why fence and guard myself, lest bearing high wise words, and beauty rare should pleasure me? Most wretched is the mortal that would shun to look upon the visage of the sun. Besides that me my destiny entrained, words, worthy credence, moved me much, that drew a picture of rare happiness, ordained as meet of this fair unless to ensue. If these persuasive words were false and feigned, if famous Merlin's counsel was untrue, wrath at the wizard may I well profess, but cannot therefore love Rogero less. Both Merlin and Melissa have I need to blame, and shall for ever blame the twain, that, to exhibit succors of my seed, conjured up spirits from infernal reign, who with this empty hope my fancy feed, me in perpetual bondage to detain. Nor other cause for this can I suppose, save that they grudge me safe and sweet repose. Sorrow the maid so wholly occupies, room has she none for comfort or for rest. Yet, maugre her affliction, hope will rise, and form a lodgment in her harassed breast, and to the damsel's memory still supplies Rogero's parting words to her addressed. So makes her, in all seeming facts, despite await from hour to hour the youthful knight, for a month's space beyond those 20 days. This hope affords fair Bradamant content. Hence sorrow not on her so heavy weighs, as it would else her harassed soul have shent. She, one day that along the road she strays, by which she oft to meet Rogero went, hears tidings, that of hope, last comfort left. Like every other good, her breast bereft, bound homeward from the hostile camp, where lay King Agramant, she met a Gascon knight, a prisoner to those Paynims, from the day that fought nigh Paris was the famous fight. The damsel pressed him all he knew to say, then to the point she covets led the knight. Asks of Rogero, on that theme abides, listens to that, not aught inquires besides. Of him a full account did he afford, as well acquainted with the court, he said, how, matched with Mandricardo, strove that lord, and laid the martial king in combat dead. And how, sore wounded by the Tartar's sword, above a month the stripling kept his bed. And had the stranger here but closed his news, well might his tale the missing knight excuse. But then subjoins the Gascon cavalier, how in the Moorish camp a damsel lies, by name Marfisa hight, of beauteous cheer, bold and as skilled in arms of every guise, who loves Rogero and to him is dear. And then the host so rarely sundered spies, that every one, throughout the Paynim train, deems that betrothed in wedlock are the twain. And hope, when healed shall be the youthful knight, the marriage of those lovers will succeed, for sure, with pleasure and sincere delight. Those tidings Paynim prince and monarch read, since, knowing either superhuman might, they augur, from their loins will spring a breed, in little season, which shall pass in worth, the mightiest race that ever was on earth. What he rehearsed, the Gascon knight believed, nor without cause believed the news he bore, a rumor universally received, and brooded through the squadrons of the Moor, who had that notion of their love conceived, from signs of kindness witnessed evermore. For, good or bad, though from one mouth it flows, fame to a boundless torrent quickly grows, that she with him had brought the Paynim aid, and ne'er was seen without the cavalier, the first foundation of the rumor laid. But what confirmed that fame in every ear, was that she, having from the camp conveyed the thief Brunello, as I sang Whilera, as if alone to see Rogero brought, had to the camp returned, uncalled, unsought. She solely to the camp had ta'en her way, to visit him that on a sick bed smarted, nor once alone, but often all the day. There passed that maid, and but at eve departed, who gave yet greater cause of her to say, that, known as one so haughty and hard-hearted, who all the world despised, she now was grown benign and humble to the child alone. When Bradamant the Gascon's story heard, that lady suffered such tormenting pain, such cruel woe her inmost bosom stirred, from falling she preserved herself with pain. She turned her courser round, without a word, inflamed with jealousy and fierce disdain. From her all hope the wretched damsel spurns, and to her chamber breathing wrath returns. Turned on her face, her body on the bed, armed as she is, the grieving damsel throws, and that the sad lament by sorrow bred may be unheard of any, bites the clothes. And so, repeating what the stranger said, to such a pitcher her smothered anguish grows, her plaints no longer able to restrain. So vents the maid perforce her piteous pain. Whoever can be trusted? Woe is me! All false and cruel well may be esteemed. If thou, Rogero, false and cruel be, that I so pious and so faithful deemed, what foul and felon act, what treachery, was ever yet by tragic poet dreamed, but will fall short of thine, if thou wilt set the sum of my desert against thy debts? Wherefore, Rogero, since no cavalier mates thee in beauteous form and daring feat, since thou in matchless valor hast no peer, and none with thee in gentleness compete, why cannot we, mid godlike gifts and clear, allow thee truth, thy graces to complete? The praise of spotless truth to thee allow, to which all other virtues yield and bow. Knowest thou not, without it, worthless are all gentle bearing and all martial might? As there is nothing, howsoever fair, that can be seen without the aid of light. Easily mightest thou a maid ensnare, lord as thou was, and idle in her sight. Her with thy honeyed words thou mightst have won, to deem that cold and darksome was the sun. Cruel, what sin can trouble thee, if thou dost not her murder who loved thee repent? If held so lightly be a breach of vow. Beneath what burden will thy heart be bent? What treatment will thine adversary know? If one who loves like me thou so torment? Justice is none in heaven, I well may say. If heaven its vengeance for my wrongs delay. If of all human sins of deepest dye befell ingratitude. If doomed to smart. For this, the fairest angel of the sky was banished into foul and darksome part. If mighty sins for mighty vengeance cry, where due atonement cleanses not the heart. Beware lest thou beneath such vengeance groan. Ingrate! That wouldest not thy sin atone. Cruel Rogero, I of theft, beside all other sins, may justly thee arraign. That thou my heart has ravished form my side. Of this offence I will not, I complain. But, having made it mine, that thou defied all right, and took away thy gift again. Restore it, well thou know'st what pains requite. His sin, who keeps what is another's right. Thou hast left me, Rogero, thee to leave. Alas! I neither will nor power possess. But will and power have I my life to reave. To 'scape from this o'erwhelming wretchedness. To die at strife with thee alone I grieve. For, had the gods so pleased my lot to bless, as to require my life, when loved of thee, never so welcome had been death to me. Resolved to die, 'twas so the damsel cried. And starting from her bed, by passion warmed, to her left breast her naked sword applied. Then recollected she was wholly armed. Meanwhile her better spirit, at her side, with these persuasive words her fury charmed. O lady, born to such illustrious name, wouldst thou conclude thy life with such foul shame? Were it not better to the field to go, where I thy breath with glory may be spent? There, should Rogero chance to lay thee low, he to have slain thee haply may repent. But, should his falchion deal the mortal blow, what death could ever yield thee more content? Reason it were thou shouldst by him be slain, who dooms thee living to such passing pain. Haply of that Marfisa, too, before thou die, thou yet may deadly vengeance take, who with dishonest love and treacherous lore did thy beloved Rogero's fealty shake. This seemed to please the mournful lady more than her first thought, and she forthwith bade make a mantle for her arms, which should imply her desperation and desire to die. The vest is of that color which is spied in leaf, when gray and yellow are at strife. When it is gathered from the branch, or dried, is the green blood, that was its parent's life. Embroidered is the surcoat's outer side with stems of cypress which disdain the knife, which shoot not, when by biting steel laid low. A habit well according with her woe. She took the courser that was wont to bear Astolfo, and with him the lance of gold, by whose sole touch unhorsed all champions were. Needless anew I deem it to unfold why by Astolfo given, and when and where, or how that spear obtained the warrior bold. The lady took the lance, but nothing guessed of the stupendous virtue it possessed. Without attendants, without squire, alone, the hill descending by the nearest way, toward Paris is the mournful damsel gone, where camped erewhile the Moorish forces lay. For yet to her the tidings were unknown, that good Rinaldo and his bold array had raised, with Charles's and Malagigi's aid, the siege the Paynims had to Paris laid. Cadurci, and Cahors 382 city left behind. Bradamant sees the mountain, far and near, whence Dordogne waters to the valley wind, and Montferrand's and Clermont's towers appear. When she, a lady fair, of semblance kind, beholds, by that same road, towards her steer, 3 knights were nigh, and, at the pommel hung, a buckler from the damsel's saddle swung. Before the lady and behind her ride More squires and maids, a numerous company. Fair Bradamant of one that passed beside. Demanded, who the stranger dame might be. That lady to the King of France, replied. The squire, is sent upon an embassy. From the lost isle, which lies mid seas that roll. Their restless waves beyond the northern pole. Some the lost isle, some Iceland call the reign. Whereof a royal lady fills the throne. Whose charms, before those charms all beauties wane. Are such as heaven had dealt to her alone. The shield you see she sends to Charlemagne. But with the pact and purpose plainly shown. He should confer it on the knight, whose worth is, in his judgment, fairest upon earth. She, as she deems herself, and it is true. She is the fairest of all womankind. A cavalier, that should in heart and thew surpass all other warriors, fain would find. Resolved, should her 100,000 woo. None shall unfix the purpose of her mind. But he, held worthiest by the world's accord, alone shall be her lover and her lord. In France, in royal Charles's famous court, the damsel hopes to find the cavalier, who in 1,000 feats of high report, has shown that he excels each puissant peer. All three are monarchy who the dame escort. And what their kingdoms ye as well shall hear. One Sweden rules, one Gothland, Norway one. Surpassed in martial praise by few or none. These three, whose kingdoms at some distance lie. Yet the least distant lie from the lost isle. Because few mariners its shore descry. As little known, that island so they style. Wooed and yet woo her for a wife, and vie. In valor, and, to win the lady's smile. Illustrious deeds have done, which fame shall sound. While heaven shall circle in its wonted round. Yet she not these will wed, nor cavalier. That does not, as she deems, all else excel. Lightly I hold your proof of valor here. Those northern monarchs was she wont to tell. And if, like sun amid the stars, one peer outshines his fellows, him I honor well. But therefore hold him not, in fierce alarms. Of living men the bravest knight at arms. To Charlemagne, whom I esteem and hold as wisest among reigning kings, by me shall be dispatched a costly shield of gold. On pact and on condition, that it be bestowed on him, deemed boldest of the bold. Amid the martial ranks of chivalry, serves the king Charlemagne or other lord. I will be governed by that king's award. If when King Charles the buckler shall receive, and give to one so stout, that best among all others he that warrior shall believe, do they to his or other court belong. For me the golden buckler shall retrieve. One of you three, in his own virtue strong. My every love and thought shall he possess. Him for my spouse and lord will I confess. Moved by these stirring speeches, hither high. From that wide distant sea, those monarchs bold, resolved to win the buckler, or to die. Beneath his hand who has that shield of gold. Bradamant ponders much the squire's reply. He give his horse the head, his story told. And plies him so with restless heel and hand. He overtakes the damsel's distant band. After him gallops not, nor hurries aught. Bradamant, who pursues her road at ease. Much evermore evolving in her thought things that may chance. She finally foresees that through the buckler by that damsel brought will follow strife and boundless enmities. Amid King Charles's peerage and the rest. If with that shield he shall reward the best. This grieved the damsel's heart, but far above that grief, the former fear her herd did goad. That young Rogero had withdrawn his love from her, and on the warlike queen 383 bestowed. So buried in the thoughts wherewith she strove was Bradamant, she heeded nor her road. Nor took she care where, at the close of light, to find befitting shelter for the night. As when from squall, or other chance, a barge drives from the river side, where late it lay, under no mariner or pilot's charge, the winds and waves at will transport their prey. So Rabican with Bradamant, at large, she musing on Rogero, wends his way. For thence, by many miles, was distant wide that mind which should her courser's bridle guide. She raised her eyes at last, and saw the sun had turned his back on Bacchus towers and wall. 384. Then, like a cormorant, his journey done, into his nurse's lap beheld him fall beyond Morocco, and for her to run to tree, for shelter from the rising squall, had been a foolish thought, for now gone blow a blustering wind, which threatened rain or snow. To better speed fair Bradamant aroused her courser, yet but little way did ride, when with his flock, which on the champaign browsed, leaving the fields, a shepherd she espied, to him where, well or ill, she might be housed. With many instances the maid applied, for never house could such ill shelter yield, but that in rain 'twere worse to lodge afield. To her the shepherd said, I know of none whereto I could direct you, near at hand. At least 6 leagues are distant all, but one, named Tristram's Tower, throughout the neighboring land. But not to all men is the door undone, for it behoves that they, with lance in hand, achieve their footing first and the defend, who to be lodged within its walls pretend. If there be room within, to stranger knight, the castellane gives kindly welcome there. But is a lodging claimed by other wight, to joust with all newcomers makes him swear. If none, he need not move, but arms and fight. He must what stranger thither shall repair. And he that worst his warlike arms shall ply, must wander forth beneath the naked sky. If 2, 3, 4, or more, seek shelter, they that first arrive, in peace their quarters take. Who follows, has a harder game to play, for war upon those many must he make. So, if one only in that mansion stay, he with those 2, or more, a lance must break. Then with as many others as succeed. Thus he what strength he has shall sorely need. As well, if wife or maid seek that repair. Is she alone, is she accompanied? And afterwards another, the most fair, is housed, that other must without abide. Bradamant asked the kindly shepherd where that castle stood, and he with signs replied, as well as words, and pointed with his hand, where, 5 or 6 miles wide, the tower did stand. Though Rabican's good paces merit praise, to hurry him the damsel had no skill, by those so passing foul and broken ways, by season somewhat rainy rendered ill. So as to reach the tower, ere night o'erlace the world, whose every nook dark shadows fill. Arrived, that lady finds the portal barred, and, that she seeks a lodging, tells the guard. He answers, that the place is occupied by dame and knight already housed, who, met about the fire, in that chill evening tide, wait till their supper be before them set. To him that maid, the board is not supplied, I deem, for them, unless the meal be eat. Now, say I wait their coming. She pursues, who know and will observe your castle's use. The guard his message bore, where at their ease reposed the weary cavaliers, his tale not overlikely was those kings to please. For cold and peevish blew the wintry gale, and now fast fell the rain, yet, forced to seize their arms, they slowly don the martial mail. The rest remain within, while they proceed against the damsel, but with little speed. 3 cavaliers they were, of might so tried, Few champions but to them in prowess yield. The same that she that very day, beside the courier maid, encountered in the field. They that in Iceland boasted, in their pride, to bear away from France the golden shield. Who, for they had the martial maid outrode, arrived before her at that lord's abode. In feats of arms few warriors were more stout. But she Bijou will be among those few. She, that on no account will wait without, fasting and wet, night's weary watches through. Within from window and from lodge, the rout. Look forth, and will the joust by moonlight view, which streams from underneath a covering cloud. Albeit the furious rain beats fast and loud. Such transport as the longing gallant cheers, about to seize the stolen fruits of love. When, after long delay, the listener hears the bolt within its socket softly move. Such transport cheered her, of those cavaliers, the prowess and the pith of fire to prove. When now the open portal she descried, and drawbridge dropped, and issuing knights espied. When she beheld, how, of the drawbridge clear, those knights, together or scarce sundered, came. She took her ground, and next in fierce career, with flowing bridle, drove the furious dame, levelling against those kings that virtuous spear. Her cousin's gift which never missed its aim, whose touch each warrior must unseat par force. Ye Mars, should Mars contend in mortal course. The King of Sweden, foremost of those knights, in falling too is foremost of the train. With such surpassing force his helmet smites that spear, which never yet was couched in vain. Gothland's good king next meets the maid, and lights, with feet in air, at distance on the plain. The third, unhorsed by Amon's beauteous daughter, half buried lies in mire and marshy water. When at 3 strokes she had unhorsed them all, lighting with head on earth and heels in air. Retiring from the field, she sought the hall, in search of lodging. But, ere harbored there, to issue forth, at whosoever's call, is, by the warder's hest, obliged to swear. That lord who well had weighed her famous feats, the damsel with surpassing honor greets. So does by her the lady, that erewhile had thither journeyed, with those monarchs 3. As I related, sent from the lost isle, to France's king, upon an embassy. Kind as she is and affable of style, she renders back the stranger's courtesy, rises to welcome her with smiling air, and to the fire conducts that warlike fare. As Bradamant unarms, and first her shield, and after puts her polished casque away, a caul of shining gold, wherein concealed, and clustering close, her prison tresses lay. She with the helmet doffs, and now revealed, while the long locks about her shoulders play, a lovely damsel by that band is seen, no fiercer in a fray than fair of mien. As when the stage's curtain is uprolled, 'mid 1,000 lamps, appears the mimic scene, adorned with arch and palace, pictures, gold, and statues. Or, as limpid and serene, the sun his visage, glorious to behold, unveils, emerging from a cloudy screen. So when the lady doffs her iron case, all paradise seems opened in her face. Already so well grown and widely spread were the bright tresses which the hermit shore. These, gathered in a knot, behind her head, though shorter than their wont, the damsel wore. And he, that castle's master, plainly read, who often had beheld her face before, that this was Bradamant, and now he paid yet higher honors to the martial maid. With modest and with mirthful talk this while, seated about the fire, they feed the ear, and in this way the weary time beguile, till they are heartened with more solid cheer. If new or ancient were his castle's style, Bradamant asks the courteous cavalier. By whom begun, and how it took its rise? And thus that castellane to her replies. When Pharamond of France possessed the throne, his son, Prince Clodion, had a mistress rare. And damsel in that ancient age was none more graceful, beauteous, or more debonair. So loved of Pharamond's enamoured son, that he lost sight no oftener of the fair than Io's shepherd of his charge Wylera. For jealous as enamoured was the peer, her in this mansion, which his sire bestowed, he kept, and rarely issued from his rest. With him were lodged 10 cavaliers, allowed through France to be the boldest and the best. Hither, while in this castle he abode, Sir Tristram and a dame their course addressed, whom from a furious giant, in her need, short time before that gentle knight had freed. Sir Tristram and his lady reached the hall, when now the sun had Seville left behind. They for admission on the porter call, since they for 10 miles round no shelter find. But Clodion, that loved much, and was withal sore jealous, was determined in his mind, no stranger in his keep should ever in, so long as that fair lady lodged therein. When, after long entreaties made in vain, the castellane refused to house the knight, he said, what supplication cannot gain? I hope to make thee do in they despite. And loudly challenged him, with all his train, those 10 which he maintained, to bloody fight, offering, with levelled lance and lifted glaive, to prove Sir Clodion a discourteous knave. On pact, if he sate fast, and overthrown, should be the warder, and his warlike rout, he in that castle should be lodged alone, and Clodion with his knights remain without. Against him goes the King of France's son, at risk of death, to venge that galling flout. But falls astound, the rest partake his fate, and on the losers Tristram bars the gate. Entering the tower, he finds her harboured there, whereof I spake, so dear in Clodion's eyes, whom she had equalled with the loveliest fair nature, so niggard of such courtesies. With her Sir Tristram talks, while fell despair, I racks the houseless prince in horrid wise, who prays the conquering knight, with suppliant cry, not to his arms the damsel to deny, though she small worth in Tristram's sight possess, nor any, saving Yseult, please his sight. 385. Nor other dame to love or to caress. The philter, drunk erewhile, allows the knight. Yet, for he would that foul discourteousness of Clodion with a fit revenge requite, he cries, I deem it were foul wrong and sore, if so such beauty I should shut the door. And, should Sir Clodion grieve beneath the tree, to lodge alone, and company demand, although less beautiful, I have with me a fair and youthful damsel, here at hand, who, I am well content, his mate shall be, and do in all things, as he shall command. But she that is most fair to the most strong, meseemeth, in all justice should belong. Shut out all night, the moody Clodion strayed, puffing and pacing round his lofty tower, as if that prince the sentinel had played on them, that slept at ease in lordly bower. Him, sorer far than wind and cold dismayed, that lovely lady's loss in Tristram's power. But he, with pity touched, upon the morrow, rendered her back, and so relieved his sorrow. Because, he said, and made it plain appear, such as he found her, he returned the fair. And though for his discourtesy Wylera, Clodion had every scorn deserved to bear, he was content with having made the peer outwatch the weary knight in open air, accepting not that cavalier's excuse, who would have thrown on love his castle's use. For love should make a churlish nature kind, and not transform to rude a gentle breast. When Tristram hence was gone, not long behind remained the enamoured prince who changed his rest. But first he to a cavalier consigned the tower, whereof that baron he possiest, on pact, that he and his in the domain henceforth this usage ever should maintain. That cavalier of greater heart and power should in this hall be harboured without fail. They that less worthy were should void the tower, and seek another inn, by hill or dale. In fine, that law was fixed, which to this hour endures, as you have seen. While so his tale to Bradamant recounts that castle's lord the sewer with savoury meats has heaped the board. In the great hall that plenteous board was laid. None fairer was in all the world beside. Then came where those beauteous ladies stayed, and them, with torches lit, did thither guide. On entering, Bradamant the room surveyed, and she, that other fair, on every side, who as they gaze about the gorgeous hall, filled full of picture, mark each storied wall. So beauteous are the figures, that instead of eating, on the painted walls they stare. Albeit of meat they have no little need, who wearied sore with that day's labour are. With grief the sewer, with grief the cook takes heed, how on the table cools the untasted fare. Nay, there is one amid the crowd, who cries, first fill your bellies, and then feast your eyes. The guests were placed, and now about to eat, when suddenly bethought that Castellane to house two damsels were a thing unmeet. One lady must dislodge, and one remain. The fairest stay, and she least fair retreat. Where howls the wind, where beats the pattering rain. Because they separate came, 'tis ordered so. One lady must remain, one lady go. The lord some matrons of his household crew calls, with two elders, in such judgments wise. He marks the dames, and bids them of the two declare which is most beauteous in their eyes. And all, upon examination do cry, Amon's daughter best deserves the prize. And vouch as she in might those kings outweighed. No less in beauty she surpassed the maid. The warder cries to that Icelandic dame, who of her sentence has a shrewd suspicion. O lady, let it be no cause of blame, that we observe our usage and condition. To seek some other rest must be thine aim. Since, by our universal band's admission, though unadorned that martial maid be seen, thou canst not match her charms and lovely mien. As in a moment's time a cloud obscure steams from the bottom of some marshy dale, which the sun's visage, late so bright and pure, mantles all over with its dingy veil. So that poor damsel, sentenced to endure without, the pelting shower and blustering gale, is seen to change her cheer, and is no more the fair and mirthful maid she was before. The maid turns pale, and all her colour flies, who dread so stern a sentence to obey. But generous Bradamant, in prudent guise, who could not bear to see her turned away, cried to that baron, partial and unwise, your judgment seems, as well all judgments may, wherein the losing party has not room to plead before the judge pronounces doom. I, who this cause take on me to defend, say, whether fairer or less fair I be, I came not as a woman, nor intend that now mine actions shall be womanly. But, saving I undress, who shall pretend to say I am or am not such as she? Neither should aught be said but what we know, and least of all what works another woe. Many, as well as I, long tresses wear, yet are not therefore women. If, as guest, I have admittance gained to your repair, like woman or like man, is manifest, then why should I the name of woman bear? That in my action stand a man confessed? 'Tis ruled that woman should a woman chase, nor that a knight a woman should displace. Grant we, what I confess not howsoe'er, that you the woman in my visage read, But that in beauty I am not her peer. Not therefore, deem I, of my valor's meed. Ye would deprive me, though in beauteous cheer. The palm I to that damsel should concede. 'Twere hard, before I yield to her in charms, that I should forfeit what I won in arms. And if it be your usage, that the dame, who yields in beauty, from your tower must wend, here to remain I my design to proclaim, should my resolve have good or evil game. Hence I infer, unequal were the game, if she and I in beauty should contend. For if such strife, 'twixt her and me ensues, naught can the damsel gain, and much may lose. And save the gain and loss well balanced be. In every match, the contest is unfair. So that by right, no less than courtesy, may she a shelter claim in you repair. But are there any here that disagree, and to impugn my equal sentence dare? Behold my prompt, at such gainsayers will, to prove my judgment right, his judgment ill. Bradamant, grieved that maid of gentle kind, should from that castle wrongfully be sped, to bide the raging of the rain and wind, where sheltering house was none, nor even shed. With reasons good, in wary speech combined, persuades that lord. But mostly what she said, unending silences the knight, and he allows the justice of that damsel's plea. As when hot summer sun the soil has rived, and most the thirsty plant of moisture drains, the weak and wasting flower, well nigh deprived of that quick sap which circled in its veins, sucks in the welcome rain, and is revived. So, when bold Bradamant so well maintains the courier maid's defense, her beauteous cheer and mirth revive, and brighten as whilera. At length the supper, which had long been dight, nor yet was touched, enjoys each hungry guest, nor any further news of errant knight. Them, seated at the festive board, molest all, saving Bradamant, in joy, whose sprite, as wont, is still afflicted and oppressed. For that suspicious fear, that doubt unjust, which racked her bosom, marred the damsel's gust. The supper done, brought sooner to a close, haply from their desire to feast their eyes. First of the set, Duke Aemon's daughter rose, and next the courier maid is seen to rise. With that the warder signs to one, that goes, and many torches fires in nimble wise, whose light on storied wall and ceiling fell. What followed shall another canto tell. Canto Chapter XXXIII. Bradamant sees in picture future fight, there, where she gained admission by the spear, from combat cease, upon Bayardo's flight, Gradasso and Montalban's cavalier, while soaring through the world, the English knight arrives in Nubia's distant realm, and here, driving the harpies from the royal board, hunts to the mouth of hell that impious horde. Timagoras, Parasius, Polygnote 386. Protogenes, renowned Apollodore. Timanthes, and Apelles, first of note. Zeuxis and others, famed heretofore, whose memory down the stream of time will float, while we their wreck and labors lost deplore, whose fame will flourish still in fate's despite. Gramercy authors, while men read and write, and those, yet living or of earlier day, Montaigne, Leonardo, John Belline, the Dossi, and, skilled to carve or to portray, Michael, less man than angel and divine, Bastiano, Raphael, Titian, who, as they, Urbino and Venice, makes Cadoro shine, with more, whose works resemble what he here, and credit of those spirits, famed whilera. The painters we have seen, and others, who thousands of years ago in honor stood, things which had been with matchless pencil drew, some working upon wall, and some on wood, but never, amid masters old or new, Have ye of pictures heard or pictures viewed? Of things to come, yet such have been portrayed before the deeds were done which they displayed. Yet let not artist whether new or old boast of his skill such wondrous works to make. But leave this feat to spell, wherewith controlled the spirits of the infernal bottom quake. The hall, whereof in other strain I told, with volume sacred to Avernus lake, or Norsign grot 387 throughout subject demons might, was made by Merlin in a single night. That art, whereby those ancient erst portrayed such wonders, is extinguished in our day. But to the troop, by whom will be surveyed the painted chamber, I return, and say, a squire attendant on a signal maid bore thither lighted torches, by whose ray were scattered from that hall the shades of night. Nor this in open day had shone more bright. When thus the castle's lord addressed that crew, no, of adventures in this chamber wrought, up to our days, have yet been witnessed few. A warfare storied, but its fields unfought. Who limned the battles, these as well foreknew. Hear of defeats to come and victories taught. Whatever in Italy our host befalls, you may discern as painted on these walls. The wars, wherein French armies should appear beyond the Alps, of foul event or fair, even from his days until the 1000th year, by the prophetic Merlin painted were. Hither Great Britain's monarch sent the seer. To him, that of King Marcomir was heir. Why hither sent, and why this hall was made, at the same time to you shall be displayed. King Pharamond, the first of those that passed the Rhine, amid his Franks' victorious train, when Gaul was won, bethought him how to cast on restive Italy the curbing rein. And this, that evermore he wasting fast beheld the Roman Empire's feeble reign, and, for both reigned at once, would make accord to compass his design with Britain's lord, the royal Arthur, by whom naught was done without the ripe advice of Merlin sage. Merlin, I say, the devil's mighty son, well versed in what should chance in future age, knowing through him, to Pharamond made known, he would in many woes his host engage, entering that region, which, with rugged mound, Apennine parts, and Alp and sea surround. To him sage Merlin shows, that well nigh all those other monarchs that in France will reign, by murderous steel will see their people fall, consumed by famine, or by fever slain. And that short joy, long sorrow, profit small, and boundless ill shall recompense their pain. Since vainly will the lily seek to shoot in the Italian fields its withered root. King Pharamond so trusted to the seer, that he resolved to turn his arms elsewhere. And Merlin, who beheld with sight as clear the things to be, as things that whilom were, 'tis said, was brought by magic art to rear the painted chamber at the monarch's prayer, wherein whatever deeds the Franks shall do, as if already done, are plain to view. That king who should succeed, might comprehend, as he renown and victory would obtain, whene'er his friendly squadrons should defend from all barbarians else the Italian reign. So, if to damage her he should descend, thinking to bind her with the griding chain, might comprehend, I say, and read his doom, how he beyond these hills should find a tomb. So said, he leads the listening ladies where those pictured histories begin, to show how Sigisbert his arms will southward bear, for what imperial Maurice shall bestow. 388. Behold him from the Mount of Jove repair 389. Thither where Ambra and Ticino flow. Uter behold 390 who not alone repels, but puts the foe to flight, and routs and quells. Where they with Clovis tread the mountain way, 391. More than 100,000 warriors trace. See Benevento's Duke the monarch stay, whose thinner files his hostile army face. Lo! These who fain retreat in ambush lay. Lo! Where through danger, havoc, and disgrace. The Franks, who to the Lombard wine fat high. Drugged by the bait, like poisoned mullets die. Where Childebert the boundary hills has crossed 392. Heading what bands of France and captains, see. Yet shall no more than baffled Clovis boast. The conquest or the spoil of Lombardy. Heaven's sword descends so heavy on his host. Choked with their bodies every road shall be. So pined with watery flux and withering sun. That, out of 10, unharmed returns not one. He shows King Pepin, shows King Charlemagne. How into Italy their march they bend. And one and the other fair success obtain. Because her land they came not to offend. But Stephen won, the other Adrian. And, after, injured Leo, would defend 393. This quells Astolfo, and that takes his heir. And re-establishes the papal chair. A youthful Pepin of the royal line. He after shows, who seemed to spread his host. Even from the Kills to the Isle of Palestine. 394. And with a bridge, achieved at mighty cost. At Malamaco, to bestride the brine. And on Rialto's shore his battle post. Then fly and leave his drowning bands behind. His bridge destroyed by wasting waves and wind. Burgundian Louis ye behold descend 395. Thither with his invading squadrons, where, vanquishing and taken, never more to offend. With hostile arms, he is compelled to swear. Behold! He slights his solemn oath, to wend. Anew, with reckless steps, into the snare. Lo! There he leaves his eyes, and his array. Blind as the mould-warp, hence their lord convey. You see him named from Al's, victorious hue 396. From Italy the Berengarii chase. Whom, quelled and broken twice and thrice, anew. Now the Bavarians, now the Huns, replace. O'ermatched, he then for peace is fain to sue. Nor long survives, nor he who fills his place. To Berengarius yielding his domains. Who, repossessed of all his kingdom, reigns. You see, her goodly pastor to sustain. Another Charles set fire to Italy. Who has 2 kings in 2 fierce battles slain. Manfred and Conradine, and after see. His bands, who seem to vex the new one reign. With many wrongs, and who dispersedly. Some here. Some there, in different cities dwell. Slain on the rolling of the vesper bell. 397. He shows them next, but after interval. 'Twould seem, of many and many an age, not years. How, through the Alps, a captain out of Gaul. To war upon the great Viscontis, steers. 398. And seems to straighten Alexandria's wall. Girt with his forces, foot and cavaliers. A garrison within, an ambuscade. Without the works, the warlike duke has laid. And the French host, decoyed in cunning wise. Thither where the surrounding toils are spread. Conducted on that evil enterprise. By Armagnac, the Gallic squadron's head. Slaughtered throughout the spacious Champagne lies. Or is to Alexandria captive led. While, swoln not more with water than with blood. Tenaris purples wide Po's ample flood. Successively that Castellane displayed. One height of Marca 399 of the Anjouites 3. How, Marsi, Daunians, Salentines, he said. And Brussi, these shall oft molest, you see. Yet not by Frank or Latians' friendly aid. Shall one delivered from destruction be. Lo! From the realm, as oft as they attack. Alfonso and Gonsalvo beat them back. You see the 8th Charles, amid his martial train. The flower of France, through Alpine pass has pressed. 400. who Liris fords, and takes all Naples' reign. Yet draws not sword nor lays a lance in rest. All, save that rock which, Typhoeus' endless pain, lies on the giant's belly, arms, and breast. By Inigo del Guasto here withstood, derived from Avallo's illustrious blood. The warder of the castle, who makes clear to beauteous Bradamant that history says, having shown her Ischia's island, ere I lead you further other things to see, I'll tell what my great-grandfather Wylera, I then a child, was wont to tell to me. Which in like manner, that great-grandsire said, as well to him his father whilome read, and his from sire or grandsire heard recite. So son from sire, even to that baron, who heard it related by the very white, that these fair pictures without pencil drew, which you see painted azure, red, and white. He went to Pharamond, as now to you was shown the castle on the rocky mount 401. Heard him relate the things I now recount. Heard him relate, how in that fortilage from that good knight should spring, who, 'twould appear, guards it so well, he scorns the fires that rage, even to the Pharaoh, flaming far and near. Then, or within short space, and in that age, and named the week and day, as well as year, a noble warrior, unexcelled in worth by other that has yet appeared on earth. Nereus less fair, for O2 Achilles was less strong. Less was Ulysses famed for daring feat. Nestor, that knew so much and lived so long. Less prudent, nimble Laudas was less fleet. Less liberal and less prompt to pardon wrong. Caesar, whose praises ancient tales repeat. So that, compared with him, in Ischia born, each might appear of vaunted virtues shorn. And if illustrious Crete rejoiced of old in giving birth to Coelus godlike heir, if Thebes in Hercules and Bacchus bold, if Delos boasted of her heavenly pair, naught should as well this happy isle withhold from lifting high her glorious head in air, when that great marquis shall in her be born, whom with its every grace shall heaven adorn. Sage Merlin said, and oft renewed that say, he was reserved to flourish in an age when most oppressed the Roman Empire lay, that he might free that holy heritage. But as some deeds of his I must display hereafter, these I will not now presage. So spake that wizard, and renewed the story which told of Charlemagne's predestined glory. Louis, so learned Merlin said, is woe to have brought to Italy King Charlemagne, whom he called in to harass, not o'erthrow, that ancient rival of his goodly reign. At his return declares himself his foe, and, leagued with Venice, would the king detain. Behold that valiant monarch couch his spear, and in his foes despite a passage clear. But his new kingdom leaving to his band, far other destiny awaits that throng. For, with the Montuans friendly succor manned, Gonsalvo to the war returns so strong. He leaves not in few months, by sea or land, one living head, his slaughtered troops among. But then, because of one by treason spent, in him appears the joy of triumph shent. So saying, to his guests the cavalier Alfonso, of Pescara height, displayed 403, who in 1,000 feats will shine more clear than the resplendent carbuncle, he said. Behold, deceived by faithless treaty, here, mid snares by the malignant Ethiop laid, transfixed with deadly dart the warrior lies, in whom the age's worthiest champion dies. Under Italian escort next they see, where the 12th Louis o'er the hills is gone. 404. Has by its roots uptorn the mulberry, and in Visconti's land the lilies sown. Treading in Charles's steps, by him shall be bridges athwart the Garigliano throne. Yet after shall he mourn his army's slaughter, dispersed and drowning in that fatal water. The Lord pursues, with no less overthrow. Broken in Puglia, see the Gallic train. In him who twice entraps the routed foe. Gonslavo you behold, the pride of Spain. Fortune to Louis a fair face shall show. As late a troubled mien, upon that plain, which even to where vexed Adria pours her tides, between Alp and Apennine, divides. The host reproved himself, while so he said, and pieced his tale, as having left untold things first in order, next to them displayed. A royal castle by its warder sold, a prisoner by the faithless Switzer made. He shows the lord who hired him with his gold 405. Which double treason, without couching lance, has given the victory to the King of France. That warder then shows Caesar Borgia, grown puissant in Italy 406 through this king's grace. For all Rome's peerage, and all lords that own her sway, he into exile seems to chase. Then shows the king, that will the saw take down, and papal acorns in Bologna place 407. Then Genoa's burghers, by this monarch broke 408. And rebel city stooping to his yoke. You see, pursued that warder, how with dead covered is Giaradada's green champaign. 409. It seems each city opes her gates through dread, and Venice scarce her freedom can maintain. You see he suffers not the church's head, passing the narrow confines of Romaine. Medina from Ferrara's Duke to Rive, who would not to that prince a remnant leave. Nay he Bologna rescues from his sway, whither the Bentivogli them betake. You next see Louis siege to Brescia lay, and the close-straitened city storm and take. Felsina almost at the same time stay, with succor, and the papal army break. And next, 'twould seem, that either hostile band lies tented upon Chassis level strand. On this side France, upon the other Spain, extend their files, and battle rages high. Fast fall the men at arms in either train, and the green earth is tinged with crimson dye. Flooded with human gore seems every drain. Mars doubts to whom to give the victory, when through Alfonso's worth 410 the Spaniards yield, and the victorious Franks maintain the field. And, for Ravenna sacked and ravaged lies, the Roman pastor bites his lips through woe. Called by him, from the hills, in tempest's guise, swoop the fierce Germans on the fields below. It seems each Frenchman unresisting flies, chased by their bands beyond the mountain snow, and that they set the mulberry's thriving shoot there, whence they plucked the golden lily's root. Behold the Frank returns, and here behold, is broken, by the faithless Swiss betrayed, 411. He, that his royal father seized and sold, whose succor dearly by the youth is paid. Those over whom false fortunes will had rolled, erewhile, beneath another king arrayed. You here behold, preparing to efface, with vengeful deed Navarra's late disgrace, and see with better auspices return the valiant Francis, foremost of his train. Whoso shall break the haughty Switzer's horn, that little short of spent their bands remain, and them shall never more the style adorn, usurped by that foul troop of churlish vein, of scourge of princes, and the faith's defense, to which those rustics rude shall make pretence. Lo! He takes Milan, in the league's despite. Lo! With the youthful Sforza makes accord. Lo! Bourbon 412 the fair city keeps, in right of Francis, from the furious German horde. Lo! While in other high emprise and fight, elsewhere is occupied his royal lord, nor knows the pride and license of his host. Through these the city shall anew be lost. Lo! Other Francis 413 who his grandsire's vain inherits, not his generous name alone, who by the Church's favor will regain the Gaul expelled, a land which was his own. France too returns, but keeps a tighter reign. Nor over Italy, as wont, has flown. For Mantua's noble duke the foe shall stay, and, at Ticino's passage, bar his way. Though on his cheek youth's blossoms scarce appear, worthy immortal glory, Frederick shines. And well that praise deserves, since by his spear, but more by care and skill, Pavia's lines against the French defends that cavalier, and frustrates the Lion S414 bold designs. You see two marquises, Italia's boast, and both, alike the terror of our host. Both of one blood and of one nest they are. The foremost is the bold Alfonso's seed, whom, led by that false black into the snare, you late beheld in purple torrent bleed. You see defeated by his counsel where how oft the Franks from Italy recede. The next, of visage so benign and bright, is Lord of Guasto and Alfonso hight. This is that goodly knight, whose praise you heard when rugged Ischia's island I displayed, of whom sage Merlin, with prophetic word, to Pharamond such mighty matters said, whose birth should to that season be deferred, when more than ever such a champion's aid against the barbarous enemy's attack vexed Italy, and Church, and Empire lack. He in his cousin of Pescara's rear, Prosper Colonna, chief of that emprise, makes the rude Switzer pay by cock a deer 415, paid by the Frenchman in yet dearer wise. Behold where France prepares for fresh career, and to repair her many losses tries. Behold one host on Lombardy descend, behold that other against Naples wend. Bust she, that moves us like the dust which flies before the restless wind, which whirls it round, lifts if aloft a while, and from the skies blows back anew the rising cloud to ground. To 100,000 swells, in France's eyes, the soldiers who Pavia's walls surround. The monarch sees but that which he commands, nor marks how wax or waste his leaguering bands. 'Tis thus that, through the greedy servant's sin, and easy sovereign's goodness, on his side, the files beneath his banners muster thin, when in his midnight camp, to arms is cried. For by the wary Spaniards charged within his ramparts is he. Foes that with the guide of Avallo's fair lineage, would essay to make to heaven or hell their desperate way. You see the best of the nobility of all fair France extinguished on the field. How many swords, how many lances, see the Spaniards round the valiant monarch wield. Behold, his horse falls under him, yet he will neither own himself subdued, or yield, though to assault him from all sides is run by wrathful bands, and succor there is none. The monarch well defends him from the foe, all over bathed with blood of hostile vein. But valor stoops at last to numbers, lo! The king is taken, is conveyed to Spain, and all upon Pescara's lord bestow, and him of that inseparable twain, of Guasto hight, the praise and prime renown. For that great king captived and host o'erthrown, this host o'erthrown upon Pavia's plains, that, bound for Naples, halts upon its way, as an ill-nourished lamp or taper wanes, for want of wax or oil, with flickering ray. Lo! The king leaves his sons in Spanish chains, and home returns, his own domain to sway. Lo! While in Italy he leads his band, another wars upon his native land. 416. In every part you see how Rome is woe. 417. Mid ruthless rapine, murder, fire, and rape, see all to wasting rack and ruin go, and nothing human or divine escape. The league's men hear the shrieks, behold the glow of hostile fires, and lo! They backward shape their course, where they should hurry on their way, and leave the pontiff to his foes a prey. Lautrec the monarch sends with other bands, yet not anew to war on Lombardy, but to deliver from rapacious hands the church's head and limbs, already free. So slowly he performs the king's commands. Next, overrun by him the kingdom see, and his strong arms against the city turned, wherein the siren's body lies inurned. 418. Lo! The imperial squadrons thither steer, 419. Aid to the leaguered city to convey. And lo! Burnt, sunk, destroyed, they disappear, encountered by the Doria in midway. Behold! How fortune light does shift and veer, so friendly to the Frenchman till this day, who slays their host with fever, not with lance, nor of 1001 returns to France. These histories and more the pictures shew, for to tell all would ask too long a strain, in beauteous colors and of different hue. Since such that hall, it these could well contain. The painting twice and thrice those guests review, nor how to leave them knows the lingering train. 'Twould seem, perusing oft what they behold, inscribed below the beauteous work in gold, when with these pictures they their sight had fed, and talked long while, these ladies and the rest, they to their chambers by that lord were led, wont much to worship every worthy guest. Already all were sleeping, when her bed at last Duke Amon's beauteous daughter pressed. She here, she there, her restless body throws, now right, now left, but vainly seeks repose. Yet slumber toward dawn, and in a dream, the form of her Rogero seems to view. The vision cries, why vex yourself, and deem things real which are hollow and untrue? Backward shall sooner flow the mountain stream, than I to other turn my thought from you. When you I love not, then unloved by me, this heart, these apples of mine eyes, will be. Hither have I repaired, it seemed he said, to be baptized and do as I professed. If I have lingered, I have been delayed by other wound than that of love oppressed. With that he vanished from the martial maid, and with the vision broken was her rest. New floods of tears the awakened damsel shed, and to herself in this sad fashion said, what pleased was but a dream, alas! A sheer reality is this my waking bane, my joy a dream and prompt to disappear. No dream my cruel and tormenting pain. Ah! Wherefore what I seem to see and hear, cannot I, waking, see and hear again? What ails ye, wretched eyes, that closed ye show unreal good, and open but on woe? Sweet sleep with promised peace my soul did buoy, but I to bitter warfare wake anew. Sweet sleep but brought with it fallacious joy, but, sure and bitter, waking ills ensue. If falsehood so delight and truth annoy, never more may I see or hear what's true. If sleeping brings me weal, and watching woe, the pains of waking may I never know. Blessed animals that sleep through half the year, nor ope your heavy eyelids, night nor day. For if such tedious sleep like death appear, such watching is like life, I will not say. Since, such my lot, beyond all wont, severe, I death in watching, life in sleep essay. But oh! If death such sleep resemble, death, even now I pray stop my fleeting breath. The clouds were gone, the horizon overspread with glowing crimson by the newborn sun. And in these signs, unlike the past, was read a better promise of the day begun. When Bradamant upstart from her bed, and armed her for the journey to be done, her thanks first rendered to the courteous lord, for his kind of cheer and hospitable board. And found, the lady messenger, with maid and squire, had issued from the castled hold, and was afield, where her arrival stayed. Those 3 good warriors, those the damsel bold, the eve before had on the champaign laid, cast from their horses by her lance of gold, and who had suffered, to their mighty pain, all night, the freezing wind and pattering rain. Add to such ill, that, hungering sore for food, they and their horses, through the livelong night, trampling the mire with chattering teeth, had stood. But, what well nigh engendered more despite, say not well nigh, more moved the warriors' mood, was that they knew the damsel would recite how they had been unhorsed by hostile lance, in the first course which they had run in France, and, each resolved to die or else his name forthwith in new encounter to retrieve. That Eulalie, the message-bearing dame, whose style no longer I unmentioned leave, a fairer notion of their knightly fame than heretofore, might haply now conceive. Bold Bradamant anew to fight defied, when of the drawbridge clear they her descried, not thinking, howsoe'er, she was a maid, who in no look or act the maid confiest. Duke Amon's daughter, loath to be delayed, refuses, as a traveller that is pressed. But they so often and so sorely prayed, that she could ill refuse the king's request. Her lance she levels, at 3 strokes extends all 3 on earth, and thus the warfare ends. For Bradamant no more her courser wield, but turned her back upon the foe's o'erthrown. They, that intent to gain the golden shield, had sought a land so distant from their own, rising in sullen silence from the field. For speech with all their hardihood was gone, appeared as stupefied by their surprise, nor to Eulalie dared to lift their eyes. For they, as thither they their course addressed, had vaunted to the maid in boasting vain, no paladin or knight with lance in rest against the worst his saddle could maintain, to make them veil yet more their haughty crest, and look upon the world with less disdain. She tells them, by no paladin or peer were they unhorsed, but by a woman's spear. Now what of Roland's and Rinaldo's might? Not without reason held in such renown. Ought you to think, she said, when thus in fight, ye by a female hand are overthrown? Say, if the buckler one of these requite, better than by a woman ye have done, will ye by those redoubt warriors do? So think not I, nor haply think so you. This may suffice you all, and need in none a clearer proof of prowess to display. And who desires, if rashly any one desires, again his valor to essay, would add but scathe to shame, now made his own. Now, and the same today as yesterday. Unless perchance he thinks it praise and gain, by such illustrious warriors to be slain, when they by Eulalie were certified. A woman's hand had caused their overthrow, who with a deeper black than pitch had dyed their honor, heretofore so fair of show, and more than 10 her story testified, where one sufficed, with such o'erwhelming woe. Were they posseist, they with such fury burned, they well nigh on themselves their weapons turned. What arms they had upon them, they unbound, and cast them, strung by rage and fury sore, into the moat which girt that castle round, nor even kept the falchions which they wore. And, since a woman them had cast to ground, o'erwhelmed with rage and shame, the warriors swore themselves of such a crying shame to clear, they, without bearing arms, would pass a year, and that they evermore afoot would fare, up hill or down, by mountain or by plain. Nor, when the year was ended, would they wear the knightly mail or climb the steed again, save that from other they by force should bear in battle, other steeds and other chain. So, without arms, to punish their misdeeds. These went afoot, those others on their steeds. Lodged in a township at the fall of night. Duke Amon's daughter, journeying Paris ward. Here's how King Agramant was foiled in fight. Good harborage with all of bed and board. She in her hostel found, but small delight. This and all comforts else to her afford. For the sad damsel meat and sleep forgoes. Nor finds a resting place, far less repose. But so I will not on her story dwell. As not to seek anew the valiant twain. Who, by consent, beside a lonely well, had tied their goodly coursers by the rein. I of their war to you some deal will tell. A war not waged for empire or domain. But that the best should buckle to his side. Good Durindana, and Bayardo ride. No signal they, no trumpet they attend. To blow them to the lists, no master who should teach them when to foin and when to fend. Or wake their sleeping wrath. Their swords they drew. Then, one against the other, boldly wend. With lifted blades, the quick and dexterous too. Already'd gone the champion's fury heat. And fast and hard their swords were heard to beat. None e'er by proof two other falchions chose. For sound and solid, able to endure 3 strokes alone of such conflicting foes. Passing all means and measure. But so pure. So perfect was their temper, from all blows. By such repeated trial so secure. They in 1,000 strokes might clash on high. Nay more, nor yet the solid metal fly. With mickle industry, with mighty pain. And art, Rinaldo, shifting here and there. Avoids the deadly dint of Durindane. Well knowing how 'tis wont to cleave and tear. Gradasso struck with greater might and main. But well nigh all his strokes were spent in air. If he sometimes smote, he smote on part. Where Durindana wrought less harm than smart. Rinaldo with more skill his blade inclined. And stunned the arm of Saracana's lord. Him oft he reached where casque and coat confined. And often raked his haunches with the sword. But adamantine was his corselet's rind. Nor link the restless falchion broke or bored. If so impassive was the Paynim scale. No, charmed by magic was the stubborn male. Without reposing they long time had been. Upon their deadly battle so intent. That, save on one another's troubled mien. Their angry eyes the warriors had not bent. When such dispiteous war and deadly spleen, diverted by another strife, were spent. Hearing a mighty noise, both champions turn. And good Bayardo, sore bested, discern. They good Bayardo by a monster view. A bird, and bigger than that courser, pressed. Above 3 yards in length appeared to view. The monster's beak, a bat in all the rest. Equipped with feathers, black as ink in hue. And piercing talons was the winged pest. An eye of fire it had, a cruel look. And, like ship sails, 2 spreading pinions shook. Perhaps it was a bird, but when or where? Another bird resembling this was seen. I know not, nor have I anywhere. Except in Turpin, heard that such has been. Hence that it was a fiend, to upper air. Evoked from depths of nether hell I ween. Which Malagigi raised by magic sleight. That so he might disturb the champion's fight. So deemed Rinaldo too, and contest sore. Twixt him and Malagigi hence begun. But he would not confess the charge. Nay swore. Even by the light which lights the glorious sun. That he might clear him of the blame he bore. He had not that which was imputed done. Whether a fiend or foul, the pest descends. And good Bayardo with his talons rends. Quickly the steed, possessed of mickle might, breaks loose, and, in his fury and despair, against the monster strives with kick and bite. But swiftly he retires and soars in air. He thence returning, prompt to wheel and smite, circles and beats the courser, here and there. Wholly unskilled in fence, and sore bested, Bayardo swiftly from the monster fled. Bayardo to the neighboring forest flies, seeking the closest shade and thickest spray. Above the feathered monster flaps, with eyes intent to mark where widest is the way. But that good horse the greenwood threads, and lies at last within a grot, concealed from day. When the winged beast has lost Bayardo's traces, he soars aloft, and other quarry chases. Rinaldo and Gradasso, who descried Bayardo's flight, the conqueror's destined meed, the battle to suspend, on either side, till they regained the goodly horse, agreed, saved from that foul which chased him, far and wide, conditioning whichever found the steed, with him anew should to that fountain wend, beside whose brim their battle they should end. Quitting the fount, they follow, where they view new prints upon the forest greensward made, by much Bayardo distances the two, whose tardy feet their wishes ill obeyed. Himself the king on his Alfana threw, that near at hand was tethered in the glade, leaving his foe behind in evil plight, never more malcontent and vexed in sprite. Rinaldo ceased in little time to spy Bayardo's traces, whose strange course had run, and made for thorny thicket, wet or dry, tree, rock, or river, with design to shun those cruel claws, which, pouncing from the sky, to him such outrage and such scathe had done. Rinaldo, after labor vain and sore, to await him at the fount returned once more, in case, as erst concerted by the twain, the king should thither with the steed resort. But having sought him there with little gain, fared to his camp afoot, with piteous port. Return we now to him of Saracen, he that had sped withal in other sort, who, not by judgment, guided to his prey, but his rare fortune, heard Bayardo neigh, and found him shrouded in his caverned lair. So sore moreover by his fright oppressed, he feared to issue into open air. Thus of that horse himself the king posseist, well he remembered their conditions were, to bring him to the fount, but little pressed. Now was that night to keep the promise made, and thus within himself in secret said, win him who will, in war and strife. I more desire in peace to make the steed my own. From the world's further side, did I of yore wend hitherward, and for this end alone. Having the courser, he mistakes me sore, that thinks the prize by me will be forgone. Him would Rinaldo conquer, let him fare to Ind, as I to France have made repair. For him no less secure is Saracen than twice for me has been his France, he said, and pricked for alls, along the road most plain, and in its haven found the fleet arrayed, freighted with him, the steed and Durindane, a well-rigged galley from that harbor weighed. Of these hereafter, I, at other call, now quit Rinaldo, king, and France, and all. Astolfo in his flight will I pursue, that made his hippogriff like palfrey flee, with reins and selle, so quick the welkin threw, that hawk and eagle soar a course less free. O'er the wide land of Gaul the warrior flew, from Pyrenees to Rhine, from sea to sea. He westward to the mountains turned aside, which France's fertile land from Spain divide. To Aragon he passed out of Navarre. They who beheld, sore wondering at the sight. Then leaves he Tarragon behind him far. Upon his left, Biscay upon his right. Traversed Castile, Galicia, Lisbon, R. Seville and Cordova, with rapid flight. Nor city on seashore, nor inland plain, is unexplored throughout the realm of Spain. Beneath him Cadiz and the strait he spied, where whilom good Alcides closed the way, from the Atlantic to the further side. Of Egypt, bent o'er Africa, to stray. The famous Balearic Isles descried. And Ivica, that in his passage lay. Toward Argila then he turned the rein. Above the sea that severs it from Spain. Morocco, Fez, and Oran, looking down. Hippona, Argier, he, and Bugia told. Which from all cities bear away the crown. No palm or parsley wreath, but crown of gold. Noble Biserta next and Tunis town. Capus, Alzerba's isle, the warrior bold. Tripoli, Bernice, Ptolemida viewed. And into Asia's land the Nile pursued. Twixt Atlas' shaggy ridges and the shore. He viewed each regions in his spacious round. He turned his back upon Carina hoar. And skimmed above the Cyrenean ground. Passing the sandy desert of the Moor. In Alba Jada, reached the Nubians bound. Left Badis' tomb behind him on the plain, for 20. And Ammon's, now dilapidated, fane. To other Tremezan he posts, where bred. As well the people are in Mahound's style. For other Ethiops than his pinions spread. Which face the first, and lie beyond the Nile. Between Koli and Dabeda sped. Bound for the Nubian city's royal pile. Threading the two, where, ranged on either land. Moslems and Christians watch, with arms in hand. In Ethiopia's realm Senapus reigns. Whose scepter is the cross, of cities brave. Of men, of gold Pausiest, and broad domains. Which the Red Sea's extremest waters lave. A faith well nigh like ours that king maintains. Which man from his primeval doom may save. Here, save I err in what their rites require. The swarthy people are baptized with fire. 421. Astolfo lighted in the spacious court. Intending on the Nubian king to wait. Less strong than sumptuous is the wealthy fort. Wherein the royal Ethiop keeps his state. The chains that serve the drawbridge to support. The bolts, the bars. The hinges of the gate. And finally whatever we behold. Here wrought in iron, there is wrought in gold. High prized withal, albeit it so abound. Is that best metal, lodges built in air. Which on all sides the wealthy pile surround. Clear colonnades with crystal shafts upbear. Of green, white, crimson, blue and yellow ground. A frieze extends below those galleries fair. Here at due intervals rich gems combine. And topaz, sapphire, emerald, ruby shine. In wall and roof and pavement scattered are. Full many a pearl, full many a costly stone. Here thrives the balm. The plants were ever rare. Compared with these, which were in Jewry grown. The musk which we possess from thence we bear. From thence on other shores in amber thrown. In fine those products from this clime are brought. Which in our regions are so prized and sought. The Sultan, king of the Egyptian land. Pays tribute to this sovereign, as his head. They say, since having Nile at his command. He may divert the stream to other bed. Hence, with its district upon either hand. Forthwith might Cairo lack its daily bread. Senapus him his Nubian tribes proclaim. We priest and Prester John the sovereign name. 422. Of all those Ethiop monarchs, beyond measure. The first was this, for riches and for might. But he with all his puissance, all his treasure. Alas! Had miserably lost his sight. And yet was this the monarch's least displeasure. Vexed by a direr and a worse despite. Harassed, though richest of those Nubian kings. By a perpetual hunger's cruel stings. Weaner to eat or drink the wretched man. Prepared, by that resistless need pursued. Forthwith, infernal and avenging clan. Appeared the monstrous harpies' craving brood. Which, armed with beak and talons, overran vessel and board, and preyed upon the food. And what their wombs suffice not to receive. foul and defiled the loathsome monsters leave. And this, because upborne by such a tide of full-blown honors, in his unripe age. For he excelled in heart and nerve, beside the riches of his royal heritage. Like Lucifer, the monarch waxed in pride, and war upon his maker thought to wage. He with his host against the mountain went, where Egypt's mighty river finds a vent. Upon this hill which well-nigh kissed the skies, 423. Piercing the clouds, the king had heard recite, was seated the terrestrial paradise, where our first parents flourished in delight. With camels, elephants, and footmen highs. Thither that king, confiding in his might, with huge desire if peopled be the land, to bring its nations under his command. God marred the rash emprise, and from on high sent down an angel, whose destroying sword 100,000 of that chivalry slew, and to endless night condemned their lord. Emerging, next, from hellish caverns, fly these horrid harpies and assault his board, which still pollute or waste the royal meat, nor leave the monarch aught to drink or eat. And him had plunged in uttermost despair one that to him erewhile had prophesied the loathsome harpies should his daily fare leave unpolluted only, when astride of winged horse, arriving through the air, an armed cavalier should be descried. And, for impossible appears the thing, devoid of hope remains the mournful king. Now that with wonderment his followers spy the English cavalier so make his way o'er every wall, o'er every turret high. Some swiftly to the king the news convey, who calls to mind that ancient prophecy, and heedless of the staff, his wonted stay, through joy, with outstretched arms and tottering feet, comes forth, the flying cavalier to meet. Within the castle court Astolfo flew, and there, with spacious wheels, on earth descended. The king, conducted by his courtly crew, before the warrior knelt, with arms extended, and cried, "Thou angel sent of God, thou new Messiah, if too sore I have offended, for mercy, yet, bethink thee, 'tis our bent to sin, and thine to pardon who repent. Knowing my sin, I ask not, to be such grace I dare not ask, restored to light. For well I ween such power resides in thee, as being accepted in thy Maker's sight. Let it suffice, that I no longer see, nor let me with perpetual hunger fight. At least, expel the harpies' loathsome horde, nor let them more pollute my ravaged board. And I to build thee, in my royal hold, a holy temple, made of marble, swear, with all its portals and its roof of gold, and decked, within and out, with jewels rare. Here shall thy mighty miracle be told, in sculpture, and thy name the dome shall bear." So spake the sightless king of Nubia's reign, and sought to kiss the stranger's feet in vain. Nor angel, good Astolfo made reply, nor new Messiah, I from heaven descend. No less a mortal and a sinner I, to such high grace unworthy to pretend. To slay the monsters I all means will try, or drive them from the realm which they offend. If I shall prosper, be thy praises paid to God alone, who sent me to thine aid. Offer these vows to God, to him well due. To him thy churches build, thine altars rear. Discoursing so, together wend the two, mid barons bold, that king and cavalier. The Nubian prince commands the menial crew forthwith to bring the hospitable cheer, and hopes that now the foul, rapacious band will not dare snatch the victual from his hand. Forthwith a solemn banquet they prepare, within the gorgeous palace of the king. Seated alone here guest and sovereign are, and the attendant troop the viands bring. Behold! A whizzing sound is heard in air, which echoes with the beat of savage wing. Behold! The band of harpies thither flies, lured by the scent of victual from the skies. All bear a female face of pallid dye, and 7 in number are the horrid band. Emaciated with hunger, lean, and dry, fouler than death. The pinions they expand, ragged, and huge, and shapeless to the eye. The talon crooked, rapacious is the hand, fetid and large the paunch, in many a fold. Like snakes, their long and knotted tails are rolled. The fowls are heard in air. Then swoops amain. The covey well nigh in that instant, rends the food, o'erturns the vessels, and a rain of noisome ordure on the board descends. To stop their nostrils king and duke are fain. Such an insufferable stench offends against the greedy birds, as wrath excites. Astolpho with his brandished falchion smites. At croup or collar now he aims his blow. Now strikes at neck or pinion, but on all, as if he smote upon a bag of tow. The strokes without effect and languid fall. This while nor dish nor goblet they forego, nor void those ravening fowls the regal hall, till they have feasted full, and left the food waste or polluted by their rapine rude. That king had firmly hoped the cavalier would from his royal seat the harpies scare. He now, that hope foregone, with naught to cheer, laments, and sighs, and groans in his despair. Of his good horn remembers him the peer, whose clangors helpful aye in peril are, and deems his bugle were the fittest mean to free the monarch from those birds unclean, and first to fill their ears, to king and train. With melted wax, Astolpho gives command, that every one who hears the deafening strain may not in panic terror fly the land. He takes the reins, his courser backs again, grasps the enchanted bugle in his hand, and to the sewer next signs to have the board anew with hospitable victual stored. The meats he to an open galley bears, and other banquet spreads on other ground. Behold, as wont, the harpy squad appears. Astolpho quickly lifts the bugles round, and, for unguarded are their harassed ears, the harpies are not proof against the sound. In terror form the royal dome they speed, nor meet nor aught beside the monsters heed. After them spurs in haste the valiant peer, and on the winged courser forth is flown, leaving beneath him, in his swift career, the royal castle and the crowded town. The bugle ever pealing, far and near. The harpies fly toward the torrid zone, nor light until they reach that loftiest mountain, where springs, if anywhere, Nile's secret fountain. Almost at that aerial mountain's feet, deep under earth, extends a gloomy cell. The surest pass for him, as they repeat, that would at any time descend to hell. Hither the predatory troop retreat, as a safe refuge from the deafening yell. As far, and farther than Cocytus' shore, descending, till that horn is heard no more. At that dark hellish inlet, which away opens to him who would abandon light, the terrifying bugle ceased to bray. The courser furled his wings and stopped his flight. But, ere Astolpho further I convey, not to depart from my accustomed right, since on all sides the paper overflows, I shall conclude my canto and repose. Canto. Chapter 34. In the infernal pit Astolpho hears of Lydia's woe, by smoke well nigh oppressed. He mounts anew, and him his courser bears to the terrestrial paradise at rest. By John advised in all, to heaven he steers. Of some of his lost sense here repossessed, Orlando's wasted wit as well he takes. Sees the fates spin their threads, and earthward makes. O fierce and hungry harpies, that on blind and erring Italy so full have fed, for 24. Whom, for the scourge of ancient sins designed, Haply just heaven to every board has sped. Innocent children, pious mothers, pined with hunger, die, and see their daily bread. The orphans and the widow's scanty food feed for a single feast that filthy brood. Too foul a fault was his, who did unclose that cave long shut, and made the passage free, from whence that greediness, that filth arose. Our Italy's infection doomed to be. Then was good life extinguished, and repose so banished, that with strife and poverty, with fear and trouble, is she still perplexed, and shall for many a future year be vexed, till she her sons has shaken by the hair, and from Lethean sloth to life restored, exclaiming, will none imitate that pair? Zeths and Calais, for 25 with avenging sword, rescue from claws and stench our goodly fare, and cleanse and glad anew the genial board, as they King Phineas from those fowls released, and England's peer restored the Nubians' feast. Hunting those hideous birds, that cavalier, I scared them with the bugle's horrid sound, till at the mountain cave his long career he closed, and ran the monstrous troop to ground. Attentive to the vent he held his ear, and in that troubled cavern heard rebound weeping and wailing, and eternal yell, proof certain that its entrance led to hell. Astolpho doubts if he within shall wend, and see those wretched ones expelled from day, into the central pit of earth descend, and the infernal gulfs around survey. Why should I fear, that on my horn depend for certain succor? Did the warrior say, Satan and Pluto so will I confound, and drive before me their three-headed hound. He speedily his winged horse forsook, him to a sapling near at hand he ties. The cavern entered next, but first he took his horn, whereon the knight in all relies. Not far has he advanced before a smoke, obscure and foul, offends his nose and eyes. Ranker than pitch and sulphur is the stench, yet not thereat does good Astolpho blench. But as he more descends into that lair, so much he finds the smoke and vapor worse, and it appears he can no further fare. Nay, backward must retrace his way perforce. Lo! Something, what he knows not, he in air espies, that seems in motion, like a corse, upon whose wasted form long time had beat the winter's rain and summer's scorching heat. In that dim cavern was so little light. Yea, well nigh might be said that light was none. Not sees or comprehends the English knight what wavers so above that vapor dun. For surer proof, a stroke or two would smite with his good falchion Otho's valiant son 426. Then deemed that duke it was a spirit, whom he seemed to strike amid the misty gloom, when him a melancholy voice addressed. Ah! Without harming other, downward wend me but too sore the sable fumes molest, which hither from the hellish fires ascend. Thereat the duke, amazed, his steps repressed, and to the spirit cried, so may heaven send a respite from the vapors that exhale, as thou shalt deign to tell thy mournful tale, and to be known on earth shouldst thou be fain. Thee will I satisfy. To him the sprite, so sweet it seems to me, in fame again, thus to return into the glorious light. My huge desire such favor to obtain forces my words from me in my despite, constraining me to tell the things ye seek, though 'tis annoyance and fatigue to speak. Lydia, the child of Lydia's king, am I, 427. To proud estate and princely honors born, condemned by righteous doom of God on high, in murky smoke eternally to mourn, because a kindly lover's constancy I, while I lived, repaid with spite and scorn. With countless others swarm these grots below, for the same sin, condemned to the same woe. Yet lower down, harsh Anaxarete 428. Suffers worse pain where thicker fumes arise. Heaven changed her flesh to stone, and here to be tormented, her afflicted spirit dies. In that unmoved she, hung in air could see a lover vest by her barbarities. Here Daphne learns how rashly she had done in having given Apollo such a run of hosts of ingrate women in this cell. Confined, it would be tedious to recite. If, one by one, I upon these should dwell. So many, their amount is infinite. 'Twould be more tedious of the men to tell, whose base ingratitude do pains requite, and whom, in a more dismal prison pent, smoke blinds, and everlasting fires torment. Since to belief soft woman is more prone, he that deceives her, merits heavier pain. To Theseus and to Jason this is known, and him that vexed of old the Latian reign. 429. And him that of his brother Absalon erewhile provoked the pestilent disdain. Because of the mar, countless is the horde of those who left a wife or wedded lord. But, rather of my state than theirs to shew, and sin which brought me hither, I was fair, but so much haughtier was than fair of hue. I know not if I ever equalled were, nor which was most excessive of the two. My pride of beauty, could to thee declare, though it is certain, pride but took its rise in that rare loveliness which pleased all eyes. There lived a Thracian knight, for warlike skill and prowess, upon earth without a peer, who, voiced by many a worthy witness still, the praises of my matchless charms did hear. So that, of forethought and his own free will, fixed all his love on me that cavalier, weening this wife that I, upon my part, should for his valor duly prize his heart. He came to Lydia, and by faster tie was fettered at my sight, and there enrolled amid my royal father's chivalry. In mickle fame increased that baron bold. His feats of many a sort, and valor high, would make a tale too tedious to be told, with what his boundless merit had deserved, if a more grateful master he had served. Pamphylia, Curia, and Cilicia's reign, through him, my father brought beneath his sway, who never moved afield his martial train. But when that warrior pointed out the way, he, when he deemed he had deserved such gain, pressed close the Lydian king, upon a day, and craved me from the monarch as his wife, as meed of all that booty made in strife. Rejected of the monarch was the peer, who was resolved his child should highly wed, not him who was a simple cavalier, who, saving valor, was with naught bested. For on my father, bent on gain and gear, and avarice, of all vice the fountainhead, manners and merit for as little pass as the lute's music on the lumpish ass. Alcestes, he of whom I speak, so hight that warrior, when he sees his suit denied, repulsed by one, by whom he had most right to think that he should most be gratified, craves his discharge, and threatens he this slight will make the Lydian monarch dear abide. The Armenian, an old rival of my sire, and mortal for, he sought with this desire. And so the monarch urged, he made him rear his banner, and attack my sire. And, through his famous feats, that Thracian cavalier was named the captain of the invading crew. For the Armenian sovereign, far and near, all things, so said the knight, he would subdue. But claiming as his share, when all was won, my sovereign beauties for the service done, I ill to you the mischief could express. Alcestes did us in that war o'erthrown. By him 4 armies were, and he in less than 1 short 12-month left us neither town, not tower, save one, where cliffs forbade access. 'Twas here my sire, amid those of his own, whom most he loved, took refuge, in his need. With all the wealth he could collect with speed. Us in this fortilage the knight attacked. And shortly to such desperation drave, that gladly would the king have made a pact, to yield me for his consort, yea his slave. With half our realm, if certain by that act, himself from every other loss to save. Right sure he otherwise should forfeit all. And, after, die in bonds, a captive thrall. Before this happened, to try every way of remedy the Lydian king was bent. And thither, where Alcestis' army lay, me, the first cause of all the mischief, sent. To yield my person to him as a prey. I with intention to Alcestis went. To bid him take what portion of our reign he pleased, and pacify his fierce disdain. When of my coming that good knight does know, me he encounters pale and trembling sore. 'Twould seem a vanquished man's a prisoner's brow. He, rather than a victor's semblance, bore. I who perceive he loves, address not now the warrior as I was resolved before. My vantage I descry, and shift my ground, to fit the state wherein that knight was found. To curse the warrior's passion I begun, and of his crying cruelty complained, since foully by my father had he done, and me would have by violence constrained, who with more grace my person would have won. Nor waited many days, had he maintained his course of courtship, as begun whilera, to king and all of us so passing dear. And if the honest suit he hoped to gain had been at first rejected by my sire, 'twas, he was some deal of a churlish vein, nor ever yielded to a first desire. He should not therefore, restive to the reign, have left his goodly task, so prompt to ire. Sure, passing I from good to better deed, in little time to win the wished for meed. And if my father would not have been won, to him I would so earnestly have prayed, that he my lover should have made his son. Nay, had my royal sire my suit gainsayed, for him in secret that I would have done, wherewith he should have deemed himself apaid. But since, it seemed, he other means designed, never to love him had I fixed my mind. And, though I sought him, at my father's hest, and pious love for him had been my guide, he might be sure, not long should be pauciest. The bliss that I, in my despite, supplied, for the red blood should issue from my breast, as soon as his ill will was satisfied. On this my wretched person, which alone he so by brutal force should make his own. With these, and words like these, I moved the peer, when I such puissance in myself espied, and him so contrite made, in desert drear, was never seen a saint more mortified. Before my feet the doleful cavalier fell down, and snatched a poniard from his side, which, he protested, I perforce should take, and for so foul a sin my vengeance slake, to push my mighty victory to an end. I scheme, when him I see in such distress, and give him hopes he may even yet pretend, that I deservedly his love should bless, if he his ancient error will amend, will of his realm my father repossess, and will in future time deserve my charms, by love and service, not by force of arms. So promised he to do, and set me free, and let me, as I came, untouched, depart. Nor even to kiss my lips he ventured. See, if he is yoked securely, if his heart love has well touched with the desire of me, if he for him need feather other dart, he seeks the Armenian, why by pact should take whatever spoil the conquering armies make, and him, as best he might, would fain persuade to leave to Lydia's monarch his domain, upon whose wasted lands his host had preyed, and rest content with his Armenian reign. He would not hear of this, the monarch said, with cheers with fury swollen, nor would refrain from pressing Lydia's king with armed band, so long as he possessed a palm of land. And if the knight, when a vile woman sues, his purpose shift, let him the evil bear. He will not, for the warrior's asking, lose what he has hardly conquered in a year. Alcestis to the king his suit renews, and next complains, that he rejects his prayer. At length the Thracian fires, and threatens high. By love or force the monarch shall comply. So kindling anger waxed between the two. It urged them from ill words to worser deed. Upon the king his sword Alcestis drew, though thousands aid the monarch in his need. And, in despite of all, their sovereign slew. And made that day as well the Armenian bleed, backed by the Thracians and Cilicians' aid. And other followers, by the warrior paid. His conquest he pursued, and, at his cost, without expense to us, in less than 1 short month, the kingdom by my father lost, restored, and, to repair the mischief done, beside spoil given, he conquered with his host, taxing or taking what his arms had won, Armenia and Cappadocia which confine, and scoured Hyrcania to the distant brine. Him not to greet with triumphs, but to slay. Returning from that warfare, we intend. But, fearing failure, our design delay. In that we find too many him befriend. Feeding him I with hope from day to day. I for the Thracian warrior love pretend. But first declare my will that he oppose, and prove his valor on our other foes. And him, now sole, now ill accompanied, on strange and perilous emprise I speed, wherein 1,000 knights might well have died. But all things happily with him succeed, for victory was ever on his side. And oft with horrid foes of monstrous breed, with giants and with Lestrigons, who brought damage in our domains, the warrior fought. Nor Juno, nor Eurystheus, in such chase, ever renowned Alcides vexed so sore. In Erymanth, Nemea, Lerna, Thrace, Aetolia, Africa, by Tiber's shore, by Ebro's sunny bank, or other place, as, hiding murderous hate, while I implore, I exercise my lover still in strife, with the same fell design upon his life. Unable to achieve my first intent, I on a scheme of no less mischief fall. Through me, all deemed his friends by him are shent, who thus bring down on him the hate of all. The Thracian leader never more content than to obey, whatever be the call, is at my bidding ever prompt to smite, without regarding who or what the wight. When I perceive that, through the warrior's mien, extinguished is my father's every foe, and, conquered by himself, that knight is seen friendless, through us, I now the mask forego. What I, from him, beneath a flattering mien, had hitherto concealed, I plainly show. What deep and deadly hate by bosom fired, and that I but to work his death desired. Then, thinking if such course I should pursue, that public shame would still the deed attend. For men too well my obligations knew, and would be prompt my cruelty to shend. Meseemed enough to drive him from my view, so that he should no more my eyes offend. Nor would I more address or see the peer, nor letter would receive or message hear. This my ingratitude in him such pain at length produced, that mastered by his woe, after entreating mercy long in vain, he sickened sore and sank beneath the blow. For pain which fits my sin, dark fumes now stain my cheek, and with salt rheum mine eyes o'erflow. Thus in eternal torment shall I dwell, for saving mercy helpeth not in hell. Since wretched Lydia spake no more, the peer would fain discern if more in torment lay. But, those false ingrates curse, the darkness drear, so waxed before him, and obscured the way, that not 1 inch advanced the cavalier. Nay, back perforce returns that warrior. Nay, himself from that increasing smoke to save, makes for the mouth of the disastrous cave. The motion of his quickly shifting feet more savors of a run than walk or trot. Thus mounting the ascent in swift retreat, Astolfo sees the outlet of the grot, where, through the darkness of that dismal seat, and those foul fumes, a dawn of daylight shot, he from the cavern, sorely pained and pined, issues at last, and leaves the smoke behind. And next to bar the way against that band, whose greedy bellies so for victual crave, picks stones, and trees lays level with his brand, which charged with pepper or amomum wave, and what might seem a hedge, with busy hand, as best he can, constructs before the cave, and so succeeds in blocking that repair the harpies shall no more revisit ere, while in that cave Astolfo did remain, the fumes that from the sable pitch arose, not only what appeared to sight did stain, but even so searched the flesh beneath his clothes. He sought some cleansing stream, long sought in vain, but found at length a limpid till, which rose out of a living rock within that wood, and bathed himself all over in the flood. Then backed the griffin horse, and soared a flight, whereby to reach that mountain's top he schemes, which little distant, with its haughty height, from the moon's circle good Astolfo deems, and, such desire to see it warms the night, that he aspires to heaven, nor earth esteems. Through air so more and more the warrior strains, that he at last the mountain summit gains. Here sapphire, ruby, gold, and topaz glow, pearl, jacinth, chrysolite and diamond lie, which well might pass for natural flowers which blow, catching their color from that kindly sky. So green the grass. Could we have such below, we should prefer it to our emerald's dye. As fair the foliage of those pleasant bowers, whose trees are ever filled with fruit and flowers. Warble the wanton birds in verdant brake, azure, and red, and yellow, green and white. The quavering rivulet and quiet lake, in limpid hue surpass the crystal bright. A breeze, which with one breath appears to shake, aye, without fill or fall, the foliage light. To the quick air such lively motion lends, that day's oppressive noon in naught offends. And this, mid fruit and flower and verdure there, evermore stealing diverse odors, went, and made of those mixed sweets a medley rare, which filled the spirit with a calm content. In the mid-plain arose a palace fair, which seemed as if with living flames it brent. Such passing splendor and such glorious light shot from those walls, beyond all usage bright. Thither where those transparent walls appear, which cover more than 30 miles in measure, at ease and slowly moved the cavalier, and viewed the lovely region at his leisure, and deemed, compared with this, that sad and drear, and seen by heaven and nature with displeasure, was the foul world, wherein we dwell below. So jocund this, so sweet and fair in show. Astound with wonder, paused the adventurous knight, when to that shining palace he was nigh. For, than the carbuncle more crimson bright, it seemed one polished stone of sanguine dye. O mighty wonder! O Daedalian sleight! What fabric upon earth with this can vie? Let them henceforth be silent, that in story exalt the world's 7 wonders to such glory. An elder, in the shining entrance hall of that glad house, towards Astolfo pressed. Crimson his waistcoat was, and white his pall. Vermilion seemed the mantle, milk the vest. White was that ancient's hair, and white withal the bushy beard descending to his breast. And from his reverend face such glory beamed. Of the elect of paradise he seemed. He, with glad visage, to the paladin, who humbly, from his cell had lighted, cries, O gentle baron, that by will divine have soared to this terrestrial paradise. Albeit nor you the cause of your design, nor you the scope of your desire surmise. Believe, you not without high mystery steer 430 hitherward, from your Arctic hemisphere. You for instruction, how to furnish aid to Charles and to the Church in utmost need. With me to counsel, hither are conveyed, who without counsel from such distance speed. But, son, ascribe not you the journey made to wit or worth, nor through your winged steed, nor through your virtuous bugle had ye thriven, but that such helping grace from God was given. We will discourse at better leisure more, and you what must be done shall after hear. But you, that, through long fast, must hunger sore, first brace your strength with us, with genial cheer. Continuing his discourse, that elder hoar raised mighty wonder in the cavalier, when he avouched, as he his name disclosed, that he the holy gospel had composed. He of our Lord so loved, the blessed John, 431, of whom a speech among the brethren went, he never should see death, and hence the Son of God with this rebuke Saint Peter shent, in saying, What is it to thee, if one tarry on earth, till I anew be sent? Albeit he said not that he should not die, that so he meant to say we plain descry. Translated thither, he found company, the patriarch Enoch, and the mighty seer Elias. Nor as yet those sainted three have seen corruption, but in garden, clear of earth's foul air, will joy eternity of spring, till they angelic trumpets hear, sounding through heaven and earth, proclaim aloud Christ's second advent on the silvery cloud. The holy ancients to a chamber lead, with welcome kind, the adventurous cavalier, and in another than his flying steed, sufficiently with goodly forage cheer. Astolpho they with fruits of Eden feed, so rich, that in his judgment, 'twould appear, in some sort might our parents be excused, if, for such fruits, obedience they refused. When with that daily payment which man owes, nature had been contented by the peer, as well of due refreshment as repose. For all and every comfort found he here. And now Aurora left her ancient spouse, not for his many years to her less dear. Rising from bed, Astolpho at his side, the apostle, so beloved of God, espied much that not lawfully could here be shown. Taking him by the hand, to him he read, To you, though come from France, may be unknown what there hath happened. Next the apostle said, Learn, your Orlando, for he hath foregone the way wherein he was enjoined to tread, is visited of God, that ever shens him whom he loveth best, when he offends. He, your Orlando, at his birth endowed with sovereign daring and with sovereign might, on whom, beyond all usage, God bestowed the grace, that weapon him should vainly smite, because he was selected from the crowd to be defender of his church's right, as he elected Samson, called Wilera, the Jew against the Philistine to cheer. He, your Orlando, for such gifts has made unto his heavenly Lord an ill return, who left his people, when most needing aid, then most abandoned to the heathen's scorn. Incestuous love for a fair Paynim maid had blinded so that night, of grace forlorn, that twice and more in fell and impious strife, the Count has sought his faithful cousin's life. Hence God hath made him mad, and, in this vein, belly, and breast, and naked flesh expose. And so diseased and troubled is his brain, that none, and least himself, the champion knows. Nebuchadnezzar whilom to such pain, God in his vengeance doomed, as story shows. Sent, for 7 years, of savage fury full, to feed on grass and hay, like slavering bull. But yet, because the Christian paladin has sinned against his heavenly Maker less, he only for 3 months, by will divine, is doomed to cleanse himself of his excess. Nor yet with other scope did your design of wending hither the Redeemer bless, but that through us the mode you should explore, Orlando's missing senses to restore. 'Tis true to journey further ye will need, and wholly must you leave this nether sphere. To the moon's circle you I have to lead, of all the planets to our world most near, because the medicine, that is fit to speed insane Orlando's cure, is treasured here. This night will we away, when overhead her downward rays the silver moon shall shed. In talk the blessed apostle is diffuse on this and that, until the day is worn. But when the sun is sunk the salt sea ooze, and overhead the moon uplifts her horn, a chariot is prepared, erewhile in use, to scour the heavens, wherein of old was born, from Jury's misty mountains to the sky, sainted Elias, rapt from mortal eye. For goodly coursers next, and redder far than flame, to that fair chariot yokes the sire, who, when the knight and he well seated are, collects the reins, and heavenward they aspire. In airy circles swiftly rose the car, and reached the region of eternal fire, whose heat the saint by miracle suspends, while through the parted air the pair ascends. The chariot, towering, threads the fiery sphere, and rises thence into the lunar rain. This, in its larger part they find as clear as polished steel, when undefiled by stain. And such it seems, or little less, when near, as what the limits of our earth contain. Such as our earth, the last of globes below, including seas, which round about it flow. Here doubly waxed the paladin surprise, to see that place so large, when viewed at hand, resembling that a little hoop in size, when from the globe surveyed whereon we stand, and that he both his eyes behoved to strain, if he would view earth's circling seas and land. In that, by reason of the lack of light, their images attain to little height. Here other river, lake, and rich champaign are seen, than those which are below descried. Here other valley, other hill and plain, with towns and cities of their own supplied, which mansions of such mighty size contain, such never he before of after spied. Here spacious hold and lonely forest lay, where nymphs for ever chased the panting prey. He, that with other scope had thither soared, pauses not all these wonder to peruse, but led by the disciple of our Lord, his way towards a spacious vale pursues, a place wherein is wonderfully stored whatever on our earth below we lose. Collected there are all things whatsoe'er lost through time, chance, or our own folly, here. Nor here alone of realm and wealthy dower, o'er which I turns the restless wheel, I say. I speak of what it is not in the power of fortune to bestow, or take away. Much fame is here, whereon time and the hour, like wasting moth, in this our planet prey. Here countless vows, here prayers unnumbered lie, made by us sinful men to God on high. The lover's tears and sighs, what time in pleasure and play we here unprofitably spend. To this, of ignorant men the eternal leisure, and vain designs, I frustrate of their end. Empty desires so far exceed all measure, they o'er that valley's better part extend. There wilt thou find, if thou wilt thither post, whatever thou on earth beneath hast lost. He, passing by those heaps, on either hand, of this and now of that the meaning sought, formed of swollen bladders here a hill did stand, whence he heard cries and tumults, as he thought. These were old crowns of the Assyrian land, And Lydian, as that paladin was taught. Grecian and Persian, all of ancient fame. And now, alas! well nigh without a name. Golden and silver hooks to sight succeed. Heaped in a mass, the gifts which courtiers bear, hoping thereby to purchase future meed. To greedy prince and patron, many a snare, concealed in garlands, did the warrior heed. Who heard, these signs of adulation were, and in cicalas, which their lungs had burst, saw fulsome lays by venal poets versed. Loves of unhappy end in imagery, of gold or jeweled bands he saw expressed. Then eagles' talons, the authority with which great lords their delegates invest. Bellows filled every nook. The fume and fee, wherein the favorites of kings are blessed, given to those Ganymedes that have their hour, and reft, when faded is their vernal flower. Erturned, here ruined town and castle lies, with all their wealth, the symbols, said his guide, of treaties and of those conspiracies, which their conductors seemed so ill to hide. Serpents with female faces, felonies, of coiners and of robbers, he descried. Next broken bottles saw of many sorts, the types of servitude in sorry courts. He marks mighty pool of porridge spilled, and asks what in that symbol should be read. And hers, 'twas charity, by sick men willed, for distribution, after they were dead. He passed a heap of flowers, that erst distilled sweet savors, and now noisome odors shed. The gift, if it may lawfully be said, which Constantine to good Sylvester made. 432. A large provision, next, of twigs and lime. Your witcheries, O women, he explored. The things he witnessed, to recount in rhyme, too tedious were myriads on record. To sum the remnant ill should I have time. 'Tis here that all infirmities are stored, save only madness, seen not here at all, which dwells below, nor leaves this earthly ball. He turns him back, upon some days and deeds, to look again, which he had lost of yore. But, save the interpreter the lesson reads, would know them not, such different form they wore. He next saw that which man so little needs. As it appears, none pray to heaven for more. I speak of sense, whereof a lofty mount alone surpassed all else which I recount. It was as 'twere a liquor soft and thin, which, save well corked, would from the vase have drained, laid up, and treasured various flasks within, larger or lesser, to that use ordained. That largest was which of the paladin Anglantes' lord, the mighty sense contained. And from those others was discerned, since writ upon the vessel was Orlando's wit, the names of those whose wits therein were pent. He thus on all those other flasks espied much of his own, but with more wonderment. The sense of many others he descried, who, he believed, no dram of theirs had spent. But here, by tokens clear was satisfied, that scantily therewith were they purveyed. So large the quantity he here surveyed. Some waste on love, some seeking honor, lose their wits, some, scouring seas, for merchandise. Some, that on wealthy lords their hope repose. And some, befooled by silly sorceries. These upon pictures, upon jewels those. These on whatever else they highest prize. Astrologers and sophists wits mid these. And many a poet's too, Astolpho sees. Since his consent the apostle signified, who wrote the obscure apocalypse, his own. He took, and only to his nose applied. When, it appeared, it to its place was gone. And henceforth, has Sir Turpin certified, that long time sagely lived King Otho's son, till other error, as he says, again deprived the gentle baron of his brain. the fullest vessel and of amplest round, which held the wit Orlando erst possessed. Astolpho took, nor this so light he found, as it appeared, when piled among the rest. Before, from those bright spheres, now earthward bound, his course is to our lower orb addressed. Him to a spacious palace, by whose side a river ran, conducts his holy guide. Filled full of fleeces all its chambers were, of wool, silk, linen, cotton, in their hue, of diverse dyes and colors, foul and fair. Yarns to her reel from all those fleeces drew. In the outer porch, a dame of hoary hair, on summer day thus village wife we view. When the new silk is reeled, its filmy twine wind from the worm, and soak the slender line. A second dame replaced the work when done with other, and one bore it off elsewhere. A third selected from the fleeces spun, and mingled by that second, foul from fair. What is this labor? Said the peer to John. And the disciple answered Otho's heir. Know that the Parsee are those ancient wives, that in this fashion spin your feeble lives. As long as one fleece lasts, life in such wise endureth, nor outlasts it by a thought. For death and nature have their watchful eyes on the hour when each should to his end be brought. The choicest threads are culled for paradise, and, after, for its ornaments are wrought, and fashioned from the strands of foulest show, are galling fetters for the damned below. On all the fleeces that erewhile were laid upon the reel, and culled for other care, the names were graved on little plates, which made of silver, or of gold, or iron, were. These piled in many heaps he next surveyed, whence an old man some skins was seen to bear, who, seemingly unwearied, hurried sore, his restless way retracing evermore. That elder is so nimble and so pressed, that he seems born to run. He bears away out of those heaps by lapfuls in his vest the tickets that the different names display. Wherefore and whither he his steps addressed, to you I shall another canto say, if you, in sign of pleasure, will attend, with that kind audience ye are wont to lend. Canto Chapter 35. The Apostle praises authors to the peer. Duke Amon's martial daughter in a fray conquers the giant monarch of Argier, and of the good Frontino makes a prey. She next from alls defies her cavalier, and, while he marvels who would him essay, Grandonio and Pharaoh she with her hand, and serpentine on horses on the strand. Madonna, who will scale the high ascent of heaven, to me my judgment to restore, which, since from your bright eyes the weapon went, that pierced my heart, is wasting evermore. Yet will not I such mighty loss lament, so that it drain no faster than before, but, ebbing further, I should fear to be such as Orlando is described by me, to have anew that judgment, through the skies. I deem there is no need for me to fly to the moon's circle, or to paradise. For, I believe, mine is not lodged so high on your bright visage, on your beauteous eyes, alabastrine neck, and paps of ivory. Wander my wits, and I with busy lip, if I may have them back, these fain would sip. Astolpho wandered through that palace wide, observing how the future lives around, when those already woven he had spied upon the fatal wheel for finish wound. He a fair fleece discerned that far outvied fine gold, whose wondrous luster jewels ground. Could these into a thread be drawn by art, would never equal by the thousandth part the beauteous fleece he saw with wondrous glee, equaled by none amid that countless store. And when and whose such glorious life should be, longed sore to know. This, said the Apostle whore, concealing nothing of its history, shall have existence 20 years before. dating from the incarnate word. The year shall marked my men with M and D appear. 433. And, as for splendor and for substance fair, this fleece shall have no like or equal, so shall the blessed age wherein it shall appear be singular in this our world below. Because all graces, excellent and rare, which nature or which study can bestow, or bounteous fortune upon men can shower, shall be its certain and eternal dower. Between the king of rivers' horns, he cries, stands what is now a small and humble town. 434. Before it runs the behind it lies a misty pool of marsh. This, looking down the stream of future years, I recognize. First of Italian cities of renown, not only famed for wall and palace rare, but noble ways of life and studies fair. Such exaltation, reached so suddenly, is not fortuitous nor wrought in vain, but that is may his worthy cradle be. Whereof I speak, shall so the heaven ordain. For where men look for fruit they graft the tree, and study still the rising plant to train. And artist uses to refine the gold, designed by him the precious gem to hold. Nor ever, in terrestrial realm, so fine and fair a raiment spirit did invest, and rarely soul so great from realms divine has been, or will be, thitherward addressed, as that whereof the Eternal had design, to fashion good Hippolytus of Este. Hippolytus of Este shall he be hight, on whom so rich a gift of God shall light all those fair graces, that, on many spent, would have served many wholly to array, are all united for his ornament, of whom thou hast entreated me to say. To prop the arts, the virtues is he sent, and should I seek his merits to display, so long a time would last my tedious strain, Orlando might expect his wits in vain. 'Twas so Christ's servant with the cavalier discoursed, they having satisfied their view with sight of that fair mansion, far and near, that whence conveyed were human lives, the two issued upon the stream, whose waves appear turbid with sand and of discolored hue, and found that ancient man upon the shore, who names, engraved on metal, thither bore. I know not if you recollect of him I speak, whose story I erewhile suspended, ancient of visage, and so swift of limb, that faster far than forest stag he wended. With names he filled his mantle to the brim. I thinned the pile, but ne'er his labor ended. And in that stream, hight Lethe, next bestowed, yea, rather cast away, his costly load. I say, that when upon the river side arrives that ancient, of his store profuse, he all those names into the turbid tide discharges, as he shakes his mantle loose. A countless shoal, they in the stream subside, nor henceforth are they fit for any use. And, out of mighty myriads, hardly one is saved of those which waves and sand o'erin along that river and around it fly. Vile crows and ravening vultures, and a crew of choughs, and more, that with discordant cry and deafening din their airy flight pursue, and to the prey all hurry, when from high those ample riches they so scattered view, and with their beak or talon seize the prey. Yet little distance they their prize convey. When they would raise themselves in upward flight, they have not strength the burden to sustain, so that perforce in Lethe's water light the worthy names, which lasting praise should gain. 2 swans there are amid those birds, as white, my lord, as is your banner's snowy grain. 435. Who catch what names they can, and evermore with these return securely to the shore. Thus, counter to that ancients will malign, who them to the devouring river dooms. Some names are rescued by the birds benign, Wasteful oblivion all the rest consumes. Now swim about the stream those swans divine. Now beat the buxom air with nimble plumes. Till, near that impious river's bank, they gain a hill, and on that hill a hallowed fane. To immortality 'tis sacred, there. A lovely nymph, that from the hill descends, to the Lethean river makes repair. Takes from those swans their burden, and suspends the names about an image, raised in air. Upon a shaft, which in mid-fane ascends, there consecrates and fixes them so fast, that all throughout eternity shall last. Of that old sire, and why he would dispense idly, all those fair names, as 'twould appear. And of the birds and holy place, from whence the nymph was to the river seen to steer. The solemn mystery, and the secret sense, Astolpho, marveling, desired to hear. And prayed the man of God would these unfold, who to the warrior thus their meaning told. There moves no leaf beneath, thou hast to know, but here above some sign thereof we trace. 436. Since all, in heaven above or earth below, must correspond, though with a different face. That ancient, with his sweeping beard of snow, by not impeded and so swift of pace, works the same end and purpose in our clime, as are on earth below performed by time. The life of man its final close attains, when on the wheel is wound the fatal twine. Their fame, and here above the mark remains, for both would be immortal and divine. But for that bearded sire's unwearied pains, and his below, that for their wreck combine, one drowns them, as thou sayest, mid sand and surges, and one in long forgetfulness emerges. And even, as here above, the raven, daw, vulture, and divers other birds of air, all from the turbid water seek to draw the names, which in their sight appear most fair. Even thus below, pimps, flatterers, men of straw, buffoons, informers, minions, all who there flourish in courts, and in far better guise, and better odor, than the good and wise, and by the crowd are gentle courtiers hight, because they imitate the ass and swine, when the just Parsi or, to speak aright, Venus and Bacchus cut their masters' twine. These base and sluggish dullards, whom I cite, born but to blow themselves with bread and wine, in their vile mouths awhile such names convey, then drop the load, which is oblivion's prey. But as the joyful swans, that, singing sweet, convey the metals safely to the fane, so they whose praises poets well repeat, are rescued from oblivion, direr pain than death. O princes, wary and discreet, that wisely tread in Caesar's steps, and gain authors for friends, they, doubt it not, shall save your noble names from Lethe's laxy wave. Rare as those gentle swans are poets too, that well the poet's name have merited, as well because it is heaven's will, that few great rulers should the paths of glory tread, as through foul fault of sordid lordlings, who let sacred genius beg his daily bread, who putting down the virtues, raise the tribe of vices, and the liberal arts proscribe. Believe it, that these ignorant men should be blind and deprived of judgment, is God's doom, who makes them loathe the light of poetry, that envious death may wholly them consume. Besides that song can quicken and set free him that is prisoned in the darkness tomb, though foul his name, if Sirrah him befriend. 437. Its savour myrrh and spikenard shall transcend Aeneas not so pious, nor of arm so strong Achilles, Hector not so bold was, as 'tis famed, and mid the nameless swarm thousands and thousands higher rank might hold, but gift of palace and of plenteous farm, bestowed by heirs of them, whose deeds they told, have moved the poet with his honored hand, to place them upon glory's highest stand. Augustus, not so holy and benign, was as great Virgil's trumpet sounds his name, because he savored the harmonious line. His foul proscription passes without blame. That Nero was unjust would none divine, nor haply would he suffer in his fame. Though heaven and earth were hostile, had he known the means to make the tuneful tribe his own. Homer a conqueror Agamemnon shows 438, and makes the Trojan seem of coward vain, and from the suitors, faithful to her vows, Penelope 1,000 wrongs sustain. Yet, wouldst thou I the secret should expose? By contraries throughout the tale explain, that from the Trojan bands the Grecian ran, and deem Penelope a courtesan. What fame Eliza, she so chaste of sprite 439, on the other hand, has left behind her, here, who widely is a wanton baggage hight, solely that she tomorrow was not dear. Marvel not this should cause me sore despite, and if my speech diffusive should appear. Authors I love, and pay the debt I owe, speaking their praise, an author I below, 440. There earned I, above all men, what no more time nor yet death from me shall take away. And it behoved our Lord, of whom I bore such testimony, so my paints to pay. It grieves me much for them, on whom her door courtesy closes on a stormy day, who meager, pale, and worn with hopeless suit, knock night and day, and ever without fruit. So that continuing what erewhile was said, poets and scholars in small number, for, where they are unsheltered and unfed, even beasts desert the inhospitable lair. As thus the blessed ancient ended, red as two fierce fires, his eyes appeared to glare. Then, sagely smiling on the Duke, his mien he changed anew from troubled to serene. Henceforth with that apostle let the peer remain, for I have now to make a spring, as far as 'tis from heaven to earth, for here I cannot hang for ever on the wing. I to the dame return, who was whilera wounded by jealousy with cruel sting. I left her where, successively o'erthrown, 3 kings she quickly upon earth had strown, and afterwards arriving in a town at eve, which on the road to Paris lay, heard tidings of Rinaldo's victory blown, and how in alls the vanquished Paynim lay. Sure, her Rogero with the king is gone, as soon as reappears the dawning day, towards fair Provence, whither, as she hears, King Charlemagne pursues, her way she steers. She towards Provence, by the nearest road, so journeying, met a maid of mournful air, who, though her cheeks with tears were overflowed, was yet of visage and of manners fair. She was it, so transfixed with love's keen goad, who sighed for Monadon's valiant heir 441, who at the bridge had left her lord a thrall, when with King Rhadamant he tried a fall. She sought one of an otter's nimbleness, by water and by land, a cavalier, so fierce, that she that champion, to redress her wrongs, might match against the Paynim peer. When good Rogero's lady, comfortless, to that fair dame, as comfortless, drew near, her she saluted courteously, and next demanded by what sorrow she was vexed. Flordelis marked the maid, that, in her sight, appeared a warrior fitted for her needs, and of the bridge and river gone recite, where Argier's mighty king the road impedes, and how he had gone nigh to slay her knight. Not that more doughty were the monarch's deeds, but that the wily Paynim vantage ground in that strait bridge and foaming river found. Are you, she said, so daring and so kind? As kind and daring you appear in show. Venge me of him that has my lord confined, and makes me wander thus, oppressed with woe. For love of heaven, Or teach me where to find at least a knight who can resist the foe, and of such skill that little boot shall bring his bridge and river to the pagan king. Besides that, so you shall achieve an end befitting courteous man and cavalier. You will employ your valor to befriend the faithfulest of lovers far and near. His other virtues I should ill commend, so many, that whoe'er knoweth not these, may well be said to be one without ears to hear or eyes to see. The high-minded maid, to whom I welcome are all noble quests, by which she worthily may hope a great and glorious name to bear. Straight to the Paynim's bridge resolves to hie, and now so much the more, as in despair wends willingly, although it were to die, in that she, ever with herself at strife, deeming Rogero lost, detested life. O loving damsel, she made answer, I offer mine aid, for such as 'tis, to do the hard and dread adventure, passing by causes beside that move me most, that you a matter of your lover testify, which I, in sooth, hear warranted of few, that he is constant, for I faith I swear, I well believed all lovers perjured were. With these last words a sigh that damsel drew, a sigh which issued from her heart, then said, Go we. And, with the following sun, those two at the deep stream arrived and bridge of dread, scene of the guard, that on his bugle blew a warning blast, when strangers thither sped. The pagan arms him, girds his goodly brand, and takes upon the bridge his wonted stand. And as the maid appears in martial scale, the moody monarch threatens her to slay, unless her goodly courser and her mail as an oblation to the tomb she pay. Fair Bradamant, who knew the piteous tale, how murdered by him Isabella lay, the story gentle Flordelis had taught, replied in answer to that Paynim haught. Wherefore, O brutish man, for your misdeed, should penance by the innocent be done? 'Tis fitting to appease her you should bleed. You killed her, and to all the deed is known. So that, of trophied armor or of weed, of those so many, by your lance o'erthrown, your armor should the blessed oblation be, and you the choicest victim, slain by me. And dearer shall the gift be from my hand, since I a woman am, as she whilera. Nor save to venge her have I sought this strand. In this desire alone I hither steer. But first, 'tis good some pact we understand, before we prove our prowess with the spear. You shall do by me, if o'erthrown, what you by other prisoners have been wont to do. But if, as I believe and trust, you fall, I will your horse and armor have, she cried, and taking down all others from the wall, hang on the tomb alone those arms of pride, and will that you release each warlike thrall. The pact is just, King Rhadamant replied. But those, my prisoners, are not here confined, and therefore cannot be to you consigned. These have I sent into mine Afric reign. But this I promise thee, and pledge my fay. If, by strange fortune, thou thy seat maintain, and I shall be dismounted in the fray, delivered, all, shall be the captive train. Within what time suffices to convey an order thither, that they are of hand, should do what thou, if conqueror, mayst command. But art thou undermost, as fitter were, and, as thou surely wilt be, I from thee. Not therefore will thy forfeit armor tear, nor shall thy name inscribed, as vanquished, be. To thy bright face, bright eyes, and beauteous hair, all breathing love and grace, the victory will I resign, let it suffice that thou then stoop to love me, as thou hatest now. To fall by me thou needest not disdain. I with such strength, such nerve am fortified. Some deal she smiled, but smiled in bitter vein. savouring of anger more than aught beside. She spake not to that haughty man again. To the bridge end returned the damsel, plied her courser with the rowels, couched her spear, and rode to meet the furious cavalier. King Rhadamant prepares his course to run, comes on at speed, and with such mighty sound echoes that bridge, the thundering noise might stun the ears of many distant from the ground. The golden lance its wonted work has done for that fierce Moor, in tourney so renowned. This from the saddle lifts, in air suspends, then headlong on the narrow bridge extends. Scarce for her horse the martial damsel can find space to pass, when she has thrown her foe. And little lacked, and mighty risk she ran of falling into that deep stream below. But, born of wind and flame, good Rabican so dexterous was, and could so lightly go. He picked a path along the outer ledge, and could have paced upon a falchion's edge. The damsel wheeled, towards the cavalier, returned, and him bespoke in sportive way. Who is the loser now to thee is clear, and who is undermost in this assay? Silent remained the monarch of Argier, amazed, that woman him on earth should lay. He cannot, or he will not speak, and lies on earth, like one astound, in idiot guise. Silent and sad, he raised himself from ground, and when he some few paces thence had gone, his shield unbraced and helm and mail unbound, he flung against the tomb, and thence, alone, afoot the moody monarch left that ground. Yet not till he had given command to one of his 4 squires was he, to do his hest, relating to those captives, as expressed. He parts, and save that in a cavern cell he dwelt, no further news of him were known. Meanwhile the harness of that infidel Bradamant hung upon the lofty stone, and having thence removed all plate and shell, wherewith, as by the writing it was shown, the cavaliers of Charles their limbs had drayest. She moved not, nor let other move, the rest. Besides the arms of Monodantes heir, were those of Sansonet and Olivier, who, bound in search of good Orlando, were thither conducted by the road most near. The day before here taken was the pair, and sent by that proud Paynim to Argier. These warriors' arms the martial maid bade lower from that fair tomb, and stored them in the tower. All others, taken from the Paynim train, Bradamant left suspended from the stone. Mid these a kings, that idly and in vain had thither, seeking Frontelat, gone. I say his arms, that ruled Circassia's reign, who, after wandering long, by date and down, here to his grief another courser left, and lightly went his way, of arms bereft. Stripped of his armor and afoot, did part that Paynim monarch from the bridge of dread, as Rhadamant permitted to depart those other knights that in his faith were bred. But to his camp to wend he had no heart, for there he was ashamed to show his head, since, in such fashion, thither to return, after his boasts, had been too foul a scorn. Yet still with new desire the warrior burned to seek her, fixed alone in his heart's core. And such the monarch's chance, he quickly learned. I cannot tell you who the tidings bore. She was towards her native land returned. Hence, as love spurs and goads him evermore, he bones him straight her footsteps to pursue. But I to Bradamant return anew, when she in other writing had displayed how she had freed that passage from the foe. To mournful Flordelis the martial maid, she that still held her weeping visage low, turned her, and courteously that lady prayed to tell her whither she designed to go. To her afflicted Flordelis replied, to Alls, where camp the Paynims, would I ride, which bark, I hope, and fitting company to carry me to Afric may afford. Nor will I halt upon my way, till I once more rejoin my husband and my lord. All means and measures they're resolved to try, that may release him from his jailer's ward. And should the Saracen deceitful prove, others, and others yet, I mean to move. My company, replied the marshal fair, for some part of the road, I offer thee, till we have sight of alls. Then to repair thither, will pray you, for the love of me, to find King Agramant's Rogero there, whose glorious name is spread o'er land and sea, and render to that knight this goodly horse, whence the proud Moor was flung in martial course. Say thus, from point to point, a cavalier, that would in combat prove his chivalry, and to the world at large would fain make clear thy breach of faith with him, that thou mayst be ready and well prepared for the career. Gave me this horse, that I might give it thee. He bids thee promptly mail and corslet dight, and wait him, who with thee will wage the fight. Say this and not beside, and would he hear my name, declare that 'tis to thee unknown. With wonted kindness cried that dame, I ne'er, in spending life itself, not words alone, should weary in your service, since whilera you would in my behalf as much have done. Her Amon's daughter thanked in courteous strain, and to her hand consigned Frontino's rein. Through long days' journey, by that river shore, together go the lovely pilgrim pair, till they see alls, and hear the hollow roar of billows breaking on the sea beach bare, almost without the suburbs, and before the furthest barrier, stops the martial fair, to furnish Flordelis what time might need for the conveyance of Rogero's steed. She forward rode, within the enclosure sped, and o'er the bridge and through the gateway wended, and, furnished with a guide, who thither led, to young Rogero's inn, and there descended. She to the child, as bid, her message said, and gave the courser, to her care commended. Then, for she waits not for an answer, speeds in haste to execute her proper needs. Rogero stands confused, he finds no end to his perplexing thoughts, and cannot see who should defy him, who that message send to speak him ill, and do him courtesy, who thus as faithless him should reprehend, or any reprehend, whoe'er it be. Nor knows he nor imagines, least of all, on Bradamant the knight's suspicions fall. To think, 'twas Rhodamant the youthful peer was more inclined than any other wight, and wherefore even from him he this should hear. Muses, nor can the cause divine aright save him, in all the world the cavalier knows not of one, that has him at despite. Meanwhile Dordona's lady craved the field, and loud that martial damsel's bugle pealed. To Agramant and King Marsilius flew the news, that one craved battle on the plain. Serpentine stood by chance before the two, and gained their leave to don his plate and chain, and vowed to take that haughty man, the crew of people over wall and rampart strain. Nor child nor elder was there, but he pressed to see which champion should bestir him best in beauteous arms and costly surcoat drayest. Serpentine of the Star to combat sped. The ground he at the first encounter pressed, as if equipped with wings, his courser fled. The damsel flew his charger to arrest, and by the bride to that Paynim led, exclaiming, Mount, and bid your monarch send a knight that better can with me contend. The Moorish king, that on the rampart's height stood, with a mighty following, next the plain, marking the joust, much marvelled at the sight of the foe's courtesy to him of Spain. 442. He takes him not, although he may of right. He cries the hearing of the Paynim train. Serpentine comes, and, as the maid commands, a better warrior of that king demands. Grandonio de Volturna, fierce of mood. And in all Spain the proudest cavalier. The second for that fell encounter stood. Such favor had his suit obtained whilera. To thee thy courtesy shall do no good. He threats, for if unhorsed in the career, a prisoner to my lord shalt thou be led. But, if I fight as wanted, thou art dead. She cries, would not thy discourtesy should make me so forget my courteous vein. But that aforehand I should caution thee back to thy fortress to return again, ere on hard earth thy bones shall battered be. Go tell thy king no champion of thy grain I seek, but hither come to crave the fight with warrior that is worthy of my might. Bradamant's sharp and stinging answer stirred the Paynim's fury to a mighty flame, so that, without the power to speak a word, he wheeled his courser, filled with rage and shame. Wheeling as well, at that proud Paynim spurred her horse with levelled lance the warlike dame. As the charmed weapon smites Grandonio's shield, with heels in air, he tumbles on the field. To him the high-minded damsel gave his horse, and said, yet was this fate to thee foreshown. Instead of craving thus the knightly course, better mine embassy wouldst thou have done. Some other knight, that equals me in force, I pray thee bid the Moorish king send down. Nor weary me, by forcing me to meet champions like thee, untried in martial feat. They on the walls, that know not who the peer, that in the joust so well maintains his seat. Name many a warrior, famous in career, that often make them shake in fiercest heat. Brandimart many deem the cavalier. More guesses in renowned Rinaldo meet. Many would deem Orlando was the knight, but that they knew his pitiable plight. The third encounter craved Lanfusa's son 443. And cried, not that I better hope to fare, but that to warriors who this course have run, my fall may furnish an excuse more fair. Next, with all arms that martial justers don, clothed him, and of 100 steeds that were ready for service, kept in lordly stall, for speed and action chose the best of all. He bound him for the tourney, on his side, but first saluted her and she the knight. If 'tis allowed to ask, the lady cried, tell me in courtesy how ye are hight. In this Pharaoh the damsel satisfied, who rarely hid himself form living white. Ye will I not refuse, subjoined the dame, albeit I to meet another came. And who? The Spaniard said, the maid replied, Rogero, and pronounced the word with pain. And, in so saying, her fair face was dyed all over with the rose's crimson grain. She after added, hither have I hied, to prove how justly famed his might and main. No other care have I, no other call, but with that gentle youth to try a fall. She spoke the word in all simplicity, which some already may in malice rest. Pharaoh replied, assured I first must be, which of us two is schooled in warfare best? If what has chanced to many, falls on me, hither, when I return, shall be at rest, to mend my fault, that gentle cavalier, with whom you so desire to break a spear. Discoursing all this while, the martial maid spake with her beaver up, without disguise. Pharaoh, as that fair visage he surveyed, perceived he was half vanquished by its eyes. And to himself, in undertone, he said, he seems an angel sent from paradise. And, though he should not harm me with his lance, I am already quelled by that sweet glance. They take their ground, and to the encounter ride. And, like those others, Pharaoh goes to ground. His courser Bradamant retained, and cried, return, and keep thy word with me as bound. Shamed, he returned, and by his monarch's side, among his peers, the young Rogero found. And let the stripling know the stranger knight, without the walls, defied him to the fight. Rogero, for not yet that warrior knows what champion him in duel would assail. Nigh sure of victory, with transport glows, and bids his followers bring his plate and mail. Nor having seen beneath those heavy blows, the rest dismounted, makes his spirit quail. But how he armed, how sallied, what befell, that night, in other canto will I tell. Canto Chapter XXXVI. While with the fierce Marfisa at despite, Duke Aemon's daughter wages fierce affray. One and the other host engage in fight. With Bradamant Rogero wends his way. With other ward disturbs their great delight. Marfisa bold, but when that martial May has for her brother recognized the peer, they end their every strife with joyous cheer. Where'er they be, all hearts of gentle strain still cannot choose but courtesy pursue. For they from nature and from habit gain what they henceforth can never more undo. Alike the heart that is of churlish vein, where'er it be, its evil kind will shew. Nature inclines to ill, through all her range, and use is second nature, hard to change. Among the warriors of antiquity, much gentleness and courtesy appear, virtues but seldom seen with us, while we of evil ways, on all sides, see and hear. Hippolytus, when you, with ensignry, won from the foe, and with his captive gear, adorned our temples, and his galleys bore, laden with prey, to your paternal shore. All the inhuman deeds which wrought by hand of Moor, or Turk, or Tartar ever were, yet not by the Venetians' ill command, that evermore the praise of justice bear, were practiced by that foul and evil band of soldiers, who their mercenaries are. Of those so many fires not now I tell, which on our farms and pleasant places fell, though a foul vengeance in that blow was meant, mainly at you, who being at Caesar's side, when Padua by his leaguering host was pent, 'twas known, that oft, through you, was turned aside more than one ravening flame, and oft was spent the fire, in fane and village blazing wide. What time the destined mischief ye withstood, as to your inborn courtesy seemed good, this will I pass, nor there so many more discourteous and dispiteous doings tell, save one alone, whereat from Rockstone Hoar, weener the tale is told warm tears might well. That day you sent your family before thither, my lord, where, under omens fell, your foes into a well-protected seat, abandoning their barks, had made retreat. As Hector and Aeneas, mid the flood, fire to the banded fleet of Greece applied, I Hercules and Alexander viewed, urged by two sovereign ardor, side by side, spurring before all others in their mood, even within the hostile ramparts ride, and prick so far, the second scaped with pain, and on the foremost closed the opposing train. Ferrafine, scaped, the good Cantelmo left. What counsel, Sora's Duke, was thine, what heart, when thy bold son thou saw'st, of helm bereft, amid 1,000 swords? When, dragged apart, thou saw'st his young head from his shoulders cleft, a shipboard, on a plank? I, on my part, marvel, that seeing but the murder done, slew thee not, as the falchion slew thy son. Cruel Sclavonian, say, whence hast thou brought thy ways of warfare? By what Scythian right? To slay the helpless prisoner is it taught, who yields his arms, nor fends himself in fight? Was it a crime he for his country fought? Ill upon thee the sun bestows his light. Remorseless Era, which hast filled the page with Atrus, Tantalus, Thyestes' rage. Barbarian, thou madest shorter by the head the boldest of his age, on whom did beam the sun, twixt pole and pole, twixt Indus bed And where he sinks in ocean's western stream, whose years and beauty might have pity bred, in anthropophagus, in polypheme. Not thee, that art in wickedness outdone by any Cyclops, any Lestrigan. I ween, mid warriors in the days of yore, no such example was. They all, in field, were full of gentleness and courteous lore, nor against conquered foe their bosom steeled. Not only gentle Bradamant forbore to harm the knights whom, smitten on the shield, her lance unhorsed, but for the vanquished crew, detained their steeds, that they might mount anew. I of that lady fair, of mickle might, told you above, how she had overthrown Serpentine of the Star in single fight, Grandonio and Pharaoh, and then upon their coursers had replaced each baffled knight. I told moreover how the third was gone, Rogero to defy to the career. Upon her call, who seemed a cavalier, Rogero heard the call in joyous vein, and bade his arms be brought. Now while in view of Agramant he donned the plate and chain. Those lords the former question moved anew. Who was the knight, that on the martial plain the manage of the lance so quaintly knew? And of Pharaoh, who spake with him whilera craved, if to him was known that cavalier. Be ye assured, to them Pharaoh replied, he is not one of those I hear you cite. To me, for I his open face descried. Rinaldo's youthful brother seemed the knight. But since his doughty valor I have tried, and what not such as Richardetto's might, I ween it is his sister, who, I hear, resembles much in mien that martial peer. The damsel equals well, so rumor tells, Rinaldo, and every paladin in fray. But brother she and cousin 444 both excels, measured by that which I have seen today. Hearing him, while upon her praise he dwells, as the sky reddens with the morning ray, Rogero's face is flushed with crimson hue, and his heart throbs, nor knows he what to do. Stung, at these tidings, by the amorous dart, within, new fire inflames the cavalier, and straight, together with the burning smart, shoots through his bones a chill, produced by fear. Fear, that new wrath had stifled in her heart, that mighty love, wherewith she burned whilera. Confused he stands, irresolute and slow, and undecided if to stay or go. Now fierce Marfisa, who was there, and pressed by huge desire to meet the stranger wight, and armed withal, for, save in iron vest, her seldom would you find by day or night. Hearing Rogero is in armor drayest, fearing to lose the honor of the fight. If first that champion with the stranger vies, thinks to prevent the youth and win the prize, she leapt upon her horse, and thither hied, where Amon's daughter on the listed plain, with palpitating heart, upon her side, waited Rogero, whom the damsel fain would make her prisoner, and but scheme to guide her lance and mode the stripling least to pain. Marfisa from the city portal fares, and on her gallant helm a phoenix wears. Whether the maid would publish, in her pride, that she was single in the world, for might, or whether by that symbol signified, that she would live, exempt from bridal right, her closely Amon's martial daughter eyed, when seeing not those features, her delight. She craves the damsel's name before they move, and hears that it is she who joys her love. Or rather she, that gentle lady thought, had joyed her love, and whom she hated so, her to death's door her anger would have brought, unless she venged her sorrow on the foe. She wheeled her courser round, with fury fraught, less with desire to lay her rival low, then with the lance to pierce her in mid-breast, and put her every jealousy at rest. Perforce to ground must go the royal maid, to prove it hard or soft the listed plain, and be with such unwonted scorn apaid, that she is nearly maddened by disdain. Scarce was she thrown, before her trenchant blade. She bared, and hurried to avenge the stain. Cried Amon's daughter, no less proud of heart. What art thou doing? Thou my prisoner art. Though I have courtesy for others, none. She said, from me, Marfisa, shalt thou find. Since evermore I hear of thee, as one to pride and every churlishness inclined. Marfisa, at these words, was heard to groan, as roars in some sea rock the prisoned wind. She screamed an answer, but its sense was drowned. Such rage confused that damsel, in the sound. She whirls this while her falchion, and would fain wound horse or rider in the paunch or breast. But Amon's watchful daughter turns the rein, and on one side her courser leaps. Pauciest, with furious anger and with fierce disdain, she at her opposite her lance at rest, and hardly touched the damsel, ere, astound, Marfisa fell, reversed upon the ground. Scarce down, Marfisa started from the plain, intent fell mischief with her sword to do. Bradamant couched her golden spear again, and yet again the damsel overthrew. Yet Bradamant, though blessed with might and main, was not so much the stronger of the two, as to have flung the maid in every just. But that such power was in the lance's thrust. This while some knights upon our side, I say, forth issuing from the city, go towards the field of strife, which did divide the squadrons, here and there, of either foe, not half a league of one another wide. Seeing their knight such mighty prowess show, their knight, but whom no otherwise they knew than as a warrior of the Christian crew, Troiano's generous son, who had espied this band approaching to the city wall, for due defense would every means provide, and every peril, every case forestall, and orders many to take arms, who ride forth from the ramparts, at the monarch's call. With them Rogero goes, in armor cased, balked of the battle by Marfisa's haste. The enamored youth, with beating heart, intent, stood by, the issue of the just to view, for his dear cousin fearing the event, in that he well Marfisa's valor knew. At the beginning I would say, when, bent on mischief, fiercely closed the furious two. But when that duel's turn the stripling eyes, he stands amazed and stupid with surprise. And when he saw unfinished was the fight, at the first onset, like the just's Wylera, misdoubting some strange accident, in sprite, sore vexed, this while remained the cavalier. To either maid wished well that youthful knight, for both were loved, but not alike were dear. For this the stripling's love was fury, fire. For that, 'twas rather fondness than desire. If so Rogero could with honor do, he willingly the warriors would divide. But his companions, in the fear to view victory with King Charles's knight abide, esteeming him the better of the two, break in between and turn their arms aside. Upon the other part, the Christian foes advance, and both divisions come to blows. On this side and that other, rings the alarm, which in those camps is sounded every day, bidding the unmounted mount, the unarmed arm, and all their standards seek, without delay. Where, under separate flags, the squadrons swarm, more than one shrilling trump is heard to bray, and as their rattling notes the riders call, rousing the foot, beat drum and atabal, as fierce as thought could think, 'twixt either host, kindled the fell and sanguinary fray. The daring damsel, fair Dordona's boast, sore vexed and troubled, that in the affray she cannot compass what she covets most, Marfisa with avenging steel to slay. Now here, not there, amid the medley flies, hoping to see the youth for whom she sighs. By the eagle argent on the shield of blue. She recognized Rogero, mid the rest. With eyes and thought intent, she stops to view the warrior's manly shoulders and his breast. Fair face and movements full of graceful shew. And then the maid, with mickle spite possiest, thinking another joys the stripling's love. Thus speaks, as sovereign rage and fury move. Shall then another kiss those lips so bright and sweet, if those fair lips are lost to me? Ah! Never other shall in thee delight. For it not mine, no other's shalt thou be. Rather than die alone and of despite, I with this hand will slay myself and thee. That if I lose thee here, at least in hell, with thee I to eternity may dwell. If thou slay'st me, there is good reason, I the comfort too of vengeance should obtain. In that all edicts and all equity, the death of him that causes death ordain. Nor, since you justly, I unjustly, die, deem I that thine is equal to my pain. I him who seeks my life, alas, shall spill. Thou her that loves and worships thee wouldst kill. My hand, why hast thou not the hardiment to rive with steel the bosom of my foe, that me so many times to death has shent, under the faith of love, in peaceful show? Him, who to take my life can now consent, nor even have pity of my cruel woe, dare, valiant heart, this impious man to slay, and let his death my thousand deaths appay. So said, she spurred at him amid the throng. But, first, defend thee, false Rogero, cried. No more, if I have power, in spoil and wrong done to a virgin heart, shalt thou take pride. Hearing that voice the hostile ranks among, he deems, and truly deems, he hears his bride, whose voice the youth remembers in such wise, that mid 1,000 would he recognize. Her further meaning well did he divine, weening that him she in that speech would blame, for having broke their pact, and, with design, the occasion of his failure to proclaim, of his desire for parley made a sign. But she, with visor closed, already came, raging and grieved, intent, with vengeful hand, to fling the youth, nor haply upon sand. Rogero, when he saw her so offended, fixed himself firmly in his arms and seat. He rests his lance, but holds the stave suspended, so that it shall not harm her when they meet. She that to smite and pierce the child intended, pitiless, and inflamed with furious heat, has not the courage, when she sees him near, to fling, or do him outrage with the spear. Void of effect, 'tis thus their lances go. And it is well, since love with burning dart, tilting this while at one and the other foe, has lanced the enamored warriors in mid-heart. Unable at the child to aim her blow, the lady spent her rage in other part, and mighty deeds achieved, which fame will earn, while overhead the circling heavens shall turn. Above 300 men in that affray, in little space by her dismounted lie. Alone that warlike damsel wins the day. From her alone the Moorish people fly. To her Rogero, circling, threads his way, and says, unless I speak with you I die. Hear me, for love of heaven, what done I done? Alas! That ever mine approach ye shun, as when soft southern breezes are unpent, which with a tepid breath from seaward blow, the snows dissolve, and torrents find a vent, and ice, so hard erewhile, is seen to flow. At those entreaties, at that brief lament, Rinaldo's sister's heart is softened so, forthwith compassionate and pious groan, which anger fain had made more hard than stone. Would she not, could she not, she not replied, but spurred aslant the ready Rabicane, and, signing to Rogero, rode as wide as she could wend from that embattled train. Then to a sheltered valley turned aside, wherein embosomed was a little plain. In the mid-lawn a wood of cypress grew, whose saplings of one stamp appeared to view. Within that thicket, of white marble wrought, is a proud monument, and newly made. And he that makes inquiry, here is taught, in few brief verses who therein is laid. But of those lines, methinks, took little thought fair Bradamant, arriving in that glade. Rogero spurred his courser, and pursued, and overtook that damsel in the wood. But turn we to Marfisa, that anew, during this space was seated on her steed, and sought again the valiant champion, who, at the first onset cast her on the mead, and saw, how from the mingling host withdrew Rogero, after that strange knight to speed. Nor deemed the youth pursued in love, she thought, he but to end their strife and quarrel sought. She pricks her horse behind the two, and gains well nigh as soon as they, that valley. How her coming thither either lover pains, who lives and loves, untaught by me, may know. But sorest vexed sad Bradamant remains, beholding her whence all her sorrows flow. Who shall persuade the damsel but that love? For young Rogero brings her to that grove, and him perfidious she anew did name. Perfidious, was it not enough, she said, that I should know thy perfidy from fame? But must the witness of thy guilt be made? I wot, to drive me from thee is thine aim. And I, that thy desires may be apaid, will die, but strive, in yielding up my breath. She too shall die, the occasion of my death. Angrier than venomed viper, with a bound. So saying, she upon Marfisa flies, and plants so well the spear, that she, astound, fell backward on the champaign in such guise. Nigh half her helm was buried in the ground. Nor was the damsel taken by surprise. Nay, did her best the encounter to withstand. Yet with her helmed head she smote the sand. Bradamant who will die, or in that just will put to death Marfisa, rages so. She has no mind again with lance to thrust, again that martial maid to overthrow, but thinks her head to sever from the bust, where it half buried lies, with murderous blow. Away the enchanted lance that damsel flings, unsheathes the sword, and from her courser springs, but is too slow withal. For on her feet she finds Marfisa, with such fierce disdain, inflamed, at being in that second heat, so easily reversed upon the plain. She hears in vain exclaim, in vain entreat Rogero, who beholds their strife with pain. So blinded are the pair with spite and rage, that they with desperate fury battle wage. At half swords engage the struggling foes, and, such their stubborn mood, with shortened brand, they still approach, and now so fiercely close, they cannot choose but grapple, hand to hand. Her sword, no longer needful, each foregoes, and either now new means of mischief planned. Rogero both implores with earnest suit, but supplicates the twain with little fruit. When he entreaties unavailing found, the youth prepared by force to part the two, their poniards snatched away, and on the ground, beneath a cypress tree, the daggers threw. When they no weapons have wherewith to wound, with prayer and threat, he interferes anew. But vainly, for, since better weapons lack, each other they with fists and feet attack. Rogero ceased not from his task, he caught, by hand or arm, the fiercely struggling pair, till to the utmost pitch of fury wrought. The fell Marfisa's angry passions were. She, that this ample world esteemed it not, of the child's friendship had no further care. Plucked from the foe, she ran to seize her sword, and fastened next upon that youthful lord. Like a discourteous man and churl ye do, Rogero, to disturb another's fight. A deed, she cried, this hand shall make ye rue. Which I intend, shall vanquished both. The knight sought fierce Marfisa's fury to subdue with gentle speech, but full of such despite. He found her, and inflamed with such disdain. All parley was a waste of time and pain. At last his falchion young Rogero drew. For ire as well had flushed that cavalier. Nor is it my belief, that ever shew Athens or Rome, or city whatsoe'er, witnessed, which ever so rejoiced the view, as this rejoices. As this sight is dear to Bradamant, when, through their strife displaced, every suspicion from her breast is chased. Bradamant took her sword, and to descry the duel of those champions stood apart. The god of war, descended from the sky. She deemed Rogero, for his strength and art. If he seemed Mars, Marfisa to the eye seemed an infernal fury, on her part. 'Tis true, that for a while the youthful knight against that damsel put not forth his might. He knew the virtues of that weapon well. Such proof thereof the knight erewhile had made. Where'er it falls perforce is every spell annulled, or by its stronger virtue stayed. Hence so Rogero smote, it never fell upon its edge or point, but still the blade descended flat. He long this rule observes. Yet once he from his patient purpose swerves. In that, a mighty stroke Marfisa sped, meaning to cleave the brainpan of her foe. He raised the buckler to defend his head, and the sword smote upon its bird of snow. Nor broke nor bruised the shield, by spell bested. But his arm rang astounded by the blow. Nor aught but Hector's mail the sword had stopped, whose furious blow would his left arm have lopped, and had upon his head descended sheer, whereat designed to strike the savage fair. Scarce his left arm can good Rogero rear, can scarce the shield and blazoned bird upbear. All pity he casts off, and 'twould appear as in his eyes a lighted torch did glare. As hard as he can smite, he smites, and woe to thee, Marfisa, if he plants the blow. I cannot tell you truly in what wise that falchion swerves against a cypress stalk. In such close serried ranks the saplings rise, buried above a palm within the block. As this the mountain and the plain that lies beneath it, with a furious earthquake rock. And from that marble monument proceeds a voice, that every mortal voice exceeds. The horrid voice exclaims, your quarrel leave. For 'twere a deed unjust and inhumane, that brother should of life his sister reave, or sister by her brother's hand be slain. Rogero and Marfisa mine, believe. The tale which I deliver is not vain. Seed of one father, on one womb ye lay, and first together saw the light of day. Galliciella's children are ye, whom she to Rogero, hight the second, bare. Whose brothers, having, by unrighteous doom, of your unhappy sire deprived that fair, not heeding that she carried in her womb. Ye, who yet succors of their lineage are, her in a rotten carcass of a boat, to founder in mid-ocean, set afloat. But fortune, that had destined you whilera, and yet unborn, to many a fair emprise, your mother to that lonely shore did steer, which overright the sandy Syrtes lies, where, having given you birth, that spirit dear forthwith ascended into paradise. A witness of the piteous case was I. So heaven had willed, and such your destiny. I to the dame as descent burial gave, as could be given upon that desert sand. Ye, well enveloped in my vest, I save, and bear to Mount Carina from the strand, and make a lioness leave whelps and cave, and issue from the wood, with semblance bland. Ye, twice 10 months, with mickle fondness bred, and from her paps the milky mother fed, needing to quit my home upon a day, and journey through the country, as you can. Haply remember ye, we are on our way. We're overtaken by an Arab clan. Those robbers thee, Marfisa, bore away. While young Rogero 'scaped, who better ran. Bereaved of thee, they woeful loss I wept. And with more watchful care thy brother kept. Rogero, if Atlantes watched thee well, while yet he was alive, thou best dost know. I the fixed stars had heard of thee foretell, that thou shouldst perish by a treacherous foe. In Christian land, and still their influence fell. Was ended, labored to avert the blow. Nor having power in fine thy will to guide. I sickened sore, and of my sorrow died. But here, before my death, for in this glade, I knew thou shouldst with bold Marfisa fight. I with huge stones, amassed by hellish aid, had this fair monument of marble dight. And I to Sharon with loud outcries said, I would not he should hence convey my sprite. Till here, prepared in deadly fray to strive, Rogero and his sister should arrive. Thus has my spirit for this many a day waited thy coming in these beauteous groves. So be no more to jealous fears a prey, O Bradamant, because Rogero loves but me to quit the cheerful realms of day, and seek the darksome cloisters it behoves. Here ceased the voice, which in the child amazed. And those two damsels mighty marvel raised. Gladly a sister in the martial queen. Rogero, she in him a brother knows. Who now embrace, nor move her jealous spleen. That with the love of young Rogero glows. And citing what, and when, and where had been their childish deeds, as they to memory rose. In summing up past times, more sure they hold the things whereof the wizard's spirit told. Rogero from Marfisa does not hide how Bradamant to him at heart is dear, and by what obligations he is tied. In moving words relates the cavalier, nor ceases till he has, on either side, turned to firm love the hate they bore whilera. When, as a sign of peace, and discord chaste, they, at his bidding, tenderly embraced. Marfisa to Rogero makes request to say what sire was theirs, and what their strain, and how he died, by banded foes oppressed, or at close barriers, was the warrior slain, and who it was had issued the behest to drown their mother in the stormy main. For of the tale, if ever heard before, little or nothing she in memory bore. Of Trojan ancestors are we the seed, through famous Hector's line, Rogero said. For after young Astyanax was freed, 445, from fierce Ulysses and the toils he spread, leaving another stripling in his stead. Of his own age, he out of Phrygia fled, who, after long and wide sea wandering, gained Sicily's shore, and in Messina reigned. Part of Calabria within Pharaoh held. The warriors' heirs, who after a long run of successors, departed thence and dwelled in Mars' imperial city, more than one famed king and emperor, who that list have swelled. In Rome and other part has filled the throne. And from Constantius and good Constantine, stretched to the son of Pepin, is their line. Rogero, Gambaron, Buovo hence succeed. And that Rogero, second of the name, who filled our fruitful mother with his seed. As thou Atlantes mayst have heard proclaim, of our fair lineage many a noble deed, shalt thou hear blazed abroad by sounding fame. Of Agilant's inroad next the stripling told, with Agramant and with Almontes bold. And how a lovely daughter, who excelled in feats of arms, that king accompanied. So stout she many paladins had quelled. And how, in fine, she for Rogero sighed, and for his love against her sire rebelled, and was baptized, and was Rogero's bride. And how a traitor loved, him Bertram name, his brother's wife with an incestuous flame. And country, sire, and brethren too betrayed. Hoping he so the lady should have won. How Risa open to the foe he laid. By whom all scathe was on those kinsmen done. How Agilant's 2 furious sons conveyed their mother, great with child, and 6 months gone, aboard a helmless boat, and with its charge, in wildest winter, turned adrift the barge. Valiant Marfisa, with a tranquil face, heard young Rogero thus his tale pursue, and joyed to be descended of a race which from so fair a font its waters drew. Whence Clermont, whence renowned Mongrana trace their noble line, the martial damsel knew, blazoned through years and centuries by fame, unrivaled, both, in arms of mighty name. When afterwards she from her brother knew Agramant's uncle, sire, and grandsire fell in treacherous wise, the first Rogero slew, and brought to cruel pass Galiciel. Marfisa could not hear the story through. To him she cries, with pardon, what you tell, brother, convicts you of too foul a wrong. In leaving thus our sire unvenged so long. Couldst thou not in Almondes and Troyan, as dead Wylara, your thirsty falchion plant? By you those monarchs' children might be slain. Are you alive, and lives King Agramant? Never will you efface the shameful stain that ye, so often wronged, not only grant life to that king, but as your lord obey. Lodge in his court, and serve him for his pay? Here heartily in face of heaven I vow that Christ my father worshipped, to adore, until I venge my parents on the foe, to wear this armor, and I will deplore your deed, Rogero, and deplore even now that you should swell the squadrons of the Moor, or other follower of the Moslem faith, save sword in hand, and to the Paynim scathe. Ah! How fair Bradamant uplifts again her visage at that speech, rejoiced in sprite. Rogero she exhorts in earnest vein to do as his Marfisa counsels right, and bids him seek the camp of Charlemagne, and have himself acknowledged in his sight. Who so reveres and lauds his father's worth, he even deems him one unmatched on earth. In the beginning so he should have done. Warily young Rogero answer made. But, for the tale was not so fully known, as since, the deed had been too long delayed. Now, seeing it was fierce Troiano's son that had begirt him with the knightly blade, he, as a traitor, well might be abhorred, if he slew one, accepted as his lord. But, as to Bradamant Wylara, he cries, he will all measures and all means essay, whereby some fair occasion may arise, to leave the king. And had there been delay, and he Wylara had done in otherwise, she on the Tartar king the fault must lay. How sorely handled that redoubt foe had left him in their battle, she must know. And she, that every day had sought his bed, must of this truth the fittest witness be. Much upon this was answered, much was said, between those damsels, who at last agree. And as their last resolve, last counsel read, he should rejoin the Paynim's ensignry, till he found fair occasion to resort from Agramant's to Charles's royal court. To Bradamant the bold Marfisa cries, let him begone, nor doubt am I, before many days pass, will manage in such wise that Agramant shall be his lord no more. So says the martial damsel, nor implies the secret purpose which she has in store, making his congees to the friendly twain. To join his king Rogero turns the rein. When a complaint is heard from valley near, all now stand listening, to the noise attent, and to that plaintive voice incline their ear. A woman's, as 'twould seem, that makes lament. But I this strain would gladly finish here. And, that I finish it, be ye content. For better things I promise to report, if ye to hear another strain resort. Canto. Chapter 37. Lament and outcry loud of some that mourn. Attract Rogero and the damsels too. They find Eulania, with her mantle shorn by Margener, amid her moaning crew. Upon that felon knight, for his foul scorn, a fierce revenge Marfisa takes, a new statute that maid does in the town obtain. And Margener is by Eulania slain. If, as in seeking other gift to gain, for nature, without study, yieldeth not, with mighty diligence, and mickle pain, illustrious women day and night have wrought. And if with good success the female train, to a fair end no homely task have brought, so did they for such other studies wake, as mortal attributes immortal make. And, if they of themselves sufficient were, their praises to posterity to show, nor borrowed authors' aid, whose bosoms are with envy and with hate corroded so, that oft they hide the good they might declare, and tell in every place what ill they know. To such a pitch would mount the female name, as haply ne'er was reached by manly fame. To furnish mutual aid is not enow, for many who would lend each other light. Men do their best, that womankind should show, whatever faults they have in open sight, would hinder them of rising from below, and sink them to the bottom, if they might. I say the ancients, as if glory, won by woman, dimmed their own, as mist the sun. But hands or tongue ne'er had, nor has, the skill. Does voice or lettered page the thought impart? Though each, with all its power, increase the ill, diminishing the good with all its art. So female fame to stifle, but that still the honor of the sex survives in part. Yet reacheth not its pitch, nor such its flight, but that 'tis far below its natural height. Not only Thomarus and Harpalus, and who brought Hector, who brought Turnus aid, and who, to build in Libya crossed the sea, by Tyrian and Sidonian band obeyed. Not only famed Zenobia, only she, who Persian, Indian, and Assyrian frayed. Not only these and some few others merit their glory, that eternal fame inherit. Faithful, chaste, and bold, the world hath seen, in Greece and Rome not only, but where'er the sun unfolds his flowing locks, between the Hesperides and Indian hemisphere, whose gifts and praise have so extinguished been, we scarce of one amid 1,000 hear. And this because they in their days have had for chroniclers, men envious, false, and bad. But ye that prosper in the exercise of goodly labors, I your way pursue. Nor halt, O women, in your high emprise, for fear of not receiving honor due. For, as not good endures beneath the skies, so ill endures no more. If hitherto unfriendly by the poet's pen and page, they now befriend you in our better age. Erewhile Morello 446 and Pontanti for you declared, and, sire and son, the Strozzi twain, Capello, Bembo, and that writer, who has fashioned like himself the courtier train, with Louis Alemanni, and those two, beloved of Mars and Muses, of their strain descended, who the mighty city rule, which Mincius parts, and moats with marshy pool. 447. One of this pair, besides that, of his will, he honors you, and does you courtesies, and makes Parnassus and Hyacinthus hill resound your praise, and lift it to the skies. The love, the faith, and mind, unconquered still, mid threats of ruin, which in steadfast wise to him his constant Isabel hath shown. 448. Render yet more your champion than his own, so that he never more will wearied be, with quickening in his verse your high renown. And, if another censures you, then he prompter to arm in your defense is none. Nor knight, in this wide world, more willingly life in the cause of virtue would lay down. Matter as well for others' pen he gives, as in his own another's glory lives. And well he merits, that a dame so blessed with all worth, which in this earthly round is seen in them who don the female vest, to him hath evermore been faithful found, of a sure pillar of pure truth possiest. In her, despising fortune's every wound. 449. Worthy of one another are the twain, nor better ere were paired in wedlock's chain. New trophies he on Oglio's bank has shown. 44. For he, mid bark and car, amid the gleam of fire and sword, such goodly rhymes hath strown, as may with envy swell the neighboring stream. By Hercules Bentivoglio next is blown the noble strain, your honor's noble theme. Rainet Trivulzio and Guidetti mine, and Molza, called of Phoebus and the Nine. There's Hercules of the Carnudi 451 son of my own Duke, who spreads his every plume, soaring and singing, like harmonious swan, and even to heaven uplifts your name. With whom there is my lord of Guasto, not alone, a theme for many in Athens, many a Rome. In his high strain he promises as well your praise to all posterity to tell. And beside these and others of our day, who gave you once, or give you now renown, this for yourselves ye may yourselves purvey. For many, laying silk and sampler down, with the melodious muses, to allay their thirst at Aganippes' well, have gone, and still are going, who so fairly speed, that we more theirs than they our labor need. If I of these would separately tell, and render good account and honor due, more than one page I with their praise should swell, nor aught beside would this day's canto shew. And if on 5 or 6 alone I dwell, I may offend and anger all the crew. What then shall I resolve? To pass all by? Or choose but one from such a company? One will I choose, and such will choose, that she all envy shall so well have overthrown. No other woman can offend be, if, passing others, her I praise alone. Nor joys this one but immortality, through her sweet style, and better know I none. But who is honored in her speech and page, shall burst the tomb, and live through every age. As Phoebus to his silvery sister shows his visage more, and lends her brighter fires, than Venus, Maia, or to star that glows alone, or circles with the heavenly choirs. So he with sweeter eloquence than flows from other lips, that gentle dame inspires, and gives her word such force, a second sun seems in our days its glorious course to run. Mid victories born, Victoria is her name. 452. Well named, and whom does she advance or stay? Triumphs and trophies evermore proclaim, while victory heads or follows her array. Another Artemisia is the dame, renowned for love of her Mausolus, yea, by so much greater, as it is more brave to raise the dead, than lay them in the grave. If chaste Laodamia, Portia true, Evadne, Argia, Aria 453 and many more, merited praise, because that glorious crew coveted burial with their lords of yore. How much more fame is to Victoria due, that from dull Lethe, and the river's shore, which 9 times hems the ghosts, to upper light, has dragged her lord, in death and fate's despite. If that loud-voiced Meonian trump Wilera, the Macedonian grudged Achilles, how? Francis Pescara, O unconquered peer, would he begrudge thee, were he living now? That wife, so virtuous and to thee so dear, thy well-earned glory through the world should blow, and that thy name through her should so rebound, thou needst not crave a clearer trumpet's sound. If all that is to tell, and all I fain would of that lady tell, I wish to unfold. Though long, yet not so long, would be the stain. But that large portion would be left untold, while at a stand the story would remain, of fierce Marfisa and her comrades bold, to follow whom I promised erst, if you would but return to hear my song anew. Now, being here to listen to my say, because I would not break my promise, I, until my better leisure, will delay her every praise at length to certify. Not that I think she needs my humble lay, who with such treasure can herself supply, but simply to apply my single end, that gentle dame to honor and commend. Ladies, in fine I say, that every age, worthy of story, many a dame supplies, but that, through jealous authors' envious rage, unchronicled by fame, each matron dies, but will no more, since in the historic page, your virtues ye, yourselves, immortalize. Had those two damsels in this art been read, their every warlike deed had wider spread. Bradamant and Marfisa would I say, whose bold, victorious deeds, in battle done, I strive to bring into the light of day. But 9 in 10 remain to me unknown. I what I know right willingly display. As well, that all fair actions should be shown. As well that, gentle ladies, I am bent, ye whom I love and honor, to content. As said, in act to go Rogero stood. And, having taken leave, the cavalier withdraws his trenchant falchion from the wood, which holds no more the weapon, as whilera. When, sounding loud amid that solitude, a cry, not distant far, arrests the peer. Then thitherward he with those damsels made, prompt, if 'twere needed, to bestow his aid. They rode an end, and louder waxed the sound, and plainer were the plaintive words they heard, when in a valley they 3 women found, making that plaint, who in strange garb appeared. For to the navel were those 3 unowned, their coats by some uncourteous varlet sheared, and knowing not how better to disguise their shame, they sate on earth, and dared not rise. As Vulcan's son, 454 that sprang, as it is versed, out of the dust, without a mother made, whom, so Minerva bade, Aglaros nursed, with sovereign care, too bold and curious made, seated in car, by him constructed first, to hide his hideous feet, was erst conveyed, so that which never is to sight revealed, sitting, those mournful damsels kept concealed. At that dishonest sight and shameful, glows each martial damsel's visage, overspread with the rich dyes of Paestum's crimson rose, when vernal airs their gentle influence shed. Bradamant marked them, and that one of those was Ulani, the damsel quickly read. Ulani, that was sent with solemn train from the lost isle to royal Charlemagne, and recognized the other 2 no less. From them she saw, when she saw Ulani, but now to her directed her address, as the most honored of those ladies 3, demanding, who so full of wickedness, so lawless was and so unmannerly, that he those secrets to the sight revealed, which nature, as she could, 'twould seem, concealed. Ulani, that in Bradamant descried, known both by voice and ensignery, the maid, who some few days before those nights of pride, with her victorious lance on earth had laid. How? In a town not far remote, replied. An evil race, by pity never swayed. Besides that they their raiment thus had shorn, had beat them, and had done them other scorn. What of the shield became, she cannot say. Nor knows she those 3 monarchs' destiny, who guided her so long upon her way, if killed, or led into captivity. And says, that she herself has ta'en her way. albeit to fare afoot sore irksome be. To appeal to royal Charlemagne, assured, by him such outrage will not be endured. To hear, yet more to see, so foul a wrong, disturb the child and damsel's placid air, and beauteous visage, whose bold hearts and strong, no less compassionate than valiant were. They now, all else forgetting, ere the tongue of Ulani prefers demand, or prayer, that they would venge them on their cruel foe, in haste towards the felon's castle go. With one constant, the maids and cavalier, by their great goodness moved, from plate and mail, had stripped their upper vests, well-fitting gear, those miserable ladies' shame to veil. Bradamant suffers not, that, as Wylara, sad Ulani shall tramp by hill and dale, but seats her on her horse's croup, so do her comrades by those other damsels too. To gentle Bradamant Eulania showed the nearest way to reach the castle height, while comfort Bradamant on her bestowed, promising vengeance for that foul despite. They leave the vale, and by a crooked road, and long ascend, now wheeling left, now right, nor till the sun is hidden in the sea. Upon their weary way repose the three. They to a hamlet on the summit wound, scaling the mountain's steep and rugged side, and such good shelter and good supper found, as could by such rude quarters be supplied. Arriving there, they turned their eyes around, and full of women every place espied, some old, some young, nor, mid so large a clan, appeared the visage of a single man. Not more bold Jason wondered, 455 and the train, which sailed with him, that Argonautic crew, seeing those dames that had their husbands slain, fathers and sons and brethren, so that through all Lemnos pleasant isle, by hill or plain, of manly visage they beheld not two. Then hear Rogero, and the rest who go with good Rogero, wonder at this show. The martial damsels bid for Ulani, and those who came with her, provide attire, and gowns that eve are furnished for the three, if meaner than their own, at least entire. To him a woman of that villagery, valiant Rogero summons, to inquire, where are the men, in that he none descries? And thus to him that village wife replies, what haply is to you a wonderment? This crowd of womankind, where man is none, to us is grave and grievous punishment. Who, banished here, live woefully alone, and, that such exile us may more torment, from those so loved, as brother, father, son. A long divorce and cruel we sustain, as our fell tyrant pleases to ordain. Sent to these confines from his land, which lies but 2 leagues distant thence, where we were born. Us in this place the fell barbarian styes, having first done us many a brutal scorn, and has with death and all extremities threatened our kinsmen and ourselves forlorn. If they come hither, or he hears report, we harbor them, when hither they resort. He to our name is such a deadly foe, he will not have us nearer than I shewed. Now have us of our kin approached, as though infection from the female sex ensued. Already have the greenwood trees laid low their leafy honors twice, and twice renewed, since our Lord's fury to such pitch arose. Now is there one his frenzy to oppose, for he has spread such passing fear among the people, death can cause no worse affright, in that, beside his natural love of wrong, he is endowed with more than human might. He than 100 other men more strong in body is of a gigantic height. Nor us his vassals he molests alone, but worse by him to stranger dame is done. If your own honor, sir, and of those 3, beneath your charge, to you in aught is dear, 'twill safer, usefuller, and better be to leave this road, and by another steer. This leads you to his tower, described by me. To prove the savage use that cruel peer has there established, to the shame and woe of dame or cavalier, who thither go. This castellane or tyrant, Marganer. So name the felon knight, than whom more fell. Nero was not, nor other heretofore. If other be, whose actions fame doth swell. Thirsts for man's blood, but thirsts for woman's more than wolf for blood of lambs. And bids expel with shame all females, that, in evil hour, their fortune has conducted to his tower. How in that impious man such fury grew? Asked young Rogero and those damsels twain. And prayed she would in courtesy pursue. Yea, rather from the first her tale explain. That castle's lord, the woman said anew, was always cruel, fierce, and inhumane. Yet for a while his wicked heart concealed, nor what he was so suddenly revealed. For in the lifetime of his sons, a pair that differed much from the paternal style, since they the stranger loved, and loathers were of cruelty and other actions vile, flourished the courtesies and good customs there, and there were gentle deeds performed this while. For, albeit avaricious was the sire, he never crossed the youths in their desire. The cavaliers and dames who journeyed by that castle, there so well were entertained, that they departed, by the courtesy of those two kindly brothers wholly gained. In the holy orders of fair chivalry 456. Alike the youthful pair had been ordained. Cylinder one, Tanacro hight the other. Bold, and of royal mien each martial brother. And truly were, and would have been alway, worthy of every praise and fame, withal, had they not yielded up themselves a prey to that uncurbed desire, which love we call, by which they were seduced from the right way into foul error's crooked maze, and all the good that by those brethren had been wrought waxed, in a moment, rank, corrupt and naught. It chanced, that in their father's fortilage a knight of the Greek emperor's court did lie. With him his lady was, of manners sage, nor fairer could be craved by wishful eye. For her cylinder felt such amorous rage, he deemed, save he enjoyed her, he should die. He deemed that, when the lady should depart, his soul as well would from his body part. And, for he knew, 'twas useless to entreat, devised to make her his by force of hand. Armed, and in silence, near his father's seat, where must pass knight and lady, took his stand. Through natural daring and through amorous heat, he with too little thought the matter planned. So that, when he beheld the knight advance, he issued, to assail him, lance to lance. To overthrow him, at first shock he thought, and to win dame and palm in the career. But that Greek knight, in warlike strife well taught, shivered, like glass, his breastplate with the spear. The bitter tidings to the sire were brought, who bade bear home the stripling on a bier. He, finding he was dead, loud mourning made, and him in earth, beside his father's, laid. Yet harborage and welcome as before had he who sought it, neither more nor less, because Tanacro in his courteous lore equalled his brother as in gentleness. Thither that very year, from foreign shore, a baron and his wife their steps address. A marvel he of valor, and as fair as could be said, is she, and debonair. No fairer was the dame than chaste and right, and well deserving every praise, the peer, derived of generous stock, and bold in fight, as ever champion, of whose fame we hear. And 'tis well fitting, that such valiant wight should joy a thing so excellent and dear. Olindro he, the lord of Lungavilla, and she, his lady wife, yclept Drusilla. No less for her the young Tanacro glows, than for that other burned cylinder sore. who brought erewhile to sad and bitter close the wicked love he to that lady bore. The holy, hospitable laws he chose to violate no less than he, before he would endure, that him, with venomed sting, his new desire to cruel death should bring. But he, because he has before his eyes the example of his elder brother slain, thinks to bear off the lady in such wise that bold Olindro cannot venge the stain. Straight spent in him, not simply weakened, lies the virtue, wont Tancaro to sustain. Above that flood of vice, in whose profound and miry waters Marganer lay drowned. That night, he in deep silence bade array a score of armed men, and next conveyed into some caverns, bordering on the way, and distant from the tower, his ambuscade. The roads were broken, and the following day Olindro from all sides was overlaid. And, though he made a brave defense and long of wife and life was plundered by that throng, Olindro slain for 57 they led his lady fair a captive thence, o'erwhelmed with sorrow so that she refused to live, and made her prayer. Tanacro, as a grace, would death bestow. Resolved to die, she leapt, in her despair, from a high bank into a vale below. But death was to the wretched dame refused, who lay with shattered head and sorely bruised. She could not to the castle be conveyed in other guise than borne upon a bier. Her, so Tanacro bids, prompt leeches aid, because he will not lose a prey so dear. And while to cure Drusilla they essayed, busied about their spousals was the peer. In that so chaste a lady and so fair, a wife's and not a leman's name should wear. He had no other thought, no other aim, no other care, nor spake beside of aught. Saw he had wronged her, and took all the blame. And, as he could, to amend his error wrought. But all was vain. The more he loved the dame, the more be to appease her anger sought. So much more was her hate, so much more will. So much more thirst had she that youth to kill. Yet hatred blinded not her judgment so. But what the dame could clearly comprehend, that she, if she would strike the purposed blow, must feign, and secret snares for him extend, and her desire beneath another show, which is but how Tanacro to offend, must mask, and make him think, that overblown is her first love, and turn to him alone. Her face speaks peace, while vengeance inwardly her heart demands, and but to this attends. She many things revolves, accepts, puts by, or, as of doubtful issue, some suspends, deeming she can, if she resolves to die, compass her scheme, with this resolve she ends. And better how can she expend her breath than in avenging dear Olindro's death? She showed herself all joyful, on her part, and feigned that she desired those nuptials sore, nor only showed an unreluctant heart, but all delay and hindrance overbore, painted and tired above the rest with art. 'Twould seem, she of her husband thinks no more, but 'tis her will, that in her country's wise Tanacro shall their wedding solemnize. The custom howsoever was not true, which as her country's use she certified, but, because never thought within her grew, which she could spend on anything beside, a falsehood she devised, whence hope she drew of killing him by whom her husband died, and told Tanacro, and the manner said, how in her country's fashion she would wed the widow that a husband's bed ascends. Ere she approached the bridegroom, said that fair the spirit of the dead, whom she offends, must soothe with solemn office, mass and prayer, in the holy temple making her amends, where her first husband's bones entombed are. That sacrifice performed, to bind their vows, the nuptial ring the bridegroom gives the spouse. But the holy priest, while this shall be about. Upon wine, thither for that purpose sped. His orisons, appropriate and devout. Blessing with all the liquor, shall have said. Then from the flask into a cup pour out. And give the blessed wine to them that wed. But 'tis the spouse's part to take the cup. And first that vessel's cordial beverage sup. The unsuspecting youth, who takes no heed. What nuptials, ordered in her wise, import. At her own pleasure bids the dame proceed. So that she cut his terms of waiting short. Nor does the miserable stripling read. She would avenge Olindro in that sort. And on one object is so sore intent. He sees but that, on that alone is bent. An ancient woman, seized with her Wilera. And left, withal, obeyed Drusilla, who that beldam called and whispered in her ear. So as that none beside could hear the two. A poison of quick power for me prepare. Such as, I know, thou knowest how to brew. And bottle it, for I have found a way. The traitorous son of Marganer to slay. And me and thee no less can save, she said. And this at better leisure will explain. The woman went her ways, the potion made. And to the palace bent her steps again. A flask of Candian sweet wine she purveyed. Wherewith Drusilla sheathed that deadly bane. And kept the beverage for the nuptial day. For now had ceased all hindrance and delay. On the fixed day she seeks the temple, dight with precious jewels and with goodly gear. Where her lord's tomb, befitting such a knight. Built by her order, two fair pillars rear. The holy office there, with solemn rite, is sung, which men and women troop to hear. And, gay, beyond his usage, with his air, begirt by friends, Sir Marganer is there. When the holy obsequies at last were o'er, and by the priest was blessed the poisoned draught, he into a fair golden cup did pour the wine, as by Drusilla had been taught. She drank what sorted with her sex, nor more than would effect the purpose which she sought. Then to the bridegroom, with a jocund eye, handed the draught, who drained the goblet dry. The cup returned, Tanacro, blithe and gay, opened his arms Drusilla to embrace. Then altered was her sweet and winning way, and to a tempest that long calm gave place. She thrust him back, she motioned him away. She seemed to kindle in her eyes and face. And to the youth, with broken voice and dread, "Traitor, stand off," the furious lady said. "Shalt thou then joy and solace have from me? I tears from thee, and punishment and woe. Now these mine hands shall make an end of thee. This, if thou know'st it not, for poison know. Much grieve I that thou shouldst too honored be by the executioner who deals the blow. Shouldst die a death too easy, since I wot for thee too shameful hand or pain is not. In seeing this thy death, it gives me pain. My sacrifice should be completed ill. For could I do by thee as I were fain, nothing should lack that purpose to fulfill. May my sweet consort not the work disdain, and for the imperfect deed accept the will, that, without power to compass what I would, I have been fain to slay thee as I could. And that deserved punishment, which I cannot, as I desire, on thee bestow. I hope thy soul shall have, hope to be nigh to see thee suffer, in the realms of woe. Her turbid eyes then raising to the sky, with joyous face all over in a glow, she cried, Olindro, take this victim's life, with the good will of thine avenging wife, and of our Lord for me the grace obtain, to be this day in paradise with thee. If he reply, none cometh to your reign without desert, say such I bring with me, who this fell impious monster, in his fane, offer, as my first fruits. And what can be a greater merit than to have suppressed such loathsome and abominable pest? Her life, together with her speech, was spent. And, even dead, her face appeared to glow with joy, at having dealt such punishment to him, that laid her cherished husband low. If fierce Tanacro's spirit did prevent of follow hers, I wis not, but, I trow, prevented, for on him that venom rank yet faster wrought, because he deeper drank. Marganer, who beheld his only son fall and expire, his outstretched arms between, well nigh had with Tanacro died, o'erthrown by that so sudden grief and unforeseen. 2 sons he had, and now was left alone, brought to that pass he by 2 wives had been. This was the cause one spent his vital breath with her own hand, that dealt the other death. Love, pity, sorrow, anger, and desire of death and vengeance, all together rend and rack the childless and unhappy sire, who groans like sea when wind and waves contend towards the dame, with vengeful thoughts afire. He goes, but sees that life is at an end, and, goaded by his rage and hatred hot, seeks to offend her course that feels it not. As serpent, by the pointed spear pinned down, fixes his teeth in it, with fruitless spire. Or as the mastiff runs towards a stone, which has been flung by some wayfaring wight, and gnaws it in his rage, nor will be gone until he venge himself. 'Tis so the knight. Than any mastiff, any serpent, worse, offends Drusilla's cold and lifeless course. And, for he venteth not, nor slakes his mood by foul abuse upon the carcass done among the women, a large multitude, he springs, and there shows mercy unto none. Moan are we with his impious sword, as strewed is grass with scythe, when dried by summer sun. There is no scape, for straightways of our train are full 100 maimed, and 30 slain. He of his vassals is so held in dread, there is no man who dares to lift his eyes. The women with the meaner sort are fled, and whosoever can, the temple flies. His friends against the furious fit make head. At last, with kind constraint and suppliant cries, and, leaving everything in tears below, him in his castle on the rock bestow, his wrath enduring still, to send away. The wretch determines all the female band, in that, his will us utterly to slay. His people and his friends, with prayer, withstand. And he bids punish, on that very day, an order for us all to leave his land. Placed such his pleasures on these confines, woe to them that nearer to his castle go. Thus husbands from their wives divided are, mothers from sons, if hither to resort. Despite that order, any one should dare. Let none know this, who might the deed report. For sorely mulcted for the transgression were many, and many slain in cruel sort. A statute for his town next made the peer. Of fouler law we neither read nor hear. It wills, all women found within the vale, for thither even yet will some descend. His men with rods shall on the shoulders wail, and into exile from those countries send. But first their gowns shall clip, and parts unveil, that decency and natural shame offend. And if with escort of an armed knight any wend thither, they are slain outright. Those that an armed warrior's escort have, by this ill man, to piety a foe, are dragged as victims to his children's grave, where his own hand inflicts the murderous blow. Stripped ignominiously of armor, glaive, and steed, their champions to his prisons go. And this can he compel, for, night and day, 1,000 men the tyrant's hest obey. And I will add, moreover, 'tis his will. Does he free any one, he first shall swear upon the holy wafer, that he still to woman, while he lives, will hatred bear. If then these ladies and yourself to spill seem good to you, to yonder wall's repair. And put to proof withal, if prowess more or cruelty prevails in Marganer. So saying, in those maids of martial might, first she such pity moved and then disdain, that they, had it been day instead of night, would then have gone against that castellane. There rest the troop. And when Aurora's light serves as a signal to the starry train, that they should all before the sun recede, they don the cuirass and remount the steed. And now, in act to go, that company behind them hear the stony road resound with a long trample, when those warlike three look down the vale and roll their eyes around. And they from thence, a stone's throw distant, see a troop, which through a narrow pathway wound. A score they are perhaps in number, who on horseback, or on foot, their way pursue. They with them on a horse a woman haul, whom stricken sore in years her visage shows, in guise wherein some doleful criminal, condemned to gallows, fire, or prison goes. Who, notwithstanding that wide interval, is by her features known, as well as clothes. They of the village, mid the cavalcade, know her for fair Drusilla's chambermaid. The chamber wench, made prisoner with his prize by the rapacious stripling, as I shewed, who being trusted with that ill emprise, the poisoned draught of foul effect had brewed. From the others she and those solemn knights had kept away, suspecting what ensued. Yea, this while, from that lordship had she fled, where she in safety hoped to hide her head. News being after to her foeman brought, that she retired in Osteric lay, he, with intent to burn the woman, sought to have her in his power by every way. And finally unhappy avarice, bought by costly presents, and by proffered pay, wrought on a lord, assured upon whose lands the beldam lived, to put her in his hands. He on a sumpter horse the prisoner sent to Constance town, like merchandise ad rest, fastened and bound in manner to prevent the use of speech, and prisoned in a chest, from whence that rabble, his ill instrument, who has all pity banished from his breast, had hither brought her, that his impious rage that cruel man might on the hag assuage. As the flood, swoln with Vesulo's thick snows, the farther that it foams upon its way, and, with Ticino and Lambra, seaward goes, Ada, and other streams that tribute pay, so much more haughty and impetuous flows Rogero so, the more he hears display Marganer's guilt, and so that gentle pair of damsels filled with fiercer choler are, them with such hatred, them with such disdain, against the wretch so many crimes incense, that they will punish him, despite the train, or armed men arrayed in his defense. But speedy death appears too kind a pain, and insufficient for such foul offense. Better they deem, mid pangs prolonged and slow, he all the bitterness of death should know. But first, 'tis right that woman to unchain, she whom the hangman crew to death escort, and the quick rowel and the loosened rein made the quick coursers make that labor short. Never had those assaulted to sustain encounter of so fell and fierce a sort, who held it for a grace, with loss of shield, harness and captive dame, to quit the field. Even as the wolf, who, laden with his prey, is homeward to his secret cavern bound, and, when he deems that safest is the way, beholds it crossed by hunter and by hound, flings down his load, and swiftly darts away, where most o'ergrown with brushwood is the ground. Nor quicker are that band to void the vale, than those bold three are quicker to assail. Not only they the dame and martial gear, but many horses they as well forsook, and, as the surest refuge in their fear, cast themselves down from bank and cavern nook. which pleased the damsels and the youthful peer, who 3 of those forsaken horses took, to mount those 3, whom, through the day before, upon their croups the 3 good coursers bore. Thence, lightened thus, their way they thither bend, where that dispiteous, shameful, lordship lies. Resolved the beldam in their band shall wend, to see Drusilla venged. In vain denies that woman, who misdoubts the adventure's end, and grieves, and shrieks, and weeps in piteous wise, for flinging her upon Frontino's croup. Rogero bears her off amid the troop. They reached a summit, and from thence espied a town with many houses, large and rich, with naught to stop the way on any side, as neither compassed round by wall or ditch. A rock was in the middle, fortified with a tall tower, upon its topmost pitch. Fearlessly thither pricked the warriors, who Marganer's mansion in that fortress knew. As soon as in the town that cavalcade arrived, some footmen, who kept watch and ward, behind those warriors closed a barricade, while that, before, they found already barred. And lo! Sir Marganer, with men arrayed, some foot, some horsemen, armed was all the guard, who to the strangers, in few words, but bold, the wicked custom of his lordship told. Marfisa, who had planned the thing whilera, with Aemon's daughter and the youthful knight, for answer, spurred against the cavalier, and, valiant as she was and full of might, not putting in the rest her puissant spear, or bearing that good sword, so famed in fight, so smote him with her fist upon the head, that on his horse's neck he fell half dead. The maid of France is with Marfisa gone, nor in the rear it seen Rogero's crest, who with those 2 his course so bravely run, that, though his lance he raised not from the rest, 6 men he slew, transfixed the paunch of one, another's head, of for the neck or breast. Aye, the 6th he broke it, whom in flight he speared. It pierced his spine and at his paps appeared. As many as are touched, so many lie on earth, by Bradamante's gold lance o'erthrown. She seems a bolt, dismissed form burning sky, which, in its fury, shivers and beats down whatever it encounters, far and nigh. Some fly to plain, or castle from the town, others to sheltering church and house repair, and none, save dead, are seen in street or square. Meanwhile the hands of Marganer, behind his back, the fierce Marfisa had made fast, and to Drusilla's made the wretch consigned, well pleased that such a care on her was cast. To burn the town 'twas afterwards designed, save it repented of its errors past, repealed the statute Marganer had made, and a new law, imposed by her, obeyed. Such end to compass is no hard assay. For, besides fearing lest Marfisa yearn to execute more vengeance, lest she say she one and all will slaughter and will burn, the townsmen all were advised to the sway and cruel statute of that tyrant stern, but did, as others mostly do, that best obey the master whom they most detest. Since none dares trust another, nor his will, out of suspicion, to his comrades break, they let him banish one, another kill. From this his substance, that his honor take. But the heart cries to heaven, that here is still, till God and saints at length to vengeance wake, who, albeit they do punishment suspend, by mighty pain the long delay amend. The rabble, full of rage and enmity, now seeks the wretch with word and deed to grieve. As, it is said, all strip the fallen tree, which from its roots and wintry winds upheave. Let rulers in his sad example see, ill-doers in the end shall ill receive. To view fell Marganer's disastrous fall, fit penance for his sins, pleased great and small. Many, of whom the sister had been slain. The mother, or the daughter, or the wife. Seeking no more their rebel wrath to reign. Hurry, with their own hands to take his life. And young Rogero and the damsels twain can scarce defend the felon in that strife, whom those illustrious three had doomed to die. Mid trouble, fear, and lengthened agony. To the hag, who bore such hatred to that wight, as woman to an enemy can bear. They give their prisoner naked, bound so tight, he will not at one shake the cordage tear. And she, her pains and sorrow to requite, crimsons the wretch's body, here and there, with a sharp goad, which, mid that village band, a peasant churl had put into her hand. Nor she the courier maid, nor they that ride with her, I mindful how they had been shent, now let their hands hang idle by their side. No less than that old crone on vengeance bent. Such was their fierce desire, it nullified the power to harm, but rage must have its vent. Him one with stones, another with her nails. This with her teeth, with needles that, assails. As torrent one while foams in haughty tide, when fed with mighty rain or melted snow. And, rending form the mountain's rugged side. Tree, rock, and crop and field, the waters go. Then comes a season when its crested pride is vanished, and its vigor wasted so. A child, a woman, everywhere may tread, and often dry-shod cross, its rugged bed. So Marganer Wilera each bound and borne, made tremble, whereso his name was heard. Now one is come to bruise the tyrant's horn. And now his prowess is so little feared, that even the little children work him scorn. Some pluck his hair and others pluck his beard. Thence young Rogero and the damsels twain towards his rock-built castle turn the rein. This without contest its possessors yield, and the rich goods preserved in that repair. These the friends partly spoiled, and partly dealed to Ulani and that attendant pair. With them, recovered was the golden shield, and those three monarchs that were prisoned there, who, without arms, afoot, towards that hold, had wended, as meseems Wilera was told. For from the day that they were overthrown by Bradamant, afoot, they evermore, unarmed, in company with her had gone, that hither came from her so distant shore. I know not, if it was better done, or worse, by her, that they their arms forbore. Worse, touching her defense, but better far, if they were losers in the doubtful war. For she would have been dragged, like others, whom armed men had thither brought beneath their guide. Unhappy women, to the brother's tomb, and by the sacrifice knife have died. Death, sure, is worse, and more disastrous doom, than showing that which modesty would hide. And they who can to force ascribe the blame, extinguish this and every other shame. Before they hence depart, the martial twain assemble the inhabitants, to swear they to their wives the rule of that domain will leave, as well as every other care, and that they will chastise, with heavy pain, whoever to oppose this law shall dare. In fine, man's privileges, whatsoe'er they swear, shall be conferred on woman here. Then make them promise, never to bestow harborage on whosoever thither sped, footman or cavalier, nor even allow any beneath a roof to hide his head, unless he swore by God and saints, or vow, yet stronger made, if stronger could be said, that he the sex's cause would I defend, foe to their foes, and woman's faithful friend. And, if he then were wived, or ever were, sooner or later, linked in nuptial noose, still to his wife he would allegiance bear, nor e'er compliance with her will refuse. Marfisa says, within the year, she there will be, and ere the trees their foliage lose, and, save she find her statute in effect, that borough fire and ruin may expect. Nor hence they part ill from the filthy place wherein it lay. Drusilla's corse is borne. Her with her lord they in a tomb encase, and, with what means the town supplies, adorn. Drusilla's ancient woman, in this space, Marganar's body with her goad has torn. Who only grieves she has not wind enow, no respite to his torture to allow. Beside a church, the martial damsels twain behold a pillar, standing in the square, whereon the wicked lord of the domain had graved that mad and cruel law. The pair, in imitation, his helm, plate, and chain, and shield, in guise of trophy fasten there, and afterwards upon the pillar trace that law they had enacted for the place. Within the town the troops set up their rest, until the law is graved, of different frame from that before upon the stone impressed, which every woman doomed to death and shame, with the intention to replace her vest. Here from that band divides the islandic dame, who deems, at court, 'twere shameful to appear, unless adorned and mantled as Wylara. Here Ulani remained, and in her power remained the wicked tyrant Marganar. She, lest he anyhow, in evil hour, should break his bonds and injure damsel more, made him, one day, leap headlong from a tower, who never took so still a leap before. No more of her and hers, I of the crew, that journey toward Alls, the tale pursue, throughout all that and the succeeding day, till the forenoon, proceed those banded friends, and, where the main road branches, and one way towards the camp, to Alls the other tends, again embrace the lovers, and oft say a last farewell, which evermore offends. The damsels seek the camp, to Alls is gone Rogero, and my canto I have done. Canto. Chapter 38. To Alls the child, to Charles Marfisa wends, to be baptized, with Bradamant for guide. Astolfo from the holy realm descends, through whom with sight the Nubian is supplied. Agramant's land he with his troop offends, but he is of his Afric realm so wide. With Charles he bargains, that, on either side, 2 knights by strife their quarrel should decide. Ye courteous ladies, who unto my strain kind audience lend, I read it in your cheer, that good Rogero should depart again so suddenly, from her that held him dear, displeases ye, and scarce inflicts less pain than that which Bradamant endured Wylara. I read you also argue, to his shame, that feebly burned in him the amorous flame, if from her side for other cause had gone, against that lady's will, the youthful lord, though in the hope more treasure to have won, then swelled rich Croesus or rich Crassus' hoard. I too should deem the dart, by Cupid thrown, had not the heart core of Rogero gored. For such a sovereign joy, a prize so high, no silver and no gold could ever buy. Yet to preserve our honor not alone deserves excuse, it also merits praise. This to preserve, I say, when to have done in other wise, might shame and scandal raise. And had fair Bradamant reluctance shown, and obstinately interposed delays, this, as a certain sign, had served to prove that lady's little wit or little love. For if his life, whom gentle woman loves, as her own life she values, or before, I speak of one at whom young Cupid roves 458, with arrows which beneath the mantle gore, his honor to his pleasure it behoves, that woman to prefer, by so much more, as man beyond his life his honor treasures, esteemed by him above all other pleasures. His duty good Rogero satisfied, following the royal lord with whom he came, for having no fair cause to quit his side, he could not leave the Paynim without shame. And, if his sire had by Almontes died. In this, King Agramant was not to blame. Who for his parents' every past offence had made Rogero mighty recompense. He will perform his duty to repair. To his liege lord, so did that martial maid, who had not with reiterated prayer. As so she might have done, Rogero stayed. The stripling may appay the warlike fair. In other season, if not now appayed. But twice 200 years will not atone the crying sin of honor once foregone. To Arles town, whither had his king conveyed his remnant of a host, he pricked anew. While they that, since their kindred was displayed, had a close friendship formed, the damsels too thither together go where Charles had made his mightiest effort with the Christian crew, hoping by siege or fight to break the foe, and free his kingdom from so long a woe. Bradamant, when she in the camp appeared, was greeted with a welcome warm and kind. On all sides was she hailed, by all was cheered, and she in this or that her head inclined. Rinaldo, when he of her coming heard, met her, nor young Ricardo stayed behind, nor Richardette, nor others of her race. And all received the maid with joyful face. When next, 'tis known, the second of the twain is that Marfisa, so in arms renowned, who from Cadiz unto the bounds of Spain had journeyed, with 1,000 laurels crowned. Nor rich nor poor within their tents remain. The curious crowd, encompassing them round, press, harm, and heave each other here and there, in the sole wish to see so bright a pair. By them was Charles saluted reverently. And the first day was this, has Turpin shown. Marfisa had been seen to bend her knee for Pepin's royal son to her, alone deserving of such duty seemed to be. Mid emperors or kings that filled a throne, baptized or infidel, of all those named, for mighty riches, or for valor famed, her kindly Charlemagne received, and wide of the pavilions met, in open view. And, above king, and prince, and peer, beside himself the monarch placed that damsel true. Who go not, are dismissed, so none abide. In little time, except the good and few. The paladins and lords remain, without is left the unrespected rabble rout. Marfisa first began in grateful strain. Unconquered Caesar, glorious and august, who, to Alcides straight from Indian main, makes Scythians pale and Ethiops race adust. Revere thy Christian cross of snowy grain. Of earthly monarchs thou most sage and just. Hither thy glory, which no limits bound, has brought me from the world's extremest ground. And, to avow the truth, in jealous mood, alone I came, alone with thee to fight. Because I grudged that king so puissant showed exist on earth, save he observed my right. Hence reek they ravaged fields with Christian blood, and yet with greater rancor and despite. Like cruel foe, I purposed to offend. But that it chanced, one changed me to a friend. When to worst harm and scathe thy bands I doom, I find, as at my leisure I will show. Rogero of Risa was my father, whom an evil brother traitorously laid low. Me my sad mother carried in her womb beyond the sea, and bore in want and woe. Till my 7th year by wizard nourished, I was stolen from him by thieves of Araby. They to a king in Persia vended me, that after died beneath my falchion, who would fain have taken my virginity. When grown, that king and all his court I slew, chased his ill race, and seized his royalty. And, such my fortune, by a month or two, I 18 years had not o'erpassed, before I added to my realm 6 kingdoms more. And, moved by envy of thy glorious fame, I in my heart resolved, as thou hast heard, to abate the grandeur of thy mighty name. I haply so had done, I haply erred. But now a chance has served that will to tame and clip my fury's wings, the having heard. Since I arrived in Christendom, how we are bound by ties of consanguinity. And, for my father thee, as kinsman, served. So thou a kin and servant hast in me. And I that envy, that fierce hate, which nerved mine arm whilera, now blot from memory. Nay, these for evil Agramant reserved. And for his sires and uncles kin shall be. They who were whilom guilty of the death of that unhappy pair, who gave me breath. She adds, the Christian faith she will receive. And, after having spent King Agramant, will home return, with royal Charles's leave, her kingdom to baptize in the Levant, and war upon whatever nation cleave, to cheating Mahound or to Termagant, promising that whatever her arms obtain, shall be the Christian faith's and empire's gain. Charles, no less eloquent upon his side, than bold in deed and prudent in design, much that illustrious lady magnified, and much her father, much her noble line, he courteously to every point replied, and of his heart his open front was sign. As his last words, that he received the maid as kinswoman and child, the monarch said. Then rose and locked her in a new embrace, and kissed her, like a daughter, on the brow. Morgana and Claremont's kin, with joyful face, all thither troop. 'Twere tedious to tell how Rinaldo did the gentle damsel grace, for he had oftentimes espied ere now her martial prowess, tried by goodly test, when they with girding siege Albracca pressed. 'Twere long to tell how, with those worthies met, Guido rejoiced to see Marfisa there, Griffin and Aquilant, and Sansonette, that with her in the cruel city were. 459. Vivian, and Malagigi, and Richardette, who, when Maganza's traders made repair with those ill purchasers of Spain to trade, found such a faithful comrade in the maid. They deck the ground for the ensuing day, and Charlemagne takes care himself to see that they the place shall sumptuously array, wherein Marfisa's baptism is to be. Bishops are gathered, learned clerks, and they who ken the laws of Christianity, that taught in all its doctrine by their care, and holy skill may be that martial fair, in sacred stole, pontifical, arrayed, her the Archbishop Turpin did baptize. Charlemagne from the healthful font the maid uplifted with befitting ceremonies. But it is time the witless head to aid with that, which treasured in the file lies, wherewith Astolfo, from the lowest star 460, descended in Elias' fiery car. The Duke descended from the lucid round, on this our earthly planet's loftiest height, whither he with that blessed vase was bound, which was the mighty champion's brain to write a herb of sovereign virtue on that ground. The apostle shows, and with it bids the knight the Nubian's eyeballs touch, when him anew he visits, and restore that sovereign's view, that he, for this and for his first desert, may give him bands, by Cirta to assail, and shows him how that people inexpert he may to battle train, in plate and mail, and how to pass the deserts, without hurt, where men are dazzled by the sandy gale. The order that throughout should be maintained, from point to point, the sainted sire explained. Then made him that plumed beast again bestride Rogero's and Atlantes' steed Whilera. By sainted John dismissed, his reverend guide, those holy regions left the cavalier, and coasting Nile, on one or the other side, saw Nubia's realm before him soon appear, and there, in its chief city, to the ground descended, and a new Senapus found. Great was the joy, and great was the delight, Wherewith that king received the English lord, who well remembered how the gentle knight had from the loathsome harpies freed his board. But when the humour, that obscured his sight, valiant Astolfo scaled, and now restored, was the blind sovereign's eyesight as before. He would that warrior as a god adore, so that not only those whom he demands for the Byzantine war, he gives in aid, but adds 100,000 from his bands, and offer of his royal person made. Scarce on the open plain embattled stands, all foot, the Nubian host, for war arrayed. For few the horses which that region bore, of elephants and camels a large store. The night before the day, when on its road the Nubian force should march, Astolfo rose, and his winged hippogriff again best rode. Then, hurrying ever south, in fury goes to a high hill, the southern wind's abode, whence he towards the bears in fury blows. There finds a cave, through whose strait entrance breaks the fell and furious Auster, when he wakes. He, as his master erst instruction gave, with him an empty bladder had conveyed, which, at the vent of that dim alpine cave, wherein reposed the wearied wind, was laid quaintly and softly by the baron brave. And so unlooked for was the ambuscade, that, issuing forth at morn, to sweep the plains, Auster imprisoned in the skin remains. To Nubia he, rejoicing in his prey, returns, and with that very light the peer, with the black host, sets out upon his way, and lets the victual follow in his rear. Towards Mount Atlas with his whole array, in safety goes the glorious cavalier. Through shifting plains of powdery sand he passed, nor dreaded danger from the sultry blast. And having gained the mountain's hither side, whence are discerned the plain, and distant brine, he chooses from the swarm he has to guide the noblest and most fit for discipline, and makes them, here and there, in troops divide, at a hill's foot, wherewith the plains confine. Then leaves his host and climbs the hill's ascent, like one that is on lofty thoughts intent. After he, lowly kneeling in the dust, his holy master had implored, in true assurance he was heard, he downward thrust a heap of stones. Oh, what things may he do, that in the Saviour holy puts his trust. The stones beyond the use of nature grew, which rolling to the sandy plain below, next, neck and muzzle, legs and belly show. They, neighing shrill, down narrow paths repair, with lusty leaps, and lighting on the plain, uplift the croup, like coursers as they are. Some bay, some roan, and some of dapple stain. The crowds that waiting in the valleys were, laid hands on them, and seized them by the rein. Thus in a thought each soldier had his horse, born ready reined and saddled for the course. He 400,000 of his Nubian power, 102 footmen, in a day, to horsemen changes, who wide Afric scour, and, upon every side, sack, burn, and slay. Agramant had entrusted town and tower, till his return, to King Brenzardo's sway, to Fursa's king, and him of the Algazirs. And these against Astolfo lead their spears. Erewhile a nimble bark, with sail and oar, they had dispatched, which, stirring feet and wings, news of the Nubian monarch's outrage bore to Agramant from his vicegerent kings, that rests not, night nor day, till to the shore of Provence she her doleful tiding brings, and finds her monarch half subdued in alls. For camped within a mile was conquering Charles. Agramant, hearing in what peril lies his realm, through his attack on Pepin's reign, him in this pressing peril to advise, calls kings and princes of the Paynim train. And when he once or twice has turned his eyes on sage Sobrino and the King of Spain, Eldest and wisest they those lords among. The monarch so bespeaks the assembled throng. Albeit it fits not captain, as I know. To say, on this I thought not, this I say. Because when from a quarter comes the blow, from every human forethought far away, 'tis for such fault a fair excuse, I trow. And here all hinges. I did ill to lay unfurnished Afric open to attack, if there was ground to fear the Nubian sack. But who could think, save only God on high, prescient of all which is to be below, that, from a land beneath such distant sky, such mighty host would come, to work us woe? Twixt whom and us unstable deserts lie, those shifting sands, which restless whirlwinds blow. Yet they their camp have round by Sirta placed, and laid the better part of Afric waste. I now on this, O peers, your counsel crave. If, bootless, homeward I should wend my way, or should not such a fair adventure wave, till Charles with me a prisoner I convey, or how I may as well our Afric save, and ruin this redoubt empire, say. Who can advise, is prayed his lore to shew, that we may learn the best, and that pursue. He said. And on Marsilius seated nigh, next turned his eyes, who in the signal read, that it belonged to him to make reply to what the king of Africa had said. The Spaniard rose, and bending reverently to Agramant the knee as well as head, again his honored seat in council pressed, and in these words the Moorish king addressed. My liege, does rumor good or ill report? It still increases them. Hence shall I ne'er, under despondence, lack for due support, nor bolder course than is befitting steer, for what may chance, of good or evil sort, weighing in even balance hope and fear, o'erated still, and which we should not meet, by what I hear so many tongues repeat, which should so much more doubtfully be viewed, as it seems less with likelihood to stand. Now it is seen, if there be likelihood, that king who reigns in so remote a land, followed by such a mighty multitude, should set his foot on warlike Afric's strand, traversing sands, to which in evil hour Cambyses trusted his ill-omened power. I well believe, that from some neighboring hill, the Arabs have poured down, to waste the plain, who, for the country was defended ill, have taken, burnt, destroyed and sacked and slain. And that Branzardo, who your place doth fill, as viceroy and lieutenant of the reign, has set down thousands, where he tends should write, the better to excuse him in your sight. The Nubian squadrons, I will even yield, have been rained down on Afric from the skies. Or haply they have come, in clouds concealed, in that their march was hidden from all eyes. Think you, because unaided in the field, your Afric from such host in peril lies? Your garrisons were sure of coward vain, if they were scared by such a craven train. But will you send some frigates, albeit few, provided that unfurled your standards be? No sooner shall they loose from hence that crew of spoilers shall within their confines flee. Nubians are they, or idle Arabs, who, knowing that you are severed by the sea from your own realm, and warring with our band, have taken courage to assail your land. Now take your time for vengeance, when the son of Pepin is without his nephew's aid, since bold Orlando is away, by none of the hostile sect resistance can be made. If, through neglect or blindness, be foregone the glorious fortune, which for you has stayed, she her bald front, as now her hair, will show to our long infamy and mighty woe. Thus warily the Spanish king replied, proving by this and other argument, the Moorish squadrons should in France abide, till Charlemagne was into exile sent. But King Sobrino, he that plainly spied the scope whereon Marsilius was intent, to public good preferring private gain. So spake in answer to the King of Spain. My liege, when I to peace exhorted you, would that my prophecy had proved less just. If I was to prove a prophet true, ye in Sobrino had reposed more trust than in King Rhadamant and in that crew, Alzerdo, Martesine and Marbalist, whom I would here see gladly, front to front. But see most gladly boastful Rhadamant, to twit that warrior with his threat, to do by France, what by the brittle glass is done, and throughout heaven and hell your course pursue. Yea, as the monarch said, your course outrun, yet lapped in foul and loathsome ease, while you so need his help, lies Julian's lazy son. 461. And I, that as a coward was decried for my true prophecy, am at your side, and ever will be while this life I bear, which, albeit 'tis with yours sore laden, still daily for you is risked with them that are the best of France. And, be he who he will, there is not mortal living who will dare to say Sobrino's deeds were ever ill. Yea, many who vaunt more, amid your host, have not so much, nay lighter, cause for boast. I speak these words to show that what whilera I said and say again, has neither sprung from evil heart, nor is the fruit of fear, but that true love and duty move my tongue. You homeward with what haste you may to steer, I counsel, your assembled bands among. For little is the wisdom of that wight who risks his own to gain another's right. If there be gain, ye know, late 32. Your vassal kings, with you our sails we spread. Now, if we pause to sum the account anew, hardly a third survives, the rest are dead. May it please heaven no further loss ensue. But if you will pursue your quest, I dread lest not a fourth nor fifth will soon remain, and wholly spent will be your wretched train. Orlando's absence so far aids, that where our troops are few, there haply none would be. But not through this removed our perils are, though it prolongs our evil destiny. Behold Rinaldo, whom his deeds declare no less than bold Orlando, of his tree there are the shoots, with paladin and peer, our baffled Saracens' eternal fear. And the other Mars, albeit against my heart, it goes to waste my praise upon a foe. I speak of the redoubt Brandimart, whose feats no less than fierce Orlando show, whose mighty prowess I have proved in part, at others' cost I see and know. Then many days Orlando has been gone, yet we have lost more fields than we have won. I fear, if heretofore our band has lost, a heavier forfeit will henceforth be paid. Blotted is Mandricardo from our host, Marshal Gradasso hath withdrawn his aid, Marfisa, at our worst, has left her post. So Argiers lord, of whom it may be said, were he as true as strong, we should not need Gradasso and the Tartar king, to speed. While aids like these are lost to our array, while on our side such slaughtered thousands lie, those looked for are arrived, nor on her way is any vessel fraught with new supply. Charles has been joined by four, that, as they say, might with Orlando or Rinaldo vie. With reasons, four from hence to Bactrian shore 462. Ill would you hope to find such other four. I know not if you know who Guido are, Sansonet, and the sons of Olivier. For these I more respect, more fear I bear, than any warlike duke or cavalier, of Almains or of other lineage fair, who for the Roman Empire rests the spear. Though I misrate not those of newer stamp, that, to our scathe, are gathered in their camp. As often as ye issue on the plain, worsted so oft, or broken, shall you be. if oft united Africa and Spain were losers, when 16-8 were we. What will ensue, when banded with Almain are England, Scotland, France, and Italy? When with our 6x6 their weapons cross? What else can we expect but shame and loss? You lose your people here, and there your reign, if you in this emprise are obstinate. Returning, us, the remnant of your train, you save, together with your royal state. It were ill done to leave the King of Spain, since all for this would hold you sore ingrate. Yet there's a remedy in peace, which, so it pleases but yourself, will please the foe. But, if, as first defeated, on your part, it seems a shame to offer peace, and ye have war and wasteful battle more at heart, waged hitherto with what success you see, at least to gain the victory use art, which may be yours, if you are ruled by me. Lay all our quarrels trial on one peer, and let Rogero be that cavalier. Such our Rogero is, ye know, and I, that, pitted 1-to-1 in listed fight. Not Roland, not Rinaldo stands more high, nor whatsoever other Christian knight. But would ye kindle warfare far and nigh, though superhuman be that champion's might? The warrior is but one mid many spears, matched singly with a host of martial peers. Meseemeth, if to you it seemeth good, ye should propose to Charles the war to end, and that, to spare the constant waste of blood, which his, and countless of your warriors spend. He, by a knight of yours to be withstood, a champion, chosen from his best should send, and those two all the warfare wage alone, till one prevails, and one is overthrown. On pact the king, whose champion in the just is loser, tribute to that other pay. Nor will this pact displease King Charles, I trust, though his was the advantage in the fray. Then of his arms Rogero so robust, I deem, that he will surely win the day. Who would prevail, so certain is our right, though Mars himself should be his opposite. With these and other sayings yet more sound, so wrought Sobrino, he his end obtained. And on that day interpreters were found, and they that day to Charles their charge explained. Charles, whom such matchless cavaliers surround, believes the battle is already gained, and chooses good Rinaldo for the just, next to Orlando in his sovereign's trust. In this accord like cause for pleasure find, as well the Christian as the Paynim foe. For, harassed sore in body and in mind, those warriors all were weary, all were woe, each in repose and quietude designed to pass what time remained to him below. Each cursed the senseless anger and the hate, which stirred their hearts to discord and debate. Rinaldo felt himself much magnified, that Charles, for what in him so strong weighed, more trusted him than all his court beside, and glad the honored enterprise essayed. Rogero he esteemed not in his pride, and thought he ill could keep him from his blade, nor deemed the child could equal him in fight, albeit he slew in strife the Tartar knight. Rogero, though much honored, on his part, that him his king has chosen from the rest, to whom a trust so weighty to impart, as of his many martial lords the best, yet shows a troubled face, not that the heart of that good knight unworthy fears molest. Not only none Rinaldo would have bred him, with Orlando leagued, he would not dread, but because sister of the Christian knight, he knows, is she, his consort true and dear, that to the stripling evermore did right, as one sore injured by that cavalier. Now, if to ancient sins he should unite a mortal combat with Montalban's peer, her, although loving, will he anger so, not lightly she her hatred will forego. If silently Rogero made lament, that he in his despite must battle do, In sobs his consort dear to hers gave vent. When shortly to her ears the tidings flew. She beat her breast, her golden tresses rent. Fast, scalding tears her innocent cheeks bedew. She taxes young Rogero as ingrate. And I cries out upon her cruel fate. Naught can result to Bradamant but pain. Whatever is the doubtful combat's end. She will not think Rogero can be slain. For this, 'twould seem, her very heart would rend. And should our Lord the fall of France ordain, that kingdom for more sins than one to amend, the gentle maid, beside a brother's loss, would have to weep a worse and bitterer cross. For, without shame and scorn, she never may, not without hatred of her kin combined, to her loved Lord return in such a way, as that it may be known of all mankind. As, thinking upon this by night and day, she oftentimes had purposed in her mind. And so by promise both were tied withal. Room for repentance and retreat was small. But she, that ever, when things adverse were, with faithful succor Bradamant had stayed. I say the weird Melissa, could not bear to hear the wailings of the woeful maid. She hurried to console her in her care, and proffered succor in due time and said, she would disturb that duel, 'twixt the twain, the occasion of such grief and cruel pain. Meanwhile their weapons for the future fray, Rogero and Duke Aemon's son prepared, the choice whereof with that good warrior lay for 63. The Roman Empire's knight by Charles declared. And he, like one that ever from the day he lost his goodly steed afoot had fared, made choice, afoot and fenced with plate and mail, his foe with axe and dagger to assail. Whether chance moved Montalban's martial lord, or Malagigi, provident and sage, that knew how young Rogero's charmed sword cleft helm and hauberk in its greedy rage. One and the other warrior made accord, as said, without their falchions to engage. The place of combat chosen by that twain was near Old Alls, upon a spacious plain. Watchful Aurora hardly from the bower of old Tithonus hath put forth her head, to give beginning to the day and hour, prefixed and ordered for that duel dread, when deputies from either hostile power, on this side and on that fourth issuing, spread tents at each entrance of the lists, and near the two pavilions, both, an altar rear. After short pause, was seen upon the plain the Paynim host in different squadrons dight. Rich in barbaric pomp, amid that train rode Afric's monarch, ready armed for fight. Bay was the steed he backed, with sable mane. Two of his legs were pied, his forehead white. Fast beside Agramant, Rogero came, and him to serve Marsilius thought no shame. The casque that he from Mandricardo wrung, in single combat with such travel sore. The casque that, as in loftier strain is sung, cased Hector's head, 1,000 years before. Marsilius carried, by his side, among princes and lords, that severally bore the other harness of Rogero bold, enriched with precious pearls and rough with gold. On the other part, without his camp appears Charles, with his men at arms in squadrons dight, who in such order led his cavaliers, as they would keep, if marshalled for the fight. Fenced is the monarch with his famous peers, and with him wends, all armed, Montalban's knight. Armed, save his helmet, erst Mambrino's casque, to carry which is Danish ogre's task. And, of two axes, hath Duke Namus one, King Salomon the other, Charlemagne, is to this side, with all his following, gone. To that when those of Afric and of Spain. In the mid-space between the hosts is none. Empty remains large portion of the plain. For he is doomed to death who thither goes. By joint proclaim, except the chosen foes. After the second choice of arms was made, By him, the champion of the Paynim clan. Thither 2 priests of either sect conveyed 2 books. That, carried by one holy man. Him of our law, Christ's perfect life displayed. Those others' volume was their Alcoran. The emperor in his hands the gospel took. The king of Africa that other book. Charlemagne, at his altar, to the sky lifted his hands, O God, that for our sake, exclaimed the monarch, wast content to die, thyself a ransom for our sins to make. O thou that found such favor in his eye, that God from thee the flesh of man did take, born for 9 months within thy holy womb, while I thy virgin flower preserved its bloom. Hear, and be witnesses of what I say. For me and those that after me shall reign, to Agramant and those that heir his sway, I 20 loads of gold of perfect grain will every year deliver, if today my champion vanquished in the lists remain. And vow I will straightway from warfare cease, and from henceforth maintain perpetual peace. And may your joint and fearful wrath descend on me forthwith, if I my word forego. And may it me and mine alone offend, and none beside, amid this numerous show, that all in briefest time may comprehend. My breach of promise has brought down the woe. So saying, in his hand the holy book Charles held, and fixed on heaven his earnest look. This done, they seek that altar, sumptuously decked for the purpose, by the pagan train, where their king swears, that he will pass the sea, with all his army, to his Moorish reign, and to King Charles will tributary be. If vanquished, young Rogero shall remain, and will observe the truce for evermore, upon the pact declared by Charles before. And like him, nor in undertone, he swears, calling on Mahound to attest his oath, and on the volume which his pontiff bears, to observe what he has promised plights his troth. Then to his side each hastily repairs, and mid their several powers are harbored both. Next these, to swear arrive the champions twain, and this the promise which their oaths contain. Rogero pledges first his knightly word, should his king mar, or send to mar, the fray, he him no more as leader or as lord will serve, but holy Charlemagne obey. Rinaldo, if in breach of their accord, him from the field King Charles would bear away, till one or the other is subdued in fight, that he will be the Moorish monarch's knight. When ended are the ceremonies, here and there, to seek their camps the 2 divide, nor long, therein delayed. When trumpets clear, the time for their encounter signified, now to the charge advanced each cavalier, measuring with cautious care his every stride. Lo! The assault begins. Now low, now high. That pair the sounding steel in circles ply. Now with the axe's blade, now with its heel 464. Their strokes they at the head or foot address, and these so skillfully and nimbly deal, as needs must shock all credence to express. The child, that at her brother aims the steel, who doth his miserable soul possess, evermore with such caution strikes his blow, that he is deemed less vigorous than his foe. Rather to parry than to smite intent, he know not what to wish, that low should lie. Rinaldo, would Rogero ill content, nor willingly the child by him would die. But here I am at my full line's extent, where I must needs defer my history. In other canto shall the rest appear, if you that other canto please to hear. Canto Chapter XXXIX. Agramant breaks the pact, is overthrown, and forced fair France for Afric to forego. Meanwhile Astolfo in Biserta's town, having with numerous host besieged the foe, by hazard there arrives bold Milo's son, to whom the duke, instructed how to do, restores his wits, at sea didn't meet King Agramant, and sore annoys his fleet. Then that fell woe which on Rogero weighs. Harder and bitterer pain forsooth is none. Which upon flesh and more on spirit preys. For of two deaths there is no scaping one. Him, if in strife o'erlaid, Rinaldo slays. Bradamant, if Rinaldo is outdone. For if he killed her brother, well he knew her hate, then death more hateful, would ensue. Rinaldo, unimpeded by such thought, strove in all ways Rogero to o'erthrow. Fierce and dispiteous whirled his axe, and sought, now in the arms, now head, to wound the foe. Rogero circled here and there, and caught upon his weapon's shaft the coming blow. And, if ever smote, I strove to smite where he should injure least Montalban's knight. To most of them that led the Paynim bands. But too unequal seemed the fierce essay. Too slowly young Rogero plied his hands. Too well Rinaldo kept the child at bay. With troubled face the king of Afric stands. He sighed, and breathless gazed upon the fray. And all the blame of that ill counsel flung on King Sobrino's head, from whom it sprung. Meanwhile the weird Melissa, she, the font of all that wizards or enchanters know, had by her art transformed her female front, and taken Argier's mighty shape. In show and gesture she appeared as Rhadamant, and seemed, like him, in dragon's hide to go. Such was her belted sword and such her shield. Nor aught was wanting which he wore afield. She towards Troiano's mournful son did guide. In form of courser, a familiar sprite. And with a troubled visage loudly cried, "My liege, this is too foul an oversight. A stripling boy in peril yet untried. Against a Gaul, so stout and famed in fight. Your champion in so fierce a strife to make. Where Afric's realm and honor are at stake. Let not this battle be pursued, my lord. In that, 'twould cost our Moorish cause too dear. Let sin of broken faith and forfeit word fall upon Rhadamant. Take thou no fear. Let each now show the metal of his sword. Each for 100 stands when I am here." So upon Agramant this counsel wrought. That king pressed forward without further thought. He, thinking that the monarch of Algiers is with him, of the pact has little care, and would not rate 1,000 cavaliers so high, if handed in his aid they were. Hence steeds reined in and spurred, hence levelled spears are seen in one short instant here and there. Melissa, when the hosts are mixed in fight, by her false phantoms, vanishes from sight. The champions too, that, against all accord, against all faith, disturbed their duel see. No longer strive in fight, but pledge their word. Yea. Put aside all hostile injury. That they, on neither part, will draw the sword. Until they better certified shall be. Who broke the pact, established by that twain. Young Agramant. Or aged Charlemagne. They sweat anew, the king who had o'erthrown that truce, and broken faith, as foe to treat. The field of combat is turned upside down. Some hurry to the charge, and some retreat. Who most deserved disgrace, who most renown, was seen, on both hands, in the selfsame feat. All ran alike, but, mid that wild affray, these ran to meet the foe, those ran away. As greyhound in the slip, that the fleet hare, scouring about and circling him discerns, nor with the other dogs apart can bear. For him the hunter holds, with anger burns, torments himself and mourns in his despair, and whines, and strives against the leash, by turns. Such till that moment had the fury been of Amon's daughter and the martial queen. They till that hour upon the spacious plain had watched so rich a prize throughout the day, and, as obliged by treaty to refrain from laying hands upon the costly prey, had sore lamented and had grieved in vain, gazing with longing eyes on that array. Now seeing truce and treaty broke, among the Moorish squadrons they rejoicing sprung. Marfisa piercing her first victim's breast. 2 yards beyond his back the lance did pass. In briefer time than 'tis by me expressed. Broke with her sword 4 helms which flew like glass. No less did Bradamant upon the rest. But them her spear reduced to other pass. All touched by that gold lance she overthrew. Doubling Marfisa's score, yet none she slew. They witness to each other's exploits are. Those maids to one another are so near. Then, whither fury drives, the martial pair, dividing, through the Moorish ranks career. Who could each several warrior's name declare? Stretched on the champaign by that golden spear? Or reckon every head Marfisa left, divided by her horrid sword, or cleft? As when benigner winds more swiftly blow, and Apennine his shaggy back lays bare for 65. 2 turbid torrents with like fury flow, which, in their fall, 2 separate channels wear. Uproot hard rocks, and mighty trees which grow on their steep banks, and field and harvest bear into the vale, and seem as if they vied, which should do mightiest damage on its side. So those high-minded virgin warriors too, scouring the field in separate courses, made huge havoc of the Moors, whom they pursue. One with couched lance, and one with lifted blade. Hardly King Agramant his Afric crew from flight, beneath his royal banners stayed. In search of Rhodamant, he vainly turned, nor tidings of the missing warrior learned. He at his exhortation, so he trode, had broke the treaty made in solemn wise, to witness which the gods were called aloud. Who then so quick vanished from his eyes? Nor sees he King Sobrino disavowed. By King Sobrino is the deed, who flies to Alls, and deems that day some vengeance dread will fall on Agramant's devoted head. Marsilius too is fled into the town. So has that monarch holy faith at heart. 'Tis hence, that feebly King Troiano's son resists the crew, that war on Charles's part. Italians, English, Germans, of renown, are all, and, scattered upon every part, are mixed the paladins, those barons bold, glittering like jewels on a cloth of gold. And, with those peers, is more than one confiest, as perfect as is earthly cavalier. Guide the savage, that intrepid breast, and those 2 famous sons of Olivier. I will not now repeat what I expressed of that fierce, daring female twain Wylera, who on the field so many Moors extend. No number is there to the slain or end. But, putting this affray some while aside, without a pinnace will I pass the sea. To them of France so fast I am not tied. But that Astolfo should remembered be of the grace given him by his holy guide. I told erewhile, and told, it seems to me, Branzardo and the king of Algaziers against the duke had mustered all their spears, such as the monarchs could in haste engage. Raked from all Africa, that host contained, whether of fitting or of feeble age. Scarce from impressing women they refrained, resolved his thirst of vengeance to assuage. Agramant twice his Africa had drained. 466. Few people in the land were left, and they a feeble and dispirited array. So proved they, for the foe was scarce in view. Before that levy broke in panic dread, like sheep, their quailing bands Astolfo slew, charging at his more martial squadron's head. And with the slain filled all that champaign, few into Biserta from the carnage fled. A prisoner valiant Bucephar remained. The town in safety King Bernardo gained. More grieved as Bucephalor's loss alone, than had he lost the rest in arms arrayed. Wide and in want of ramparts is the town, and these could ill be raised without his aid. While fain to ransom him, he thinks upon the means, and stands afflicted and dismayed. He recollects him how the paladin Dudon has many a month his prisoner been. Him under Monaco, upon the shore. In his first passage, Sarza's monarch took. Thenceforth had been a prisoner evermore. Dudon, who was derived of Danish stock. The paladin against the royal Moor. Bernardo thought, in this distress, to truck. And knowing through sure spy, Astolfo led the Nubians, to that chief the offer sped. A paladin himself, Astolfo knows. He gladly ought a paladin to free. And when that case the Moorish envoy shows, to King Bernardo's offer does agree. Dudon from prison loosed, his thanks bestows. And whatsoe'er pertains to land or sea, bestirs him to accomplish, in accord with his illustrious chief, the English lord. Astolfo leading such a countless band, as might have well 7 Africas oppressed. And recollecting, 'twas the saint's command, who upon him whilera imposed the quest, that fair Provence and Aquamorta's strand, he from the reaving Saracen should wrest. Made through his numerous host a second draft, of such as least inapt for sea he thought, and filling next as full as they could be, his hands with many different sorts of leaves, plucked from palm, olive, bay and cedar tree, approached the shore, and cast them on the waves. O blessed souls! O great felicity! O grace! Which rarely man from God receives. O strange and wondrous miracle, which sprung out of those leaves upon the waters flung. They wax in number beyond all esteem, becoming crooked and heavy, long, and wide. Into hard timber turn and solid beam. The slender veins that branch on either side taper the masts, and, moored in the salt stream, all in a thought transform to vessels, ride. And of as diverse qualities appear, as are the plants, whereon they grew whilera. It was a miracle to see them grown to galliot, galley, frigate ship, and boat. Wondrous, that they with tackling of their own are found as well as any barks afloat. Nor lack their men to govern them, when blown by blustering winds, from islands not remote. Sardinia or Corsica, of every rate. Pilot and patron, mariner and mate. 26,000 were the troop that manned those ready barks of every sort and kind. To Dudon's government, by sea or land, a leader sage, the navy was consigned, which yet lay anchored off the Moorish strand, expecting a more favorable wind, to put to sea, when, freighted with a load of prisoners, lo! A vessel made the road. She carried those, whom at the bridge of dread, on that so narrow place of battle met, Rhodomont took, as often has been said. The valiant Olivier was of the set, Orlando's kin, and, with them, prisoners led, were faithful Brandimart and Sansonet. With more, to tell whereof there is no need, of German, Gascon, or Italian seed. The patron, yet unweeting he should find foes in the port, here entered to unload, having left Argier many miles behind, where he was minded to have made abode, because a boisterous, overblowing, wind had driven his bark beyond her destined road, deeming himself as safe and welcome guest as Progne, when she seeks her noisy nest. But when, arrived, the imperial eagle spread, and pards and golden lilies he descries, with countenance as sicklied o'er by dread, he stands, as one that in unwary guise has chanced on fell and poisonous snake to tread. which, in the grass, oppressed with slumber lies. And, pale and startled, hastens to retire from that ill reptile, swoln with bane and ire. But no retreat from peril is there here. Nor can the patron keep his prisoners down. Him thither Brandimart and Olivier, Sansonet and those others drag, where known and greeted are the friends with joyful cheer, by England's Duke and Danish ogre's son. 467. Who read that he who brought them to that shore should for his pains be sentenced to the oar. King Otho's son 468 kind welcome did afford unto those Christian cavaliers, as said, who, honored at his hospitable board, with arms and all things needful were purveyed. His going, for their sake, the Danish lord deferred, who deemed his voyage well delayed, to parley with those peers, though at the cost of 1 or 2 good days, in harbour lost. Of Charles, and in what state, what order are the affairs of France, they gave advices true, told where he best could disembark, and where to most advantage of the Christian crew. While so the cavaliers their news declare, a noise is heard, which ever louder grew, followed by such a fierce alarm withal, as to more fears than one gave rise in all the Duke Astolpho and the goodly throng that in discourse with him were occupied, armed in a moment, on their coursers sprung, and hurried where the Nubians loudest cried, and seeking wherefore that wide larum rung. Now here, now there, those warlike lords espied a savage man, and one so strong of hand. Naked in soul he troubled all that band. The naked savage whirled a sapling round, so hard, so heavy, and so strong of grain, that every time the weapon went to ground, some warrior, more than maimed, oppressed the plain. Above 100 dead are strewed around, nor more defense the routed hands maintain, save that a war of distant parts they try, for there is none will wait the champion nigh. Astolpho, Brandimart, the Danish knight, hastening towards that noise with Olivier, remain astounded at the wondrous might and courage which in that wild man appear, when, posting thither on a palfrey light, is seen a damsel, clad in sable gear. To Brandimart in haste that lady goes, and both her arms about the warrior throws. This was fair Flordelis, whose bosom so burned with the love of Monadante's son. She, when she left him prisoner to his foe, at that strait bridge, had nigh distracted gone. From France had she passed hither, given to know by that proud Paynim, who the deed had done. How Brandimart, with many cavaliers, was prisoner in the city of Algiers. When now she for that harbour would have weighed, an eastern vessel in Marseilles she found, which thither had an ancient knight conveyed, of Monadante's household, a long round, to seek his Brandimart that lord had made, by sea, and upon many a distant ground. For he, upon his way, had heard it told, how he in France should find the warrior bold. She knowing old Bardino in that white Bardino who from Monadante's court, with little Brandimart had taken flight, and reared his nursling in the sylvan fort. Then hearing what had thither brought the knight, with her had made him loosen from the port, relating to that elder, by what chance Brandimart had to Afric passed from France. As soon as landed, that by Cirta lies, besieged by good Astolpho's band, they hear that Brandimart is with him in the emprise. They learn, but learn not as a matter clear. Now in such haste to him the damsel flies, when she beholds her faithful cavalier, as plainly shows her joy, which woes o'erblown had made the mightiest she had ever known. The gentle baron no less gladly eyed his faithful and beloved consort's face, her whom he prized above all things beside, and clipped and welcomed her with loving grace. nor his warm wishes would have satisfied a first, a second, or a third embrace. But that he spied Bardino, he that came from France, together with that faithful dame. He stretched his arms, and would embrace the knight. And, wherefore he was come, would bid him say. But was prevented by the sudden flight of the sacred host, which fled in disarray before the club of that mad, naked wight, who with the brandished sapling cleared his way. Flordelis viewed the furious man in front, and cried to Brandimart, "Behold the Count." At the same time, withal, Astolpho bold. That this was good Orlando plainly knew, by signs, whereof those ancient saints had told, in the earthly paradise, as tokens true. None of those others, who the night behold, the courteous baron in the madman view, that from long self-neglect, while wild he ran, had in his visage more of beast than man. With breast and heart transfixed with pity, cried valiant Astolpho, bathed with many a tear, turning to Danish Dudden, at this side, and afterwards to valiant Olivier. "Behold Orlando." Him a while they eyed, straining their eyes and lids, then knew the peer, and, seeing him in such a piteous plight, were filled with grief and wonder at the sight. So grieve and so lament the greater part of those good warriors, that their eyes o'erflow. "'Tis time," Astolpho cried, "to find some art to heal him, not indulge in useless woe." And from his courser sprang bold Brandimart, Olivier, Sansonet and Dudden so. All leap to ground, and all together make at Roland, whom the warriors fain would take. Seeing the circle round about him grow, levels his club that furious paladin, and makes fierce Dudden feel, who, couched below his buckler, on the madman would break in. How grievous is that staff's descending blow! And but that Olivier, Orlando's kin, broke in some sort its force, that stake accursed had shield and helmet, head and body burst. It only burst the shield, and in such thunder broke on the casque, that Dudden pressed the shore. With that, Sir Sansonet cut clean asunder the sapling, shorn of 2 cloth yards and more. So vigorous was that warrior's stroke, while under his bosom, Brandimart girt Roland sore, with sinewy arms about his body flung, and to the champion's legs Astolpho clung. Orlando shook himself, and England's knight, 10 paces off, reversed upon the ground. Yet loosed not Brandimart, who with more might and better hold had clasped the madman round. To Olivier, too forward in that fight, he dealt so furious and so fell a wound with his clenched fist, that pale the Marquis fell, and purple streams from eyes and nostrils well. And save his morion had been more than good, bold Olivier had breathed his last, who lies so battered with his fall, it seemed he vowed bequeath his parting soul to paradise. Astolpho and Dudden, that again upstood, albeit swollen were Dudden's face and eyes, and Sansonet, who plied so well his sword, all made together at Anglante's lord. Dudden Orlando from behind embraced, and with his foot the furious peer would throw. Astolpho and others seize his arms, but waste their strength in all attempts to hold the foe. He who has seen a bull, by mastiffs chased, that gore his bleeding ears, in fury low, dragging the dogs that bait him there and here, yet from their tusks unable to get clear. Let him imagine, so Orlando drew Astolpho and those banded knights along. Meanwhile upstart Oliviero, who by that fell fisticuff on earth was flung, and, seeing they could ill by Roland do that sought by good Astolpho and his throng, he meditates, and compasses, away the frantic paladin on earth to lay. He many a hawser made them thither bring, And running knots in them he quickly tied, which on the count's waist, arms, and legs, they fling. And then, among themselves, the ends divide, conveyed to this or that amid the ring, compassing Roland upon every side. The warriors thus Orlando flung par force, as farrier throws the struggling ox or horse. As soon as down, they all upon him are, and hands and feet more tightly they constrain. He shakes himself, and plunges here and there, but all his efforts for relief are vain. Astolpho bade them hence the prisoner bear, for he would heal, he said, the warrior's brain. Shouldered by sturdy Dudden is the load, and on the beach's furthest brink bestowed. 7 times Astolpho makes them wash the night, and 7 times plunged beneath the brine he goes, so that they cleanse away the scurf and blight, which to his stupid limbs and visage grows. This done, with herbs, for that occasion dight, they stop his mouth, wherewith he puffs and blows. For, save his nostrils, would Astolpho leave no passage whence the count might air receive. Valiant Astolpho had prepared the vase, wherein Orlando's senses were contained, and to his nostrils in such mode conveys, that, drawing in his breath, the count he drained the mystic cup withal. O wondrous case! The unsettled mind its ancient seat regained, and, in its glorious reasonings, yet more clear and lucid waxed his wisdom than whilera. As one, that seems in troubled sleep to see abominable shapes, a horrid crew, monsters which are not, and which cannot be, or seem some strange, unlawful thing to do, yet marvels at himself, from slumber free, when his recovered senses play him true. So good Orlando, when he is made sound, remains yet full of wonder, and astound. Aldabel's brother, 469 Monadante's son, 470. And him that on his brain such cure had wrought, he wondering marked, but word he spake to none. And when and how he was brought thither, thought. He turned his restless eyes now up now down, nor where he was withal, imagined aught, marveling why he there was naked cast, and wherefore tethered, neck and heels, so fast. Then said, as erst Silenus said, when seen and taken sleeping the cave of yore, Salvite me 471 with visage so serene, with look so much less wayward than before, that him they from his bonds delivered clean, and raiment to the naked warrior bore, all comforting their friend, with grief oppressed, for that delusion which had him posseused, when to his former self he was recovered, of wiser and of manlier mind than e'er. From love as well was freed the enamoured lord, and she, so gentle deemed, so fair whilera, and by renowned Orlando so adored, did but to him a worthless thing appear. What he through love had lost, to reacquire, was his whole study, was his whole desire. Meanwhile Bardino told to Brandimart how Monadantes, his good sire, was dead, and, on his brother, Gigliante's part, to call him to his kingdom had he sped, as well as from those isles, which most apart from other lands, in eastern seas are spread, that prince's fair inheritance, than which was none more pleasant, populous, or rich. He said, mid many reasons which he pressed, that home was sweet, and, were the warrior fain to taste that sweet, he ever would detest a wandering life. And Brandimart again replies, through all that war, he will not rest from serving Roland and King Charlemagne, and after, if he lives to see its end, to his own matters better will attend. Upon the following day, for Provence steer the shipping under Danish Dudden's care, when with the Duke retired Anglantes pier, and heard that lord the warfare's state declare. Then pressed with siege by Certa, far and near, But let good England's knight the honour wear of every vantage, while Astolfo still in all was guided by Orlando's will. The order taken to attack the town of huge Biserta, when, and on what side? How, at the first assault, the walls are won. And with Orlando who the palm divide. Lament not that I now shall leave unshown, since for short time I lay my tale aside. In the meanwhile, how fierce an overthrow the Moors received in France, be pleased to know. Well nigh abandoned was their royal lord in his worst peril. For to Alls again had gone, with many of the Paynim horde, the sage Sobrino and the king of Spain, who, for the deemed the land unsafe, aboard their barks sought refuge, with a numerous train, barons and cavaliers, that served the Moor, who moved by their example put from shore. Yet royal Agramant the fight maintains. But when he can no longer make a stand, turns from the combat, and directly strains for Alls, not far remote, upon the strand. Him Rabican pursues, with flowing reins, whom Amon's daughter drives with heel and hand. Him would she slay, through whom so often crossed that martial maid had her Rogero lost. Marfisa by the same desire was stirred, who had her thoughts on tardy vengeance placed for her dead sire, and as she fiercely spurred, made her hot courser feel his rider's haste. But neither martial maid, amid that herd of flying Moors, so well the monarch chased, as to o'ertake him in his swift retreat, first into Alls, and then aboard his fleet, as two fair generous pards, that from some crag together dart, and stretch across the plain. When they perceive that vigorous goat or stag, their nimble quarry, is pursued in vain, as if ashamed they in that chase did lag, return repentant and in high disdain. So, with a sigh, return those damsels too, when they the Paynim king in safety view. Yet therefore halt not, but in fury go amid that crowd, which flies, posseused with dread, feeling, now here, now there, at every blow, many that never more uprear their head. To evil pass was brought the broken foe, for safety was not even for them that fled, since Agramant, a sure retreat to gain, bade shut the city gate which faced the plain, and bade on Rhone break all the bridges down. Unhappy people, ever held as cheap, weighed with the tyrant's want who wears a crown, as worthless herd of goats or silly sheep. These in the sea, those in the river drown, and those with blood the thirsty fallows steep. The Franks few prisoners made, and many slew, for ransom in that battle was for few. Of the great multitude of either train, christened or Paynim, killed in that last fight, though in unequal parts, for, of the slain, by far more Saracens were killed in flight, by hands of those redoubt damsels twain. Signs even to this day remain in sight. For, hard by Alls, where sleeps the lazy Rhone, the plain with rising sepulchres is strown. Meanwhile his heavy ships of deepest draught King Agramant had made put forth to sea, leaving some barks in port, his lightest craft. For them that would aboard his navy flee, he stays 2 days, while they the stragglers waft. And, for the winds are wild and contrary, on the 3rd day, to sail he give command, in trust to make return to Afric's land. Royal Marsilius, in that fatal hour, fearing the costs will fall upon his Spain, and that the clouds, which big with tempest lower, in the end will burst upon his fields and grain, makes for Valentia, where he town and tower begins to fortify with mickle pain, and for that war prepares, which after ends in the destruction of himself and friends. King Agramant his sails for Afric bent, his barks ill-armed and almost empty go, empty of men, but full of discontent. In that 3/4 had perished by the foe. As cruel some, as weak and proud some shent their king, and, as still happens in like woe, all hate him privily, but, for they fear his fury, in his presence mute appear. Yet sometimes 2 or 3 their lips unclose. Some knot of friends, where each on each relies, and their pent choler and their rage expose. Yet Agramant beneath the illusion lies, that each will love and pity overflows. And this befalls, because he still espies false faces, hears but voices that applaud, and naught but adulation, lies and fraud. Not in Biserta's port his host to land was the sage king of Africa's intent, who had sure news that shore by Nubia's band was held. But he so far above it meant to steer his Moorish squadron, that the strand should not be steep or rugged for descent. There would he disembark, and thence would aid forthwith his people, broken and dismayed, but favored not by his foul destiny. Was that intention, provident and wise, which willed the fleet, from leaves of greenwood tree, produced upon the beach in wondrous guise, that, bound for France, now ploughed the foaming sea, should meet the king at night, that from surprise, in that dark, dismal hour, amid his crew, worse panic and disorder might ensue. Not yet to him have tidings been conveyed, that squadrons of such force the billows plough. Nor would he have believed in him who said 100 barks had sprung from one small bow, and hence for Africa the king had weighed, not fearing to encounter hostile prow. Nor has he watchmen in his tops to spy, and make report of what they hence descry. 'Twas so those ships, by England's pier supplied, to Duden, manned with good and armed crew, which see that Moorish fleet at eventide, and that strange armament forthwith pursue, assailed them unawares, and, far and wide, among those barks their grappling irons threw, and linked by chains, to their opponents clung, when known for Moors and foemen by their tongue. In bearing down, impelled by winds that blow, propitious to the Danish chief's intent, those weighty ships so shocked the Paynim foe, that many vessels to the bottom went. Then, taxing wits and hands, to work them woe, them with fire, sword, and stones the Christians shent, which on their ships in such wide ruin pour, like tempest never vexed the sea before. Bold Duden's men, to whom unwonted might and daring was imparted from on high, since the hour was come the Paynims to requite, for more than one ill deed, from far and nigh, the Moors so pestilently gall and smite. Agramant finds no shelter from the sky. Above, thick clouds of whistling arrows strike, around gleam hook and hatchet, sword and pike. The king hears huge and heavy stones descend from charged machine or thundering engine sent, which, falling, poop and prow and broadside rend, opening to ravening seas a mighty vent, and more than all the furious fires offend, fires that are quickly kindled, slowly spent. The wretched crews would fain that danger shun, and ever into direr peril run. One headlong plunged, pursued by fire and sword, and perished mid the waters, one who wrought faster with arms and feet, his passage oared to other bark, already overfraught. But she repulsed the wretch that fain would board, whose hand, which too importunately sought to clamber, grasped the side, while his lopped arm and body stained the wave with life-blood warm. Him, that to save his life the waters thought, or, at the worst, to perish with less pain, since swimming profited the caitiff not, and he perceived his strength and courage drain to the hungry fires from which the refuge sought. The fear of drowning hurries back again. He grasps a burning plank, and in the dread of dying either death, by both is sped. This vainly to the sea resorts, whom spear or hatchet, brandished close at hand, dismay. For stone or arrow following in his rear, permit the craven to make little way. But haply, while it yet delights your ear, 'twere well and wisely done to end my lay, rather than harp upon the theme so long, as to annoy you with a tedious song. Canto Chapter 40. To fly the royal Agramant is fain, and sees by Serta burning far away, but landing finds the royal Saracen, who of his faith gives goodly warrant. They defy Orlando, backed by champions twain, whom bold Gradasso firmly trusts to slay. For 7 kings' sake, fast prisoners to their foes, Rogero and the Dane exchange rude blows. The diverse chances of that sea fight dread, here to rehearse would take a weary while, and to discourse to you upon this head. Great son of Hercules, were to Samos Isle, to carry earthen vessels, as 'tis said, to Athens owls, and crocodiles the Nile. In that, my lord, by what is vouched to me, such things you saw, such things made others see. Your faithful people gazed on a long show, that night and day, wherein they crowded stood, as in a theatre, and hemmed on 'twixt fire and sword, the hostile navies viewed. What outcries may be heard, what sounds of woe, how rivers may run red with human blood, in such like combat, in how many a mode men die, you saw, and you to many showed. I saw not, I, who was compelled to course evermore changing nags, 6 days before, to Rome, in heat and haste, some helpful force of him our mighty pastor to implore. But, after, need was none of foot or horse. For so the lion's beak and claws you tore for 72. From that day unto this I hear not said, that he more trouble in your land has bred. But Trotto, present at this victory, Afranio, Moro, Albert, Hannibal, Zerbanat, Bagno, the Ariostos 3, assured me of the mighty feat withal, certified after by that ensignry, suspended from the holy temple's wall, and 15 galleys at our riverside, which with 1,000 captive barks I spied. He that those wrecks and blazing fires discerned, and such sore slaughter, under different shows, which, venging us for hall and palace burned, while bark remained, raged wide among the foes, might also deem how Afric's people mourned, with Agramant, mid diverse deaths and woes. On that dark night, when the redoubted Dane assaulted in mid-sea the Moorish train, 'twas night, nor gleam was anywhere descried, when first the fleets in furious strife were blended, but when lit sulphur, pitch and tar from side, and poop and prow into the sky ascended, and the destructive wildfire, scattered wide, fed upon ship and shallop ill defended. The things about them all descried so clear, that night was changed to day, as 'twould appear. Hence Agramant, that by the dark deceived, had rated not so high the foe's array, nor to encounter such a force believed, but would, if 'twere opposed, at last give way. When that wide darkness cleared, and he perceived what least he weened upon the first affray, that twice as many were the ships he fought as his own Moorish barks, took other thought. Into a boat he with some few descends, Brigliador and some precious things, to flee. And so, 'twixt ship and ship, in silence wends, until he finds himself in safer sea, far from his own, whom fiery Dudenshens reduced to sad and sore extremity. Them steel destroys, fires burn, and waters drown, while he, that mighty slaughter's cause, is flown. Agramant flies, and with him old Sobrine, Agramant grieving he had not believed. What time that sage foresaw with eye divine, and told the woe wherewith he is aggrieved. But turn me to the valiant paladin, who, before other aid can be received, counsels the Duke Biserta to destroy, that it no more may Christian France annoy. And hence in public order was it said, the camp should to its arms the third day stand. For this, it was with many barks bested, for all were placed not at the Danes' command. That fleet the worthy Sansonetto led, as good a warrior he by sea as land, which a mile off the port, and right, Biserta, now was anchored by the knight Orlando and the Duke, like Christians true, which dare no danger without God for guide, that fast and prayer be made their army through, ordained by proclamation to be cried, and that upon the third day, when they view the signal, all shall bound them, far and wide, Biserta's royal city to attack, which they, when taken, doom to fire and sack. And so, when now devoutly have been done vigil and vow, and holy prayer and fast, kin, friends, and those to one another known, together feast, who, when with glad repast, their wasted bodies were refreshed, begun to embrace and weep, and acts and speeches passed, upon the banquet's close, amid those crews, such as best friends, about to sever, use. The holy priests within Biserta's wall pray with their grieving people, and in tears I beat their bosoms, and for succor call upon their Mahomet, who nothing hears. What vigils, offerings, and what gifts withal were promised silently, amid their fears. What temples, statues, images were vowed, in memory of their bitter woes, aloud. And, when the Cadi hath his blessing said, the people arms and to the rampart hies, as yet reposing in her Tithon's bed. Aurora was, and dusky were the skies, when to their posts, their several troops to head. Here Sansonetto, their Astolfo flies. And when they hear Orlando's signal blown, assault with furious force Biserta's town. Washed by the sea, upon two quarters, were the city walls, two stood on the dry shore, of a construction excellent and rare, wherein was seen the work of days of yore. Of other bulwarks was the town nigh bare, for since Branzardo there the scepter bore, few masons at command, and little space, that monarch had to fortify the place. The Nubian king is charged by England's peer with sling and arrow, so the Moors to Gaul, that none upon the works shall dare appear, and that, protected by the ceaseless fall of stone and dart, in safety cavalier and footman may approach the very wall, who loaded, some with plank, with rockstone some, and some with beam, or weightier burden, come. This and that other thing the Nubians bore, and by degrees filled up that channel wide, whose waters were cut off the day before, so that in many parts the ooze was spied. Filled is the ditch in haste from shore to shore, and forms a level to the further side, cheering the footmen on the works to mount. Stand Olivier, Astolfo, and the Count, the Nubian upon hope of gain intent, impatient of delay, nor heeding how with pressing perils they were compassed, went, protected by the sheltering boar and sow. 473. With battering ram, and other instrument, to break the gate and make the turret bow. Speedily to the city wall they post, nor unprovided find the Paynim host. For steel, and fire, and roof, and turret there, in guise of tempest on the Nubians fell, which plank and beam from those dread engines tear, made for annoyance of the infidel. In the ill beginning, and while dim the air, much injury the christened host befell. But when the sun from his rich mansion breaks, Fortune the faction of the Moor forsakes. The assault is reinforced on every side. By Count Orlando, both by sea and land. The fleet, with Sansonetto for its guide, entered the harbor, and approached the strand. And sorely they with various engines plied. With arrows and with slings, the Paynim band. And sent the assailants scaling ladder, spear, and naval stores, and every needful gear. Orlando, Oliviero, Brandimart. And he, in air so daring heretofore for 74. Do fierce and furious battle on that part, which lies the furthest inland from the shore. Each leads a portion of those Ethiops swart, ordered in equal bands beneath the four. Who at the walls, the gateways, or elsewhere, all give of prowess shining proofs and rare. So better could be seen each warrior's claim, that in confused in combat there and here. Who of reward is worthy, who of shame? To 1,000 into watchful eyes is clear. Dragged upon wheels are towers of wooden frame, and others well-trained elephants uprear, which so o'ertop the turrets of the foe. Those bulwarks stand a mighty space below. Brandimart to the walls a ladder brought, climbed, and to climb withal to others cried. Many succeed, with bold assurance fraught. For none can fear beneath so good a guide. Nor was there one who marked, nor one who thought of marking, if such weight it would abide. Brandimart only, on the foe's intent, clambered and fought, and grasped a battlement. Here clang with hand and foot the daring knight, sprang on the embattled wall, and whirled his sword. And, showing mickle tokens of his might, the Paynims charged, o'erthrew, hewed down and gored. But all at once, o'erburthened with that weight, the ladder breaks beneath the assailing horde. And, saving Brandimart, the Christians all into the ditch with headlong ruin fall. Not therefore blenched the valiant cavalier, nor thought he of retreat, albeit was none of his own band that followed in his rear. Although he was a mark for all the town, of many prayed, the warrior would not hear the prayer to turn, but mid the foes leapt down. I say, into the city took a leap, where the town wall was 30 cubits deep. He, without any harm on the hard ground, as if on feathers or on straw, did light. And, like cloth shred and shorn, the Paynims round. In fury shreds and shears the valiant knight. Now springs on these, now those, with vigorous bound. And these and those betake themselves to flight. They that without have seen the leap he made, too late to save him deem all human aid. Throughout the squadrons a deep rumor flew, a murmur and a whisper, there and here. From mouth to mouth, the fame by motion grew, and told and magnified the tale of fear. For upon many quarters stormed that crew, where good Orlando was, where Olivier, where Otho's son, for 75 she flew on pinions light, nor ever paused upon her nimble flight. Those warriors, and Orlando most of all, who love and prize the gentle Brandimart, hearing, should they defy upon that call, they would from so renowned a comrade part, their scaling ladders plant, and mount the wall, with rivalry, which shows the kingly heart, who carry all such terror in their look, that, at the very sight, their foemen shook. As on loud ocean, lashed by boisterous gale, the billows the rash bark assault, and still, now threatening poop, now threatening prow, assail. And, in their rage and fury, fain would fill the pilot sighs and groans, dismayed and pale. He that should aid, and has not heart or skill, at length a surge the pinnace sweeps and swallows, and wave on wave in long succession follows. Thus when those win the wall, they leave a space so wide, that who beneath their conduct go, safely may follow them, for at its base 1,000 ladders have been reared below. Meanwhile the battering rams, in many a place, have breached that wall, and with such mighty blow, the bold assailant can, from many a part, bear succor to the gallant Brandimart. Even with that rage wherewith the stream that reigns, the king of rivers, when he breaks his mound, and makes himself a way through Montuan plains, the greasy furrows and glad harvests, round, and, with the sheepcotes, flock, and dogs and swains, bears off, in his o'erwhelming waters drowned. Over the elm's high top the fishes glide, where fowls erewhile their nimble pinions plied. Even with that rage rushed in the impetuous band, where many breaches in the wall were wrought, to slay with burning torch and trenchant brand that people, which to evil pass were brought. Murder and rapine there, and violent hand, dipped deep in blood and plunder, in a thought, destroy that sumptuous and triumphant town, which of all Afric wore the royal crown, filled with dead bodies of the Paynim horde. Blood issued from so many a gaping wound. A fouler fosse was formed and worse to ford than girdles the infernal city round. From house to house the fire in fury poured. Mosque, portico, and palace, went to ground, and spoiled and empty mansions with the clang of beaten breast, and groan and outcry rang. The victors, laden with their mighty prey, from that unhappy city's gates are gone. One with fair vase, and one with rich array, or silver plate from ancient altar won. The mother this, that bore the child away. Rapes and 1,000 evil things were done. Of much, and what they cannot hinder, here. Renowned Orlando and fair England's peer. By Olivier, amid that slaughter wide, fell Bucifero of the Paynim band. And, every hope and comfort cast aside, Branzardo slew himself with his own brand, pierced with 3 wounds whereof he shortly died. Falvo was taken by Astolfo's hand, the monarchs 3, entrusted to whose care Agramant's African dominions were. Agramant, who had left without a guide his fleet this while, and with Sobrino fled, wept over his Biserta when he spied those fires that on the royal city fed. When nearer now the king was certified how in that cruel strife his town had sped, he thought of dying, and himself had slain. But that Sobrino's words his arm restrain. What victory, my lord, Sobrino cries, could better than thy death the Christian cheer, whence he might hope to joy in quiet wise. Fair Africa, from all annoyance clear, thy being yet alive this hope denies. Hence shall he evermore have cause for fear. For well the foeman knows, save thou art gone, he for short time will fill thine Afric throne. Thy subjects by thy death deprived will be of hope, the only good they have in store. Thou, if thou livest, I trust, shalt set us free, redeem from trouble, and to joy restore. Captives for ever, if thou deest, are we. Afric is tributary evermore. Although not for thyself, yet not to give. My liege, annoyance to thy followers, live. The Sultan, he thy neighbor, will be one. Surely with men and money thee to aid. By him with evil I King Pepin's son, so strong in Africa, will be surveyed. All efforts to restore thee to thy throne, by Norandin, thy kinsman, will be made. Turk, Persian and Armenian, Arab, Mede, if prayed, will all assist thee in thy need. In such and such like words, with wary art, with hope of quickly winning back his reign, Sobrino soothed the king, while in his heart he other thought perchance did entertain. Well knows he to what pass, what evil mart that lord is brought, how often sighs in vain, whoe'er foregoes the scepter which he swayed, and to barbarians hath recourse for aid. Jugurtha, Marshal Hannibal, and more. In ancient times, good proof of this afford. In our own era, Lewis, hight the Moor, delivered into other Lewis ward. 476. Your brother, Duke Alfonso, wiser lore. Learn from their fate, I speak to you, my lord. Wont them as very madmen to decry, that more on others than themselves rely. And therefore I, throughout that warfare drear, waged by the pontiff, in his fierce disdain, albeit upon his feeble powers the peer could ill depend, though from Italian plain was driven the friend that aided him whilera, and by the foe possessed was Naples' reign. He against menace, against promise steeled, ne'er to another would his dukedom yield. Eastward King Agramant had turned his prow, and seaward steered his bark, of Afric wide, when from the land a wicked wind gone blow, and took the reeling vessel on one side. The master, seated at the helm, his brow raised towards heaven, and to the monarch cried, I see so fell and fierce a tempest form, our pinnace cannot face the pelting storm. If you, my lords, will listen to my lore, an isle is on our left hand, and to me it seems that it were well to make that shore, till overblown the tempest's fury be. To his advice assents the royal Moor, and makes the larboard land, from peril free, which, for the sailors' weal, when tempests rise, twixt Vulcan's lofty forge and Afric lies. 477. With juniper and myrtle overgrown, of habitations is that islet bare, a pleasing solitude, and where alone harbor wild stag and roebuck, deer and hare. And, save to fishermen, is little known, that oftentimes on the shorn brambles there hang their moist nets, meanwhile, untroubled sleep the scaly fishes in their quiet deep. Here other vessel, sheltered from the main, they found, by tempest tossed upon that land, which had conveyed the king of Saracen, erewhile from Alls, on one and the other hand, in reverent wise and worthy of the twain, those valiant kings embraced upon the strand. For friends the monarchs were, and late before the walls of Paris arms together bore. With much displeasure Saracana's knight heard by King Agramant his griefs displayed, then him consoled, and in his cause to fight, like courteous king, the kindly offer made, but brooked not, that to Egypt's people, light, and lacking faith, he should resort for aid, that thither it is perilous to wend. Exiles, he said, are warned by Pompey's end, and for Senepa's Ethiopian crew have come beneath Astolpho, as ye show, to wrest your fruitful Africa from you, and burnt and laid her chiefest city low. And with their squadrons is Orlando, who was wandering void of wit, short while ago. The fittest cure for all, whereby to scape out of this trouble I, meseems, can shape. I, for your love, will undertake the quest, the Count in single combat to appear. He vainly would, I wot, with me contest, if wholly made of copper or of steel. I rate the Christian Church, were he at rest, as wolf rates lambs, when hungering for his meal. Next have I thought how of the Nubian band, a brief and easy task, to free your land. I will make other Nubians, they that hold another faith, divided by Nile's course, and Arabs and Macrobians, rich in gold. And men are these, and those in herds of horse, Chaldean, Perse, and many more, controlled by my good scepter, in such mighty force, will make them war upon the Nubians' reign. Those reavers shall not in your land remain. Gradasso's second offer seemed to be most opportune to King Troiano's son, and much he blessed the chances of the sea, which him upon that desert isle had thrown, yet would not upon any pact agree. Nay, not to repossess by Sirta's town, Gradasso should for him in fight contend. Deeming too sore his honor, 'twould offend. If Roland is to be defied, more do. The battle is to me, that king replies. I am prepared for it. And let God do his will by me, in good or evil wise. Follow my mode. Another mode and new, which comes into my mind, Gradasso cries. Let both of us together wage this fight against Orlando and another knight. So not left out, I care not, if I be the first or last, said Agramant. I know in arms no better can I find than thee, though I should seek a comrade, high or low. And what, Sobrino cried, becomes of me? I should be more expert if old in show, and evermore in peril it is good. Force should have counsel in his neighborhood. Stricken in years, yet vigorous was the sage, and well had proved himself with sword and spear. And said, he found himself in grey old age, such as in green and supple youth whilera. They own his claim, and for an embassage forthwith a courier find, then bid him steer for Africa, where camp the Christians lie, and Count Orlando on their part defy, with equal number of armed knights to be matching his foes, on Lampedusa's shore, where on all quarters that circumfluent sea, by which they are enisled, is heard to roar the Paynim messenger unceasingly, like one in needful haste, used sail and oar, till he found Roland in Biserta, where the host beneath his eye their plunder share. From those three monarchs to the cavalier, the invitation was in public told, so pleasing to Anglante's valiant peer. To the herald he was liberal of his gold. From his companions had he heard whilera that Durindane was in Gradasso's hold. Hence, to retrieve that falchion from the foe, to India had the count resolved to go, deeming he should not find that king elsewhere, who, so he heard, had sailed from the French shore. A nearer place is offered now, and there he hopes Gradasso shall his prize restore. Moved also by Almonte's bugle rare, to accept the challenge which the herald bore, nor less by Brigliadoro, since he knew in Agramant's possession were the two he chose for his companions in the fight, the faithful Brandimart and Olivier. Well has he proved the one and the other's might. Knows he alike to both is passing dear. Good horses and good armor seeks the knight, and goodly swords and lances, far and near. For him and his, meseems to you is known, how none of those three warriors had his own. Orlando, as I oft have certified, in fury his had scattered wide and far. Rhadamant took the others, which beside the river, locked in that high turret are. Few throughout Africa could they provide. As well because to France, in that long war, King Agramant had borne away the best, as because Africa but few possiest. What could be had of armor, rusted o'er, and brown with age, Orlando bids unite. Meanwhile with his companions on the shore, he walks, discoursing on the future fight. So wandering from their camp 3 miles and more, it chanced that, turning towards the sea their sight, under full sail approaching, they descried a helmless bark, with not her course to guide. She, without pilot, without crew, alone, as wind and fortune ordered it, was bound. The vessel neared the shore, with sails full blown, furrowing the waves, until she took the ground. But ere of these 3 warriors more be shown, the love wherewith I to the child am bound, to his story brings me back, and bids record what passed 'twixt him and Clermont's warlike lord. I spake of that good pair of warriors, who had both retreated from the martial fray, beholding pact and treaty broken through, and every troop and band in disarray, which leader to his oath was first untrue. And was occasion of such evil, they study to learn of all the passing train. King Agramant or the Emperor Charlemagne. Meanwhile a servant of the child's, at hand. Faithful, expert and wary was the wight. Nor in the shock of either furious band had ever of his warlike lord lost sight. To bold Rogero bore his horse and brand, that he might aid his comrades now in flight. Rogero backed the steed and grasped the sword. But not in battle mixed that martial lord. Thence he departed. But he first renewed his compact with Montalban's knight, that so his Agramant convinced of perjury stood. Him and his evil sect he would forego. That day no further feats of hardihood Rogero will perform against the foe. He but demands of all that make for alls. Who first broke faith, King Agramant or Charles? From all he hears repeated, far and near, that Agramant had broke the promise plight. He loves that king, and from his side to veer. For this, believes would be no error light. 478. The Moors were broke and scattered, this whilera has been rehearsed, and from the giddy height of her revolving wheel were downward hurled. Who at her pleasure rolls this nether world? Rogero ponders if he should remain, or rather should his sovereign lord attend. Love for his lady fits him with a rein and bit, which lets him not to Afric wend. Wheels him, and to a countercourse again spurs him, and threats his restive mood to shend. Save he maintains the treaty, and the troth pledged to the paladin with solemn oath. A wakeful, stinging care, on the other side, scourges and goads no less the cavalier. Lest, if he now from Agramant divide, he should be taxed with baseness or with fear. If many deem it well he should abide, to many and many it would ill appear. Many would say, that oaths unbinding are, which 'tis unlawful and unjust to swear. He all that day and the ensuing night remains alone, and so the following day, forever sifting in his doubtful sprite, if it be better to depart or stay. Lastly for Agramant decides the night. To him in Afric will he wend his way, moved by his love for his liege lady sore, but moved by honor and by duty more. He made for alls, where yet he hoped would ride the fleet which him to Africa might bear. Nor in the port nor offing ships espied, nor Saracens save dead beheld he there. For Agramant had swept the roadstead wide, and burnt what vessels in the haven were. Rogero takes the road, when his hope fails, along the sea-beach shore toward Marseilles. Upon some boat he hoped to lay his hand, which him for love or force should thence convey. Already Ogre's son had made the land, with the barbarian's fleet, his captive prey. You could not there have cast a grain of sand between those vessels. Moored closely lay the mighty squadrons to that harbor brought, with conquerors these, and those with prisoners fraught. The vessels of the Moor that were not made the food of fire and water on that night, saving some few that fled, were all conveyed safe to Marseilles by the victorious knight. 7 of those kings that Moorish scepters swayed, who, having seen their squadron put to flight, with their 7 ships had yielded to the foe, stood mute and weeping, overwhelmed with woe. Dudon had issued forth upon dry land, bent to find Charlemagne that very day, and of the Moorish spoil and captive band made in triumphal pomp a long display. The prisoners all were ranged upon the strand, and round them stood their Nubian victors gay, who, shouting in his praise, with loud acclaim, made all that region ring with Dudon's name. Rogero, when from far the ships he spied, believed they were the fleet of Agramant, and, to know further, pricked his courser's side. Then, nearer, mid those knights of mickle vaunt, Nazamon's king a prisoner he descried. Agricult, Bambarego, Fararant, Balastro, Manilardo, and Rhymedont, who stood with weeping eyes and drooping front, in their unhappy state to leave that crew. The child, who loved those monarchs, cannot bear that useless is the empty hand he knew, that where force is not, little profits prayer. He couched his lance, their keeper overthrew, then proved his wonted might with falchion bare, and in a moment stretched upon the strand, above 100 of the Nubian band. The noise Sir Dudden hears, the slaughter spies, but knows not who the stranger cavalier. He marks how, put to rout, his people flies, with anguish, with lament and mighty fear. Quickly for courser, shield, and helmet cries. Bosom, and arms, and thighs, were mailed Wilera. Leaps on his horse, nor, having seized his lance, forgets he is a paladin of France. He called on every one to stand aside, and with the galling spur his courser pressed. Meanwhile 100 other foes have died, and filled with hope was every prisoner's breast. And as Roger O'Holy Dudden spied 479 approach on horseback, footmen were the rest. Esteeming him their head, he charged the knight, impelled by huge desire to prove his might. Already, on his part, had moved the Dane. But when he saw the child without a spear, he flang his own far from him, in disdain, to take such vantage of the cavalier. Admiring at Sir Dudden's courteous vein, belie himself he cannot, said the peer, and of those perfect warriors must be one, that as the paladins of France are known. If I my will can compass, he shall shew his name, to me, ere further deed be done. He made demand, and in the stranger knew Dudden, the Danish ogre's valiant son. He from Rogero claimed an equal due, and from the child as courteous answer won. Their names on either side announced, the foes. A bold defiance speak, and come to blows. Bold Dudden had with him that iron mace, which won him deathless fame in many a fight, wherewith he proved him fully of the race of that good Danish warrior, famed for might. That best of falchions, which through iron case of cuirass or of casque was wont to bite. Youthful Rogero from the scabbard snatched, and with the martial Dane his valor matched. But for the gentle youth was ever willed to offend his lady love the least he could, and knew he should offend her, if he spilled in that disastrous battle Dudden's blood. Well in the lineage of French houses skilled, he wist of Beatrice's sisterhood. Bradamante's mother she, with Armeline, the mother of the Danish paladin. He therefore never thrust in that affray, and rarely smote an edge 480 on plate and chain. Now warding off the mace, now giving way before the fall of that descending bane. Turpin believes, it in Rogero lay Sir Dudden in few sword strokes to have slain, yet never when the Dane his guard foregoes, save on the falchion's flat descend the blows. The flat as featly as the edge he plies, of that good falchion forged of stubborn grain, and, at strange blind men's bluff, in weary wise. 481. Hammers on Dudden with such might and main, he often dazzles so the warrior's eyes, that hardly he his saddle can maintain. But to win better audience for my rhyme, my canto I defer to other time. Canto. Chapter 41. His prisoners to the child the Danish peer consigns, who, homeward bound, are wrecked at sea. By swimming he escapes, and a sincere and faithful servant now of Christ is he. Meanwhile bold Brandimart, and Olivier, and Roland fiercely charge the hostile three. Sobrino is left wounded in the strife. Gradasso and Agramant deprived of life. The odor which well-fashioned bear or hair, of that which fine and dainty raiment steeps, Of gentle stripling, or of damsel fair, who often love awakens, as she weeps, if it ooze forth and scent the ambient air, and which for many a day its virtue keeps, well shows, by manifest effects and sure, how perfect was its first perfume and pure. The drink that to his cost good Icarus drew 482. Of yore his sunburned sickle men to cheer. And which, 'tis said, lured Celts and boy 483 through our Alpine hills, untouched by toil whilera. Well shows that cordial was the draught, when new, since it preserves its virtue through the year. The tree to which its wintry foliage cleaves, well shows that verdant were its springtide leaves. The famous lineage, for so many years, of courtesy the great and lasting light, which ever, brightening as it burns, appears to shine and flame more clearly to the sight, well proves the sire of Este's noble peers, must, amid mortals, have shone forth as bright in all fair gifts which raise men to the sky, as the glad sun mid glittering orbs on high, as in his every other feat expressed. Rogero's valiant mind and courteous lore were showed by tokens clear and manifest, and his high-mindedness shone more and more. So toward the Dane those virtues stood confiest, with whom, as I rehearsed to you before, he had belied his mighty strength and breath, for pity loath to put that lord to death. The Danish warrior was well certified, no wish to slay him had the youthful knight, who spared him now, when open was his side. Now, when so wearied he no more could smite. When finally he knew, and plain descried, Rogero scrupled to put forth his might. If with less vigor and less prowess steeled, at least in courtesy he would not yield. Party, sir, make we peace, he said, success in this contention cannot fall to me, cannot be mine, for I myself confess, conquered and captive to thy courtesy. To him Rogero answered, and no less, I covet peace, then 'tis desired by thee. But this upon condition, that those 7 are freed from bondage, and to me are given. With that he showed those 7 whereof I spake, bound and with drooping heads, a sad array, adding, he must to him no hindrance make, who would those kings to Africa convey, and Dudden thus allowed the child to take those 7, and him allowed to bear away a bark as well, what likes him best he chooses, amid those vessels, and for Afric looses. He looses bark and sail, and in bold wise, trusting the fickle wind, to seaward stood. At first on her due course the vessel flies, and fills the pilot full of hardihood. The beach retreats, and from the sailor's eyes, so fades, the sea appears a shoreless flood. Upon the darkening of the day, the wind displays its fickle and perfidious kind. It shifts from poop to beam, from beam to prow, and even their short season doth remain. The reeling ship confounds the pilot, now struck fore, now aft, now on her beam again. Threatening the billows rise, with haughty brow, and Neptune's white herd lows above the main. As many deaths appear to daunt that rout, as waves which beat their troubled bark about. Now blows the wind in front, and now in rear, and drives this wave an end, that other back. Others the reeling vessel's side o'erpeer, and every billow threatens equal wrack. The pilot sighs, confused and pale with fear. Vainly he calls aloud to shift the tack, to strike or jibe the yard, and with his hand signs to the crew the thing he would command. But sound or signal little boots, the eye sees not amid the dim and rainy night. The voice unheard ascends into the sky, which with a louder larum smite the troubled sailors' universal cry, and roar of waters, which together fight. Unheard is every hest, above, below. starboard or larboard, upon poop or prow. In the strained tackle sounds a hollow roar, wherein the struggling wind its fury breaks. The forked lightning flashes evermore. With fearful thunder heaven's wide concave shakes. One to the rudder runs, one grasps an oar. Each to his several office him betakes. One will make fast, another will let go. Water into the water others throw. Lo! Howling horribly, the sounding blast, which Boreas in his sudden fury blows, scourges with tattered sail the reeling mast. Almost as high as heaven the water flows. The oars are broken, and so fell and fast. That tempest pelts, the prow to leeward goes. And the ungoverned vessel's battered side is undefended from the foaming tide. Fallen on her starboard side, on her beam ends. About to turn keel uppermost, she lies. Meanwhile, his soul to heaven each recommends. Surer than sure to sink, with piteous cries. Scathe upon scathe malicious fortune sends. And when one woe is weathered, others rise. Strained, the vessel splits. And through her seams, in many a part the hostile water streams. A fierce assault and cruel coil doth keep. Upon all sides that wintry tempest fell. Now to their sight so high the billows leap. It seems that these to heaven above would swell. Now, plunging with the wave, they sink so deep, that they appear to spy the gulfs of hell. Small hope there is or none, with faltering breath. They gaze upon inevitable death. On a dispiteous sea, that livelong night. They drifted, as the wind in fury blew. The furious wind that with the dawning light should have abetted, gathered force anew. Lo! A bare rock, ahead, appears in sight. Which vainly would the wretched band eschew, whom towards that cliff, in their despite, impel the raging tempest and the roaring swell. 3 times and for the pale-faced pilot wrought the tiller with a vigorous push to sway, and for the bark a surer passage sought. But the waves snapped and bore the helm away, to lower, or ease the bellying canvas aught. The sailors had no power, nor time had they, to mend that ill, or counsel what was best. For them too hard the mortal peril pressed, perceiving now that nothing can defend their bark from wreck on that rude rock and bear. All to their private aims alone attend, and only to preserve their life have care. Who quickest can, into the skiff descend. But in a thought so overcrowded are, through those so many who invade the boat, that, gunwale deep, she scarce remains afloat. Rogero, on beholding master, mate, and men abandoning the ship with speed, in doublet, as he is, sans mail and plate, hopes in the skiff a refuge in that need, but finds her overcharged with such a weight, and afterwards so many more succeed, that the o'erwhelming wave the pinnace drown, and she with all her wretched freight goes down, and, foundering, drags with her whoer, leaving the larger bark, on her relies. Then doleful shrieks are heard, mid sob and tear, calling for succor on unpitying skies. But for short space that shrilling cry they rear. For, swoln with rage and scorn, the waters rise, and in a moment wholly stop the vent, whence issues that sad clamor and lament. One sinks outright, no more to reappear. Some rise, and bounding with the billows go their course, with head uplifted, others steer. An arm, an unshod leg, those others show. Rogero, who the tempest will not fear, springs upward to the surface from below, and little distant sees that rock, in vain eschewed by him and his attendant train. Himself with hands and feet the warrior rose, hoping by force thereof to win the shore. Breast boldly the importunate flood, and blows with his unwearied breath the foam before. Waxing meanwhile, the troubled water rose. And from the rock the abandoned vessel bore, quitted of those unhappy men, who die. So cursed their lot, the death from which they fly. Alas! For man's deceitful thoughts and blind. The ship escaped from wreck, where hope was none. When master and when men their charge resigned, and let the vessel without guidance run, it would appear the wind has changed its mind, on seeing all that sailed in her are gone, and blows the vessel from those shallows free, through better course, into a safer sea. She, having drifted wildly with her guide, without him, made directly Afric's strand, 2 or 3 miles of waste by Sirta wide, upon the quarter facing Egypt's land. And, as the sea went down and the wind died, stood bedded in that weary waste of sand. Now thither Roland roved, who paced the shore, as I in other strain rehearsed before, and willing to discover, if alone, laden, or light, the stranded vessel were 484. He, Olivier, and Monodante's son, 485. Aboard her in a shallow bark repair. Beneath the hatchways they descend, but none of humankind they see, and only there find good Frontino, with the trenchant sword and gallant armor of his youthful lord, who was so hurried in his hasty flight, he had not even time to take his sword to Orlando known, which, Balisardo hight, was his erewhile, the tales upon record, and ye have read it all, as well I wite, how Falerina lost it to that lord, when waste as well her beauteous bowers he laid, and how from him Brunello stole the blade, and how beneath Carina, on the plain, Brunello on Rogero this bestowed. How matchless was that falchion's edge and grain, to him experience had already showed. I say, Orlando, who was therefore fain, and to heaven's king with grateful thanks o'erflowed, and deemed, and often afterwards so said, heaven for such pressing need had sent the blade. Such pressing need, in that he had to fight with the redoubt king of Saracen, and knew that he, besides his fearful might, was lord of Bayard and of Durindane. Not knowing them, Anglante's valiant knight, so highly rated not the plate and chain, as he that these had proved, they valor were, but valued less as good than rich and fair. And, for of harness he had little need, charmed, and against all weapons fortified, to Olivier he left the warlike weed. Not so the sword, which to his waist he tied. To Brandimart Orlando gave the steed. Thus equally that spoil would he divide, with his companions twain, in equal share, who partners in that rich discovery were, against the day of fight, in goodly gear. And knew, those warriors seek their limbs to deck, blazoned upon Orlando's shield appear, the burning bold and lofty Babel's wreck. A limedog argent bears Sir Olivier, couchant, and with the leash upon his neck. The motto, till he comes, in gilded vest, and worthy of himself he will be drayest. Bold Brandimart designed upon the day of battle, for his royal father's sake, and his own honor, no device more gay than a dim surcoat to the field to take. By gentle Flordelis for that dark array was wrought the fairest facing she could make. With costly jewels was the border sewn, sable the vest, and of one piece alone. With her own hand the lady wrought that vest, becoming well the finest plate and chain, wherein the valiant warrior should be drayest, and cloak his courser's croup and chest and mane. But, from that day when she herself addressed unto this task, till ended was her pain, she showed no sign of gladness, nor this while, nor after, was she ever seen to smile. The heart felt fear, the torment evermore, of losing Brandimart the dame pursued, she him whilera 100 times and more. Engaged in fierce and fearful fight had viewed. Nor ever such like terror heretofore. Had blanched her cheek and froze her youthful blood. And this new sense of fear increased her trouble. And made the trembling lady's heart beat double. The warriors to the wind their canvas rear. When point device the three accoutred are. Bold Sansonet is left, with England's peer. Entrusted with the faithful army's care. Flordelis, pricked at heart with cruel fear. Filling the heavens with vow, lament, and prayer. As far as they by sight can followed be. Follows their sails upon the foaming sea. Scarce, with much labor, the two captains 486 led. Her, gazing on the waters, from the shore. And to the palace drew, where on her bed. They left the lady, grieved and trembling sore. Meanwhile upon their quest those others sped. Whom mercy wind and weather seaward bore. Their vessel made that island on the right. The field appointed for so fell a fight. Orlando disembarks, with his array. His kinsmen Olivier and Brandimart. Who on the side which fronts the eastern ray. Encamp them, and not haply without art. 487. King Agramant arrives that very day. And tents him on the contrary part. But for the sun is sinking fast, forborne. Is their encounter till the following morn. Until the skies the dawning light receive. Armed servants keep their watch both there and here. The valiant Brandimart resorts that eve. Thitherward, where their tents the Paynims rear. And parleys, by this noble leader's leave. With Agramant, for they were friends whilera. And, underneath the banner of the Moor. He into France had passed from Afric's shore. After salutes, and joining hand with hand. Fair reasons, as a friend, the faithful knight. Pressed on the leader of the Paynim band. Why he should not the appointed battle fight. And every town, restored to his command. Laying, twixt Nile and Culpes rocky height. Vowed he, with Roland's license, should receive. If upon Mary's son he would believe. He said, for loved you were, and are by me. This counsel give I. That I deem it sane. Since I pursue it, you assured must be. Mahound I hold but as an idol vain. In Jesus Christ, the living God I see. And to conduct you in my way were fain. I, the way of safety fain would have you move. With me and all those others that I love. In this consists your welfare, counsel none. Save this, in your disaster, can avail. And, of all counsels least, good Milo's son. To meet in combat, clad in plate and mail. In that the profit, if the field be won. Weighs not against the loss, in equal scale. If you be conqueror, little gain ensues. Yet little loss results not, if you lose. Were good Orlando and we others slain. Banded with him to conquer or to die. Wherefore, through this, ye should your lost domain acquire anew, forsooth, I see not, I. Nor is there reason hope to entertain. That, if we lifeless on the champaign lie, men should be wanting in King Charles's host. To guard in Africa his paltriest post. Thus Brandimart to Afric's cavalier. And much would have subjoined. But, on his side. That night, with angry voice and haughty cheer. The pagan interrupted, and replied. 'Tis sure temerity and madness sheer. Moves you and whatsoever wight beside. That counsel's matter, be it good or ill. Uncalled a counselor's duty to fulfill. And how to think, from love those counsels flow. Which once you bore and bear me, as you say. To speak the very truth, I do not know. Who with Orlando see you here, this day? I ween that, knowing you are doomed to woe. And marked for the devouring dragon's prey. Ye all mankind would drag to nether hell. In your eternity of pains to dwell. If I shall win or lose, remount my throne, or pass my future days in exile drear. God only knows, whose purpose is unknown. To me, in turn, or to Anglante's peer. Befall what may, by me shall not be done. Unworthy of a king, through shameful fear. If death must be my certain portion, I, rather than wrong my princely blood, will die. Ye may depart, who, save ye better play the warrior, in tomorrow's listed fight. Then ye have plaid the ambassador today. In arms will second ill Anglante's knight. Agramant ended so his furious say, his angry bosom boiling with despite. So said, the warriors parted, to repose, till from the neighboring sea the day arose. When the first widening of the dawn was seen, armed, in a moment leapt on horseback all. Short parley passed the puissant foes between. There was no stop, there was no interval. For they have laid in rest their lances keen. But I into too foul a fault should fall. Meseems, my lord, if, while their deeds I tell, I let Rogero perish in the swell, cleaving the flood with nimble hands and feet. He swims, amid the horrid surges' roar. On him the threatening wind and tempest beat. But him his harassed conscience vexes more. Christ's wrath he fears, and, since in waters sweet, when time and fair occasion served of yore, he, in his folly, baptism little prized, fears in these bitter waves to be baptized. Those many promises remembered are, whereby he to his lady love was tied. Those oaths which sworn to good Rinaldo were, and were in not fulfilled upon his side. To God, in hope that he would hear and spare. That he repented, oftentimes he cried. And, should he land, and scape that mortal scathe, to be a Christian, vowed in heart and faith. And ne'er, in succor of the Moorish train, with sword or lance, the faithful to offend. And into France, where he to Charlemagne would render honor due, forthwith to wend. Nor Bradamant with idle words again to cheat, but bring his love to honest end. A miracle it is that, as he vows, he swims more lightly and his vigor grows. His vigor grows. Unwearied is his mind. And still his arms from him the billow throw. This billow followed fast by that behind, whereof one lifts him high, one sinks him low. Rising and falling, vexed by wave and wind. So gains the child that shore with labor slow. And where the rocky hill slopes seaward most, all drenched and dropping, climbs the rugged coast. All the others that had plunged into the flood, in the end, o'erwhelmed by those wild waters died. Rogero, as to Providence seemed good, mounted the solitary islet's side. When safe upon the barren rock he stood, a new alarm the stripling terrified, to be within those narrow bounds confined, and die, with hardship and with hunger pined. Yet he with an unconquered heart, intent to suffer what the heavens for him ordained. O'er those hard stones, against that steep ascent, towards the top with feet intrepid strained. And not 100 yards had gone, when, bent with years, and with long fast and vigil stained, he worthy of much worship one espied, in hermit's weed, descend the mountain's side. Who cries, on his approaching him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou my faithful seed? As whilom said the Saviour to St. Paul, when, blessed stroke, he smote him from his steed. Thou thought'st to pass the sea, nor pay withal. Thought'st to defraud the pilot of his meed. Thou sayest that God has arms to reach and smite, when farthest off thou deem'st that God of might. And he, that holiest anchoret, pursued, to whom the night foregoing God did send a vision, as he slumbered, and foreshould how, thither by his aid the child should wend, wherein his past and future life, reviewed, were seen, as well as his unhappy end. and sons, and grandsons, and his every heir, fully revealed to that good hermit were. That anchoret pursues, and does upbraid Rogero first, and comforts finally. Upbraideth him, because he had delayed beneath that easy yoke to bend the knee. And what he should have done, when whilom prayed, and called of Christ, then uncompelled and free, had done with little grace, nor turned to God, until he saw him threatening with the rod. Then comforts him, that Christ I heaven allows to them, that late or early heaven desire. And all those laborers of the gospel shows, paid by the vineyard's Lord with equal hire, with charity and warm devotion glows. And him instructs the venerable sire, as toward the rocky cell where he resides, he with weak steps and slow Rogero guides. Above that hallowed cell, on the hill's brow, a little church receives the rising day. Commodious is the fane and fair enow. Thence to the beach descends a thicket grey, where fertile and fruit-bearing palm trees blow, myrtle, and lowly juniper, and bay, evermore threaded by a limpid fountain, which falls with ceaseless murmur from the mountain. 'Twas well nigh 40 years, since on that stone the goodly friar had fixed his quiet seat, which, there to live a holy life, alone, for him the Saviour chose, as harborage meet. Pure water was his drink, and, plucked from one or the other plant, wild berries were his meat. And hearty and robust, of ailments clear, the holy man had reached his 80th year. That hermit lit a fire, and heaped the board with different fruits, within his small repair, wherewith the child some deal his strength restored, when he had dried his clothes and dripping hair. After, at better ease, to him God's word and mysteries of our faith expounded were. And the day following, in his fountain clear, that anchoret baptized the cavalier. There dwells the young Rogero, well content with what the rugged sojourn does allow, in that the friar showed shortly his intent to send him where he fain would turn his prow. Meanwhile with him he many an argument handles, and often, of God's kingdom now of things appertaining to his case, now to Rogero's blood, a future race. The Lord, that everything doth see and hear, had to that holiest anchoret bewrayed how he should not exceed the 7th year, dating from when he was a Christian maid, who for the death of Pinabel Wilera, his lady's deed, but on Rogero laid, as well as Bertologes, should be slain by false Maganza's ill and impious train. And, how that treason should be smothered so no sign thereof should outwardly appear. For where that evil people dealt the blow, they should entomb the youthful cavalier. For this should vengeance follow, albeit slow, dealt by his consort and his sister dear. And how he by his wife should long be sought, with weary womb, with heavy burden fraught, twixt Brenta and Athasis, beneath those hills, which erst the good Antenor so contented, with their sulphureous veins and liquid rills 488, and mead, and field, with furrows glad indented, that he for these left pools which Xanthus fills, and Ida, and Ascanius long lamented, till she a child should in the forests bear, which little distant from Attest are. And how the child, in might and beauty grown, that, like his sire, Rogero shall be hight. Those Trojans, as of Trojan lineage known, shall for their lord elect with solemn right, who next by Charles, in succor of whose crown, against the Lombards shall the stripling fight, of that fair land dominion shall obtain, and the honored title of a marquis gain. And because Charles shall say in Latin este, that is, be lords of the dominion round, entitled in a future season este, shall with good omen be that beauteous ground, and thus its ancient title of attest. shall of its two first letters lose the sound. God also to his servant had foresaid the vengeance taken for Rogero's dead. Who shall, in vision, to his consort true, appear some deal before the dawn of day, and shall relate how him the traitor slew, and where his body lies to her shall say, she and Marfisa hence, those valiant two, with fire and sword on earth shall Poictiers lay. Nor shall his son, when of befitting age, less harm Maganza in his mighty rage. On Azos, Alberts, Abyssins, did dwell that hermit whore, and on their offspring bright, or Borso, Nicholas, and Lionel, Alfonso, Hercules, and Hippolyte. And, last of those, the gentle Isabel. Then curbs his tongue and will no more recite. He to Rogero what is fit reveals, and what is fitting to conceal, conceals. Meanwhile Orlando and bold Brandimart, with that good knight, the Marquis Olivier, against the Paynim Mars together start. Name well befitting Saracana's peer. And the other two, that from the adverse part, at more than a foot pace their coursers steer. I say King Agramant and King Sobrine. The pebbly beach resounds, and rolling brine, when they encounter in mid-field, pell-mell. And to the sky flew every shivered lance. At that loud noise, the sea was seen to swell. At that loud noise, which echoed even to France, Gradasso and Roland met as it befell. And fairly balanced might appear the chance, but for the vantage of Rinaldo's horse, which made Gradasso seem of greater force. Bayardo shocked the steed of lesser might, backed by Orlando, with such might and main. He made that courser stagger, left and right, and measure next his length upon the plain. Vainly to raise him strove Anglantes' knight. Thrice, nay 4 times, with rowels and with rein, balked of his end, he lights upon the field, draws Balisarda, and uplifts his shield. With Agramant encounters Olivier, who, fitly matched, their foaming coursers gull. Bold Brandimart unhorsed in the career. Sobrino, but it was not plain withal, if 'twas the fault of horse or cavalier. For seldom good Sobrino used to fall. Was it his coursers or his own misdeed? Sobrino found himself without a steed. Now Brandimart, that upon earth descried the King Sobrine, assailed no more his man, but at Gradasso, who Anglantes' pride had equally unhorsed, in fury ran on Agramant and Oliviero's side. Meanwhile the warfare stood as it began, when broken on their bucklers were the spears. With swords encountered the returning peers. Roland, who saw Gradasso in such guise, as showed that to return he little cared, nor can return. So Brandimart I plies, and presses Saracana's monarch hard, turns round, and, like himself, a foot descries Sobrino, in the doubtful strife unpaired. At him he sprang, and, at his haughty look, heaven, as the warrior trod, in terror shook. Foreseeing the assault with wary eye, prepared, and at close ward, behold the Moor, as pilot against whom, now cresting nigh, the threatening billow comes with hollow roar. Towards it turns his prow, and, when so high he views the sea, would gladly be ashore. Sobrino rears his buckler, to withstand the furious fall of Falerina's brand. Of such fine steel was Balisarda's blade, that arms against it little shelter were, and by a person of such puissance swayed, by Roland, singe in the world or rare. It splits the shield, and is in nowise stayed, though bound about with steel the edges are. It splits the shield, and to the bottom rends, and on the shoulder underneath descends. Upon the shoulder, nor, though twisted chain, and double plates encase the Paynim foe. These hinder much that sword of stubborn grain, from opening wide the parted flesh below. Sobrino at Orlando smites, but vain. Against the valiant count is every blow. To whom, for special grace, the King of Heaven a body charmed against all arms had given. The valorous count, redoubling still his blows, thought from the trunk the monarch's head to smite. Sobrino, who the strength of Clermont knows, and how the shield ill boots, retired from fight. Yet not so far, but that upon his brows fell the dread falchion of Anglante's knight. 'Twas on its flat, but such his might and main, it crushed the helm and stupefied the brain. Stunned by that furious stroke, he pressed the shore, and it was long ere he again did rise. The paladin believes the warfare o'er, and that deprived of life Sobrino lies. And, lest Gradasso to ill pass and sore should bring Sir Brandimart, at him he flies. For him the Paynim overmatched in horse, in arms and falchion, and perhaps in force. Bold Brandimart, who guides Frontino's reign, the goodly courser, erst Rogero's steed, so well contends with him of Saracen. The king yet little seems his foe to exceed, who, if he had as tempered plate and chain as that bold Paynim lord, would better speed. But, for he felt himself ill-armed, the knight often gave ground, and traversed left and right. Better than good Frontino horse is none, to obey upon a sign the cavalier. 'Twould seem that courser had the sense to shun sharp Durindana's fall, now there now here. Meanwhile elsewhere is horrid battle done by royal Agramant and Olivier, who may be deemed well matched in warlike sleight, nor champions differing much in martial might. Orlando had left Sobrino, as I said, on earth, and against Saracana's pride, desirous valiant Brandimart to aid, even as he was, afoot, in fury hied, when, prompt to assail Gradasso with the blade, he, loose and walking in mid-field, espied the goodly horse, which had Sobrino thrown, and bound him straight to make the steed his own. He seized the horse, for none the deed gainsaid, and took a leap, and vaulted on his prize. This hand the bridle grasped, and that the blade. Orlando's motions good Gradasso spies, nor at his coming is the king dismayed, who by his name the paladin defies. With him, and both his partners in the fight, he hopes to make it dark before 'tis night. Leaving his foe, he, facing Brava's lord, thrust at the collar of his shirt of mail. All else beside the flesh the falchion bored, to pierce through which would every labor fail. At the same time descends Orlando's sword, where Balisarda bites no spells avail. Shears helmet, cuirass, shield, and all below, and cleaves whatever it rakes with headlong blow. And in face, bosom, and in thigh it seemed, beneath his mail, the king of Saracen, from whom his blood till how had never streamed, since he that armor wore, knew rage and pain. Thereat the warrior felt, and strange it seemed. Sword cut so now, nor yet was Durindane. Had Roland struck more home, or nearer been, from head to belly he had cleft him clean. No more in arms can trust the cavalier, as heretofore. For proved those arms have been, he with more care, more caution than whilera, prepares to parry with the falchion keen. When entered Brandimart sees Brava's peer, who snatched that battle from him, he between those other conflicts placed himself, that where it most was needed, he might succor bear. While so the fight is balanced mid those foes. Sobrino, that on earth long time had lain, when to himself he was returned, uprose, in face and shoulder suffering grievous pain. He lifts his face, his eyes about him throws, and thither, where more distant on the plain, he sees his leader with long paces steers. So stealthily, that none his coming hears. He on the Marquis 489 came, who had but eyes for Agramant, and in the warrior's rear wounded upon the hocks in such fierce wise the courser of unheeding Olivier, that he falls headlong, and beneath him lies his valiant master, nor his foot can clear. His left foot, which in that unthought for woe was in the stirrup jammed, his steed below Sorbine pursued, and with backhanded blow thought he his head should from his neck have shorn. But this forbids that armor, bright of show, by Vulcan hammered, and by Hector worn. Brandimart sees his risk, and at the foe is by his steed, with flowing bridle, borne. Sobrino on the head he smote and flung, but straight from earth that fierce old man upsprung, and turned anew to Olivier, to speed the warrior's soul more promptly on its way, or at the least that baron to impede, and him beneath his courser keep at bay. Bold Olivier, whose better arm was freed, and with his sword could fend him as he lay, meanwhile so smites and lunges, there and here, that at sword's length he holds the ancient peer. He hopes, if him but little he withstood, he shall be straight delivered from that pain. He sees him wholly strained and wet with blood, and that he spills so much from open vein, 'twould seem he speedily must be subdued. So weak he hardly can himself sustain. Often and oft to rise the Marquis strove, yet could not from beneath his courser move. Brandimart has found out the royal Moor, and storms about that Paynim cavalier. Upon Frontino, like a lathe, before, beside, or whirling in the warrior's rear, a goodly horse the Christian champion bore. Nor worse the southern kings in the career. That Brigliador, Rogero's gift he crossed, erewhile, by haughty Mandricardo lost. Great vantage has he, on another part of proof, and perfect is his iron weed. His at a venture took Sir Brandimart, as he could have in haste in such like need. But hopes, his anger puts him so in heart, to change it for a better coat with speech. Albeit the Moorish king, with bitter blow, has made the blood from his right should flow. Him in the flank Gradasso too had gored. Nor this was laughing matter, so had scanned his vantage that redoubt Paynim lord. He found a place wherein to plant his brand. He broke the warrior's shield, his left arm bored, and touched him slightly in the better hand. But this was play, was pastime, might be said. With Roland's and Gradasso's battle weighed, Gradasso has Orlando half disarmed. Atop and on both sides his helm has broke. Fallen is his shield, his cuirass split, but harmed. The warrior is not by the furious stroke, which opened plate and mail, for he is charmed, and worser vengeance on the king has wroke. In face, throat, breast has gored that cavalier, beside the wounds whereof I spake whilera. Gradasso, desperate when he descried himself all wet, and smeared with sanguine dye, and Roland, all from head to foot espied, after such mighty strokes unstained and dry, thinking head, breast, and belly to divide, with both his hands upheaved his sword on high, and, even as he devised, upon the front, smote with mid-blade Anglante's haughty count, and would by any other so have done, would to the saddle tree have cleft him clean. But the good sword, as if it fell upon its flat, rebounds again, unstained and sheen. The furious stroke astounded Milo's son 490, by whom some scattered stars on earth were seen. He drops the bridle and would drop the brand, but that a chain secures it to his hand. So by the noise was scared the horse that bore upon his back Anglante's cavalier. The courser scoured about the powdery shore, showing how good his speed in the career. The county by that stroke astounded sore, has not the power the frightened horse to steer. Gradasso follows and will reach him, so that he but little more pursues the foe. But turning round, beholds the royal Moor, to the utmost peril in that battle brought. For by the shining helmet which he wore, with the left hand, him Brandimart had caught. Already had unlaced the casque before, and with his dagger would new ill have wrought. Nor much defence could make the Moorish lord, for Brandimart as well had reft his sword. Gradasso turned, nor more Orlando sought, but hastened where he Agramant espied. The incautious Brandimart, suspecting not, Orlando would have let him turn aside, had not Gradasso in his eyes or thought, and to the paynim's throat his knife applied. Gradasso came, and at his helmet laid, wielding with either hand his trenchant blade. Father of heaven, mid spirits chosen by thee, to him thy martyr true, a place accord. 491. Who, having traversed his tempestuous sea, now furls his sails in port. Ah! Ruthless sword! So cruel, Durindana, canst thou be to good Orlando, to thine ancient lord, that thou canst slaughter, in the warrior's view, of all his friends the dearest and most true? An iron ring that girt his helmet round, 2 inches thick, was broke by that fell blow, and cleft, and with the solid iron bound, was parted the good cap of steel below. Bold Brandimart, reversed upon the ground, with haggard face beside his horse lies low, and issuing widely from the warrior's head, a stream of life-blood dyes the shingle red. Come to himself, the county turns his eye, and sees his Brandimart upon the plain, and in such act Gradasso standing by, as clearly shows by whom the knight was slain. If he most raged or grieved I know not, I. But such short time is left him to complain. His hasty wrath breaks forth, his grief gives way. But now 'tis time that I suspend my lay. Canto. Chapter 42. The victory with Count Orlando lies, but good Rinaldo and Bradamant at heart. One for Angelica, the other sighs for young Rogero, suffer cruel smart. Him that in chase of the Indian damsel hies, disdain preserves, from thence does he depart towards Italy, and is with courteous cheer, and welcome guested by a cavalier. What bit, what iron curb is to be found? Or, could it be, what adamantine rein, that can make wrath keep order and do bound, and within lawful limits him contain? When one, to whom the constant heart is bound, and linked by love with solid bolt and chain, we see, through violence or through foul deceit, with mortal damage or dishonor meet. And is the mind sometimes, if so possiest, to ill and savage action led astray, it may deserve excuse, in that the breast no more is under reason's sovereign sway. Achilles, when, beneath his borrowed crest, he saw Patroclus crimsoning the way, was with his murderer's slaughter ill content, till he his mangled corse had dragged and shent. Unconquered Duke Alfonso, anger so inflamed thy host 492 the day that weighty stone wounded thy forehead with such grievous blow, that all believed it to its rest was gone. Inflamed them with such fury, for the foe, in rampart, fosse, or wall, defense was none, who, one and all, within their works lay dead. Nor white was left the woeful news to spread. Seeing thy fall caused thine such mighty pain, they were to fury moved. Hadst thou, my lord, maintained thy footing, haply might thy train have with less license plied the murderous sword. Enough for thee thy Bastia to regain, in fewer hours replaced beneath thy ward. Then Cordova's and fierce Granada's band took days erewhile, to wrest it from thy hand. Haply heaven's vengeance ordered what befell, and in that case thy wound so hindered thee. To the end, the cruel outrage, foul and fell. Done by that band before, should punished be. For after the unhappy Vestidal 493, wearied and hurt, had sought their clemency. Among them, mostly an unchristened train. He, 'mid 100 swords, unarmed, was slain. To end. I say that other rage is none, which can be weighed with that in equal wise, which kindles, when an injury is done, to kinsman, friend or lord before our eyes. Then justly in Orlando's heart, for one so dear to him, might sudden fury rise, when him he saw, extended on the sand, slain by the stroke of fierce Gradasso's brand. As no maid swain, who darting on its way, in slippery line the horrid snake has seen, that his young son, amid the sands at play, has killed with venomed tooth, enflamed with spleen, grasps his batoon, the poisonous worm to slay. His sword, than every other sword more keen, so, in his fury grasped Anglantes' knight, and wreaked on Agramant his first despite. Scaped, bleeding, with helm loosened from his head, with half a shield and swordless, through his mail, sore wounded in more places than is said, as from the dull or envious falcon's nail, escapes the unhappy sparrowhawk, half dead, with ruffled plumage and with loss of tail. 494. On him Orlando came and smote him just where with the helmed head confined the bust. Loosed was the helm, the neck without its band, so, like a rush, was severed by the sword. Down fell, and shook its last upon the sand, the heavy trunk of Libya's mighty lord. His spirit, which flitted to the Stygian strand, Charon with crooked boat hook dragged aboard. On him Orlando wastes no further pain, but, sword in hand, seeks him of Sari Cain. As the headless trunk of Afric's cavalier, extended on the shore Gradasso's viewed, what never had befallen him whilera. He shook at heart, a troubled visage shewed, and, at the coming of Anglantes' peer, presageful of his fate, appears subdued. 495. Nor seeks he means of fence against his foe, when fierce Orlando deals the fatal blow. Orlando levels at his better side, beneath the lowest rib, his falchion bright, and crimson to the hilt, a hand's breadth wide. Of the other flank, the sword appears in sight, and well his mighty puissance testified, and spoke him as the strongest living knight. That stroke, by which a warrior was undone, better than whom in Paynimry was none. Little his victory good Orlando cheers, himself he quickly from his saddle throws, and, with a face disturbed, and wet with tears, to his brandimart in haste the warrior goes. The field about him red with blood appears. 496. His helmet cleft as by a hatchet's blows, and, had it been then spongy rind more frail, would have defended him no worse than mail. Orlando lifts the helmet, and descries Brandimart's head by that destructive brand, cleft even to his nose, between the eyes. Yet so the wounded knight his spirits manned, that pardon of the King of Paradise he, before death, was able to demand, and to exhort to patience Brava's peer, whose manly cheeks were wet with many a tear. And, Roland, in thy helping orisons, I beseech thee to remember me, he cried, nor recommend to thee less warmly my. 497. Flordelis would, but could not, say, and died. And sounds and songs of angels in the sky, as the soul parts, are heard on every side, which from its prison freed, mid hymns of love, ascends into the blissful realms above. Orlando, albeit he should joy in heart at death so holy, and is certified that call to bliss above is Brandimart. For he heaven opened to the night described, through human willfulness, which I takes part with our weak senses, hardly can abide. The loss of one, above a brother dear. Nor can refrain from many a scalding tear. Warlike Sobrino, of much blood bereaved, which from his flank and wounded visage rained, long since had fallen, reversed and sore aggrieved, and had by now his vessels well nigh drained. Olivier too lies stretched, nor has retrieved, nor can retrieve, his crippled foot, save sprained, and almost crushed, so long between the plain, and his stout courser jammed, the limb has lain. And but Orlando helped, so woe begone, was weeping Olivier, and brought so low, he could not have released his limb alone. And, when released, endures such pain, such woe, the helpless warrior cannot stand upon, or shift with all his wounded foot, and so benumbed and crippled is the leg above, that he without assistance cannot move. The victory brought Orlando small delight, on whom too heavily and hardly weighed, of slaughtered Brandimart the piteous sight, nor sure of Oliviero's life he made. Sobrino yet survived, but little light the wounded monarch had, amid much shade, for almost spent his ebbing life remained, so fast from him the crimson blood had drained. The county has him taken, bleeding sore, thither, where he is saved with sovereign care, and he as if a kinsman of the Moor, benignly comforts him and speaks him fair. For in Orlando, when the strife was o'er, was nothing evil, ever prompt to spare. He from the dead their arms and coursers reft, the rest he to their knives' disposal left. Here as my story stood not on good ground, Frederick Fulgoso doubtful does appear. 498. Who, searching Barbary's every shore and sound, erewhile on board a squadron, landed here, and the isle so rugged and so rocky found, in all its parts so mountainous and drear, there is not, through the land, a level space, he says, whereon a single boot to place. Nor deems he likely, that 6 cavaliers, the wide world's flower, on alpine rock should vie, in that equestrian fight, with levelled spears. To whose objection thus I make reply. Erewhile a place, well fit for such careers, stretched at the bottom of the hills did lie, but afterwards, o'erthrown by earthquake's shock, a cliff o'erspread the plain with broken rock. So, of Fulgoso's race thou shining ray, clear, lasting light, if, questioning my word, thou on this point hast ever said me nay, and haply too, before the unconquered Lord. 499. Through whom thy land, reposing, casts away all haste, and wholly leans to kind accord. Pry thee delay not to declare, that I in this my story haply tell no lie. Meanwhile his eyes the good Orlando reared, and saw, on turning them to seaward, where under full sail a nimble bark appeared, as if she to that island would repair. I will not now rehearse who thither steered, for more than one awaiteth me elsewhere. Wend me to France and see if they be glad at having chased the Saracens, or sad. See what she does withal, the lady true, that sees her knight content to wend so wide. Of the afflicted Bradamant I shew, after she saw the oath was nullified, made in the hearing of those armies too, upon the Christian and the Paynim side. Since he again had failed her, there was naught wherein she could confide, the damsel thought. And now her too accustomed plaint and wail, repeating, of Rogero's cruelty, fair Bradamant renewed the wonted tale. She cursed her hard and evil destiny, then loosening to tempestuous grief the sail. Heaven that consented to such perjury, and did not yet by some plain token speak, she, in her passion, called unjust and weak. The sage Melissa she accused, and cursed the oracle of the cavern, through whose lie she in that sea of love herself immersed. upon whose waters she embarked to die. She to Marfisa afterwards rehearsed her woes, and told her brother's perfidy. She chides, pours forth her sorrows, and demands, with tears and outcries, succor at her hands. Marfisa shrugs her shoulders, what alone she can, she offers, comfort to the fair. Nor thinks Rogero her has so foregone, but what to her he shortly will repair. And, should he not, such outrage to be done, the damsel plights her promise not to bear. Twixt her and him shall deadly war be waged, or he shall keep the word, which he engaged. She makes her somewhat thus her grief restrain, which having vent in some sort spend its gall. Now we have seen the damsel in her pain. Rogero impious, proud, and perjured call. See we, if in a happier state remain, the brother of that gentle maid withal, whose flesh, bones, nerves, and sinews are a prey to burning love, Rinaldo I would say. I say Rinaldo that, as known to you, Angelica the beauteous loved so well, nor him into the amorous fillets drew, so much her beauty as the magic spell. In peace repose those other barons true, for wholly broken was the infidel. Alone amid the victors, he, of all the paladins, remained love's captive thrall. To seek her he 100 couriers sent, and sought as well, himself, the missing maid. He in the end to Malagigi went, who in his need had often given him aid. To him he told his love, with eyelids bent on earth, and visage crimsoned o'er, and prayed that sage magicians to instruct him, where he in the world might find the long-sought fair. A case, so strange and wondrous, marvel sore, in friendly Malagigi's bosom bred. The wizard knew, 100 times and more, he might have had the damsel in his bed, and he himself, to move the night or yore, in her behalf, enough had done and said, had him by prayer and menace sought to bend, yet ne'er was able to obtain his end. And so much more, that out of prison ward, he then would Malagigi so have brought 500. Now will he seek her, of his own accord, on less occasion, when it profits not. Next that magician Montalbano's lord, to mark how sorely do had erred, besought, since little lacked, but through the boon denied, erewhile he had in gloomy dungeon died. But how much more Rinaldo's strange demand sounded importunately in his ear. So by sure index Malagigi scanned, that so much was Angelica more dear. Rinaldo prayer unable to withstand, in ocean sunk the wizard cavalier. All memory of old injury essayed, and bound himself to give the warrior aid. For his reply he craved some small delay, and with fair hope consoled Mount Alban's knight. He should be able of the road to say, by which Angelica had sped her flight, in France or wheresoe'er. Then wends his way, thither where he is wont his imps to sight, a grot impervious and with mountains walled. His book he opened and the spirits called. Then one he chooses, in love cases read, whom Malagigi to declare requires. How good Rinaldo's heart, before so died, was now so quickly moved by soft desires. And, of those fountains twain, the demon said, whereof one lights, one quenches amorous fires. And how not cures the mischief caused by one, but that whose streams in counter-current run. And says, Rinaldo, having drunk Wylera, from the love-chasing fountain's mossy urn, to Angelica, that long had wooed the peer, had shown himself so obstinate and stern. And he, whom after his ill star did steer, to drink of that which makes the bosom burn, her whom but just before he loathed above all reason, by that draught was forced to love, him his ill star and cruel fate conveyed, To swallow fire and flame the frozen lake. For nigh at the same time the Indian maid in the other bitter stream her thirst did slake, which in her bosom so all love allayed. Henceforth she loathed him more than noisome snake. He loved her, and such love was his, as late Rinaldo bore her enmity and hate. Of this strange story fully certified was Malagigi by the demon's lore, who news as well of Angelique supplied, how yielding up herself to a young Moor, with him embarking on the unstable tide, she had abandoned Europe's every shore, and hoisting her bold canvas to the wind, in Catalonian galley loosed for Ind. Rinaldo seeking out the sage anew. For his reply, he would dissuade the knight from loving more that Indian lady, who now waited on a vile barbarian wight, and was so distant he could ill pursue, if he would chase the damsel on her flight, who must have measured than half her way homeward, with young Medoro to Catti. In that bold lover no displeasure deep the journey of Angelica would move, nor yet would mar or break the warrior's sleep, to think that he again must eastward rove, but that a stripling Saracen should reap the first fruits of that faithless lady's love. In him such passion bred, such heartache sore, he never in his life so grieved before. No power hath he to make one sole reply. His heart, his lip, is quivering with disdain. His tongue no word is able to untie. His mouth is bitter, and 'twould seem with bane he flung from the magician suddenly, and, as by fury stirred and jealous pain, he after mighty plaint, and mighty woe, resolved anew to eastern realms to go. License he asks of Pepin's royal son, upon the ground, since with his courser dear, to Saracen is King Gradasso gone, against the use of gallant cavalier. Him honor moves the selfsame course to run. In the end he may prevent the paynim peer from ever vaunting, that with sword or lance he took him from a paladin of France. Charles gives him leave to go, though, far and nigh, with him all France laments he thence should wend. But he in fine that prayer can ill deny. So honest seems the worthy warrior's end. Him Dudon, Guido, would accompany, but he refuses either valiant friend. From Paris he departs, and wends alone, plunged in his grief and heaving many a groan. Ever in memory dwells the restless thought, he might 1,000 times have had the fair, and, mad and obstinate, had, when besought, 1,000 times refused such beauty rare. And such sweet joy was whilom set at naught. Such bright, such blessed moments wasted were. And now he life would gladly give away, to have that damsel but for one short day. The thought will never from his mind depart, how for a sorry foot-page she could slight, flinging their merit and their love apart, the service of each former loving wight. Vexed by such thought, which racked and rent his heart, Rinaldo wends towards the rising light. He the straight road to Rhine and Ball pursued, till he arrived in Arden's mighty wood. When within that adventurous wood has hide, for many a mile Montalban's cavalier, of lonely farm or lordly castle wide, where the rude place was roughest and most drear, the sky disturbed he suddenly descried. He saw the sun's dimmed visage disappear, and spied forth issuing from a cavern hoar, a monster, which a woman's likeness wore. 1,000 lidless eyes are in her head. She cannot close them, nor, I think, doth sleep. She listens with as many ears, and spread, like hair, about her forehead serpents creep. Forth issued into day that figure dread, from devilish darkness and the cavern deep. For tail, a fierce and bigger serpent wound about her breast, and girt the monster round. What in 1,000 quests had ne'er befallen Rinaldo, here befell the night. who, when he sees the horrid form appear, coming to seek him and prepared for fight, feels in his inmost veins such freezing fear, as haply never fell on other wight. Yet wanted daring counterfeits and feigns, and with a trembling hand the falchion strains. The monster so the fierce assault did make, therein her master was well descried. It might be said, she shook a poisonous snake. And now on this, now on the other side, leapt at the knight, at her Rinaldo strake. Ever meanwhile with random blows and wide, with forestroke, backstroke, he assails the foe. He often smites, but never plants a blow. The monster threw a serpent at his breast, that froze his heart beneath its iron case. Now through the visor flung the poisonous pest, which crept about his collar and his face. Dismayed, Rinaldo fled the field, and pressed with all his spurs his courser through the chase. But not behind the hellish monster halts, who in a thought upon the crup revolts. Wend where the warrior will, an end or wide, ever with him is that accursed pest. Nor knows he how from her to be untied, albeit his courser plunges without rest. Like a leaf quakes his heart within his side. Not that the snakes in other mode molest, but they such horror and such loathing bred. He shrieks, he groans, and gladly would be dead. By gloomiest track and blindest path he still threaded the tangled forest here and there, by thorniest valley and by roughest hill, and wheresoever darkest was the air, thus hoping to have rid him of that ill, hideous, abominable, poisonous care, beneath whose gripe he foully might have fared. But that one quickly to his aid repaired. But aid, and in good time, a horseman bore, equipped with arms of beauteous steel and clear. For crest, a broken yoke the stranger wore. Red flames upon his yellow shield appear. So was the courser's housing broidered o'er, as the proud surcoat of the cavalier. His lance he grasped, his sword was in its place, and at his saddle hung a burning mace. That warrior's mace a fire eternal fills, whose lasting fuel ever blazes bright. And goodly buckler, tempered corslet thrills, and solid helm, then needs the approaching knight must make him way, wherever 'tis his will, to turn his inextinguishable light. Nor of less help in need Rinaldo stands, to save him from the cruel monster's hands. The stranger horseman, like a warrior bold, where he that hubbub hears, doth thither swoop, until he sees the beast, whose snakes enfold Rinaldo, linked in many a loathsome loop, who sweats at once with heat and quakes with cold. Nor can he thrust the monster from his croup. Arrived the stranger smote her in the flank, who on the near side of the courser sank, but scarcely was on earth extended, ere she rose and shook her snakes in volumed spire. The knight no more assails her with the spear, but is resolved to plague the foe with fire. He gripes the mace and thunders in her rear, with frequent blows, like tempest in its ire. Nor leaves a moment to that monster fell, to strike one stroke in answer, ill or well. And, while he chases her or holds at bay, smites her and venges many a foul affront, counsels the paladin, without delay, to take the road which scales the neighboring mount. He took that proffered counsel and that way, and without stop, or turning back his front, pricked furiously till he was out of sight. Though hard to clamber was the rugged height, the stranger, when he to her dark retreat had driven from upper light that beast of hell, where she herself doth ever gnaw and eat, while from her 1,000 eyes tears ceaseless well, followed the knight, to guide his wandering feet, and overtook him on the highest swell. Then placed himself beside the cavalier, him from those dark and gloomy parts to steer. When him returned beheld Montalban's knight, that countless thanks were due to him, he said, And that at all times, as a debt of right. His life should be for his advantage paid. Of him he next demands, how he is hight. That he may know and tell who brought him aid. And among worthy warriors, and before King Charles, exalt his prowess evermore. The stranger answered, let it irk not thee, that I not now my name to thee display. Ere longer by a yard the shadows be. This will I signify, a short delay. Wending together, they a river see, whose murmurs woo the traveller from his way. And shepherd swain, by wiles, to their green brink, there in oblivion of their love to drink. My lord, that fountain's chilling stream and clear, extinguished love, Angelica of yore. Drinking thereof, for good Montalban's peer, conceived that hate she nourished evermore. And if she once displeased the cavalier, and he to her such passing hatred bore, for this no other cause occasion gave, my lord, save drinking of this chilly wave. Arriving at that limpid river's side, the cavalier that with Rinaldo goes, reined in his courser, how with toil, and cried, here, 'twere not ill, meseemeth, to repose. It cannot but be well, the peer replied, because, beside that midday fiercely glows, I have so suffered from that hideous pest, as sweet and needful shall I welcome rest. Upon the green sward lit the martial two, while their loose horses through the forest fed, and from their brows the burnished helmets threw. On that flowered herbage, yellow, green, and red, Rinaldo to the liquid crystal flew, by heat and thirst unto the river sped, and with one draught of that cold liquor drove out of his burning bosom thirst and love. When as Rinaldo, sated with the draught, raising his head the stranger knight espied, and saw that he, repentant, every thought of that so frantic love had put aside, he reared himself, and said with semblance haught, that which he would not say before, and cried, Rinaldo, know that I am hight disdain, bound hither but to break thy worthless chain. So saying, suddenly he passed from sight. With him his horse, this in Rinaldo bred much wonderment, and the astonished knight, where is he, gazing round about him, said, he cannot guess if 'twere a magic sprite, a fiend by Malagigi thither sped, from those his ministers, to break the chain, fettered whereby he lived so long in pain, of if an angel from the heavenly sphere, in his ineffable goodness by the Lord, dispatched, as to Tobias's aid whilera, a medicine for his blindness to afford. But good or evil angel, whatsoe'er he was, that him to liberty restored, him thanked and praised Rinaldo, for a heart healed only by his help of amorous smart. Old hate revived upon Rinaldo's side, nor he alone unworthy to be wooed. The damsel deemed by pilgrimage so wide, her half a league he would not have pursued, nathless a new Bayardo to bestride. To Saracen would go that warrior good, as well because his honor him compelled. As for the talk which he with Charles had held, he pricked to Ball upon the following day, whither the tidings had arrived before, that Count Orlando was, in martial fray, to meet Gradasso and the royal Moor. Nor through Orlando was divulged that say, but one, who crossed from the Sicilian shore, and thither had, in haste, the journey made, as certain news, the tidings had conveyed. Rinaldo had gladly been at Roland's side, and from that battle far himself doth see. Every 10 miles he changes horse and guide, and whips and spurs, and makes his courser flee. He crossed the Rhine at Constance, forward hied. He traversed Alp, arrived in Italy. He left Verona, Mantua, in his rear, and reached and passed the Po, with swift career. Much towards eve already sloped the sun, and the first star was glimmering in the sky, when, doubting on the bank if he shall run another course, or in some hostel lie, until the shades of night and vapors done before Aurora's beauteous visage fly. A cavalier approaching him he viewed, who courtesy in face and semblance shewed. He, after greeting him, if he were tied in wedlock, made in gentle wise demand. Rinaldo, wondering what the quest implied, made answer, I am bound in nuptial band. I joy thereat, the cavalier replied. Then, that he might this saying understand, added, I pray that you, Sir Knight, within my mansion will this eve be pleased to in. For I will make you see what must please. A white, pursued the stranger, that is Wednesday. Rinaldo, as well that he would take his ease. But this, with so long posting sore bested, as that to see and hear strange novelties, by natural desire he still was led. His offer takes, and enters a new road, following that cavalier to his abode. A bowshot from the way diverged the two, and a great palace fronting them descried, whence squires with blazing lights, a numerous crew, issued, and chased the darkness far and wide. Entering, his eyes around Rinaldo threw, and saw a place, whose like is seldom spied, of beauteous fabric, and well-ordered plan, nor such huge cost befitted private man. Of serpentine and of hard porphyry are the stones which form the gateway's arch above. Of bronze the portal leaves, which figures bear, whose lively features seem to breathe and move. Beneath the vaulted entry, colors rare, cheating the eye, in mixed mosaic strove. The quadrangle within was galleried, and of 100 yards, on every side. A gateway is there to each galleried row, and, twixt it and that gate, an arch is bent, of equal breadth, but different in their show. For the architect had spared a not ornament. Each arch an entrance was, up which might go a laden horse, so easy the ascent. 501. To arch above leads every stair withal, and every arch is entrance to a hall. Above, project the arches in such sort, they for the spacious portals form a shade, and each 2 pillars has for its support. Of bronze are some, and some of marble made, the ornamented chambers of the court. Too many are to be at length displayed, with easements, which, beside what is in sight, the skilful master underground had dight. Tall columns, with their capitals of gold, which gemmed entablatures support in air. Exotic marbles which adorn that hold, by skilful hand engraved with figures fair. Picture and cast, and works so manifold, albeit by night they mostly hidden were, showed that 2 kings' united treasure ne'er would have sufficed such gorgeous pile to rear. Above the beauteous ornaments and rich, that mingled in that gay quadrangle meet, there is a fresh and plenteous fountain, which scatters in many threads its watery sheet. 'Tis here that youths at equal distance pitch, the middle, tables for the festive treat, whence they 4 gates of that rich mansion see, and seen from those 4 gates as well may be, by cunning master, diligent and wise, with much and subtle toil, the fount was made, in open gallery or pavilion's guise, which from 8 separate fronts, projects a shade. A gilded roof, which with enameled dyes was stained below, the building overlaid. 8 marble statues, snowy was the grain, with the left arm that gilded roof sustain. Fair Amalthea's horn in the right hand had quaintly sculptured the ingenious master, whence water, trickling forth with murmur bland, descends into a vase of alabaster, and he, in likeness of a lady grand, with sovereign art had fashioned each pilaster. Various they were in visage and in vest, but all of equal charms and grace possiest. Upon 2 beauteous images below, Each of these female statues fix their feet. The lower seem with open mouth to show that song and harmony to them are sweet. And, by their attitude, 'twould seem, as though their every work and every study meet. In praising them, they on their shoulders bear, as they would those whose likenesses they wear, the images below them in their hand. Long scrolls and of an ample size contain which of the worthiest figures of that band. The several names with mickle praise explain, as well their own at little distance stand. Inscribed upon that scroll, in letters plain, Rinaldo, by the help of blazing lights, marked, one by one, the ladies and their knights. The first inscription there which meets the eye recites at length Lucretia Borgia's fame 502. Whom Rome should place, for charms and chastity, above that wife who whilom bore her name. Strazza and Tibaldeo 503, Anthony and Hercules, support the honored dame. So says the scroll. For tuneful strain, the pair, a very Linus and an Orpheus are. A statue no less jocund, no less bright, succeeds, and on the writing is impressed. Lo! Hercules' daughter, Isabella hight 504. In whom Ferrara deems her city blessed. Much more because she first shall see the light within its circuit, than for all the rest, which kind and favoring fortune in the flow of rolling years shall on that town bestow. The pair that such desirous ardor shew, that I her praises should be widely blown. John James alike are named, of those fair two. One is Calandra, one is Bardilon. 505. In the third place, and fourth, where trickling through small rills, the water quits that octagon. Two ladies are there, equal in their birth, equal in country, honor, charms and worth. One was Elizabeth, one Eleanor 506. And if we credit what that marble said, Manto's so glorious city which such store sets my melodious Maro, whom she bred, more vaunts not him, nor reverences more, than these fair dames her poet's honored head. The first of these her hallowed feet had set on Peter Bembo and James Sadelet. 507. Aurelio and Castilian 508, a polished pair. That other lady, in mid-air, sustain. Their names were carved upon the marble fair. Then both unknown, and now so fames a twain. Next was a lady, that from heaven shall air. As mighty virtue as on earth doth reign, or ever yet hath reigned, in any age. Well proved by fortune in her love or rage. Inscribed in characters of gold is here Lucretia Bentivoglio 509, and among her praises, 'tis declared Ferrara's peer joys that such daughter doth to him belong. Her shall Camillus voice 510, and far and near Reno and Felsina shall hear his song, wrapped in as mighty wonder at the strain as that wherewith Amphrasis heard his swain. 511. And one, through whom that city's name, where sweet Isaurus salts his wave in larger vase, fame shall from Africa to Ind repeat, from southern tracts to Hyperborean ways, more than because Rome's gold in that famed seat was weighed, whereof perpetual record says 512. Guy Posthumus 513, about whose honored brow Phoebus and Pallas bind a double bow. Diene is next 514 in order of that train. Regard not, said the marble, is she where a haughty port, for in her heart, humane. The matron is, as in her visage, fair. Learned Celio Calcagnine 515 in lofty strain. Her glories and fair name abroad shall bear. And Juba's and Monza's kingdom here, 516. And Spain, and farthest Ind, his trumpet clear. And a Cavallo 517 shall make such a font of poetry in famed Ancona run. As that winged courser on Parnassus mount. Or was it on the hill of Helicon? 'Tis Beatrice 518 who next uprears her front. Whereof so speaks the writing on the stone. Her consort Beatrice, while she has breath, blesses, and leaves unhappy at her death. Yea, Italy, that with her triumphs bright, without that lady fair shall captive be. A lofty song appears of her to indite. A lord of the Correggio's noble tree. And, Benedio's pride, Timotheus height. 519. Between his banks, descending to the sea. By their joint music shall the stream be stopped, whose trees erewhile the liquid amber dropped. 520. Between this and that lofty column's place, into fair Borgia fashioned, as was said, of aspect so distinguished, of such grace, a lady was, of alabaster made, that, hiding in a simple veil her face, in sable, without gems or gold arrayed, she, mid the brightest, flung her light as far as amid lesser fires the Cyprian star. None knows, observing her with steadfast view, if she of charms or grace have fuller store, whether her visage most majestic shew, or beam with genius or with beauty more. He that would speak her praises true, declares in fine the sculptured marble's lore. The fairest of emprises would intend, but never bring his noble task to end. Albeit such grace and passing sweetness shewed, her fair and well-wrought image, she disdain, appeared to nurse, that one of wit so rude, should dare to sing her praise in humble strain, as he that only without comrade stood. I know not why, her statue to sustain, the marble all those other names revealed. That pairs alone the artist had concealed. 521. The statues in the middle form a round, the floor whereof dry stalks of coral pave. Most pleasant, cool, and grateful, is that ground, so rendered by the pure and crystal wave, which vent without in other channel found, and issued forth in many a stream, to lave a mead of azure, white, and yellow hue, gladdening the plants that on their margins grew. Conversing with his courteous host, the peer sate at the board, and often prayed, that without more delay the cavalier would keep the promise he whilera had made. And marking, ever and anon, his cheer, observes his heart with some deep woe downweighed. For not a moment mid their converse slips, but what a burning sigh is on his lips. Oft with desire was good Rinaldo stung, to ask that sorrow's cause, and the request was almost on the gentle warrior's tongue, and there by courteous modesty repressed. Now at their banquets close a youth, among the menial crew, on whom that charge did rest, placed a gold cup before the paladin, filled full of gems without, of wine within. The host then some deal smiling, from the board, looked up at Amon's son. But who this while well marked him, as he eyed Montalban's lord, had deemed him more disposed to weep than smile. So oft reminded, to maintain my word, 'tis time meseems, said he, that owned the pile, to shew the touchstone for a woman's love, which needs to wedded man must welcome prove. Ne'er, in my judgment, should the married dame be from espial by her lord released. Thus shall he know if honor or if blame his portion is, if he is man or beast. The weight of horns, though coupled with such shame, is of all burdens upon the earth the least. While well nigh all behold his antlers spread, he feels them not who has them on his head. If certain of thy wife's fidelity, thou hast more ground to prize and hold her dear, than one, whose wife is evil known to be, or husband that is still in doubt and fear. Full many husbands live in jealousy, and groundlessly, of women chaste and clear. On many women many men rely. Meanwhile, who bear their branching antlers high. If thou wouldst be assured thy wife is true, as sure methinks thou thinkest and must think. For it is hard that notion to undo, unless thy trust before sure tokens sink. No hearsay matter this, thyself shalt view the truth, if thou in this fair vessel drink. 522. Placed solely on the supper board, that thou mayst see the marvel promised thee but now. Drink, and a mighty marvel shall be seen. For if thou wearest Cornwall's lofty crest. 523. No drop of wine shall pass thy lips between, and all the draught be spilt upon thy breast. If faithful is thy wife, thou shalt drink clean. And now, to try thy fortune, to the test, he said, and with fixed eyes the sign explored. If on his breast the wine Rinaldo poured, Rinaldo was nigh moved the cup to raise, and seek what he would haply wish unsought. Forward he reached his hand and took the vase, about to prove his fortune in the draught. Then of the passing peril of the case, before it touched his lips, the warrior thought. But let me, sir, repose myself, and I will then relate the paladin's reply.